The man told the young man that they had absolutely no need for those who showed sympathy towards weapons. The young man chuckled and silently walked away. He knows that dragons have become an integral part of modern culture. Now humanity is simply unable to imagine its life without them. The young man continued that about 100 years ago people mastered the breeding of dragons, using them in various fields, from transport to military operations. He also added that dragons are divided into small, medium, and large. Even the smallest are 2 to 3 times larger than a person. He explained that medium dragons are about the size of a house and are used primarily to carry heavy loads over long distances. He then mentioned that large dragons are the main fighting force of armies and are usually given individual names. The guy told us that only a few people manage to command dragons, and such daredevils are called dragon knights or knight riders. According to him, one day the members of this privileged community united and founded their own union, the Guild. Silir summoned his trusted companion, the majestic dragon Vritra. The young man explains that dragons are famous for their flight, loyalty to their master, and endurance, allowing them to travel vast distances. The boy said that among the average dragons, there are special breeds like the Nidhogg, known for their loyalty and lively character, which is why they are often taken to war. The boy pointed out to his mother a beautiful dragon, proudly sailing in the sky, greatly impressed by what he saw. He firmly declared to his mother that he definitely dreamed of becoming a real dragon knight when he grew up. Silir knew that owning his own brave dragon and being able to ride it through the clouds was the cherished dream of every self-respecting boy. Of course, fighting on such a powerful creature is extremely prestigious and worthy of high pay. But suddenly the silence was broken by an unexpected cry. The guy became wary, listening to an unfamiliar voice. It turned out to be an agitated man, loudly commanding his disobedient dragon to immediately stop dawdling and set off. Silir saw that it was a Tarax dragon, small and convenient for land travel since its body was smooth without roughness. He guessed that the animal was probably rented. Meanwhile, the dragon grumbled pitifully, looking at him. The man continued to mutter indignantly, wondering why the dragon stubbornly remained motionless. The poor beast, however, whined quietly, as if making excuses to its confused owner. Silir politely asked if he could take part in resolving the situation and received approval. The owner greeted the dear guest and apologized for the difficulties that had arisen. The young man calmly clarified that he was not a client. The young man confidently said that the dragon probably had an injured right hind limb, clearly pointing his finger at the problem area of the beast's body. The owner suggested trying to move, but the poor animal could barely move. Then the owner realized that it was impossible to continue the lease and was forced to terminate it. The guy stood nearby, sadly watching what was happening. The landlord approached the assistant, asking if he was a dragon rental, and said that he had helped him out today. However, the young man noted that the owner was obliged to take better care of the animal, after which he approached the sick dragon. The animal expressed gratitude in words, but the interlocutor only gently wished him a speedy recovery. Then, in the guild, he conveyed to the owner that today's baby looked sad and was more capricious than usual. The guy suggested that the man give his tired pet a rest, to which he grinned condescendingly and dismissively said that the interlocutor was talking nonsense, since no one had previously noticed signs of sadness in dragons. Silir raised his voice sharply, claiming that his interlocutor did not understand dragons at all, since these creatures were capable of experiencing feelings and emotions just like people. The man was indignant, asking why he should show pity to ordinary cattle, and concluded that the guy must have gone crazy. This caused a violent reaction from the young man, because since childhood he had been well aware of the language of dragons and felt a connection with these creatures. The young man explains that he was unable to speak to ordinary animals, but dragons were an exception. That was why he chose the career of a dragon knight. Silir studied dragons for a long time, memorizing their features, and one day he learned to control them. However, every time he mounted, he asked permission. People believed that the guy moved the beast with just the power of thought. Over time, he was invited to the Lindworm Guild of S-ranked dragon knights. The guy continued that guilds are ranked based on the number of dragons and skilled riders. The maximum rank is S. To achieve it, a guild must complete 3 high-difficulty quests with another guild or 2 quests on their own. The young man said that Lindworm had decided to take the second path, but the bad thing was that our knights often forced dragons to work against their wishes. It also went against the man's views on the world. Less than a month had passed before he was expelled in disgrace, called useless ballast and someone who always looked for excuses to avoid working. He was glad about that with all his heart, and he decided to never join any guild again. Everything seemed to suit him, but something was bothering him. He still needed something to eat, and after leaving the guild, the young man was forced to work as a free dragon knight. In the city hall, freedom-loving knights like Silir can take on quests. He knew that simple jobs and orders from agencies were advertised here. Knights without their own guild and dragon could not get assignments. But in the city hall, anyone could take assignments, including those who rented a dragon. The guy came across an attractive offer, and he came closer. It said that a person was needed who could raise a newborn dragon. The young man answered the ad and met a man named Patrick Forge. He greeted him warmly, expressing his joy at meeting him. The young man also introduced himself, and the man thanked him for his willingness to help. Patrick added that many people refuse the task after learning the details. Silir replied that it does not bother him, because raising dragons is a special matter. The man agreed. Then the young man asked what kind of a pupil the customer wanted to see. It turned out that the dragon was being prepared as a birthday present for the child, which amazed the young hero. The customer explained that he had heard from merchant friends that it was customary to get a dragon immediately after the birth of a child. The guy confirmed this, considering this custom wise. After all, this way the child and the dragon become strongly attached to each other, and the dragon becomes strongly attached to each other, and the dragon becomes a reliable protector of the baby. Having acquired the dragon, Patrick repeatedly contacted various specialists, but the animal ignored commands. The young man admitted that this was strange. Therefore, the owner tried to attract knights. Suddenly he would be able to succeed. The guy asked to shield a pet. The customer invited him to follow him. It turned out to be a Tarisk dragon. The owner had specifically purchased this particular variety because it was compact and quickly got used to people. Silir specified that such dragons were used to transport passengers. The client complained that the dragon was not obeying the instructors at all and asked for action to be taken. The guy carefully approached and sat down next to the animal. The young man addressed the little dragon kindly, introducing himself to her. The winged creature responded sharply that she wanted to meet her little sister. The young man gently offered to explain in more detail, quietly asking her to tell who exactly the little one meant and why it was so important. The dragon was surprised that the guy understood him and asked him, since that was how it happened, to listen to her, although she herself did not fully believe in it. She begged to arrange a meeting with her beloved younger sister. They grew up inseparable from the moment they were born, but the seller bought and took away only her. Silir explained to the little girl that the owner expected friendship between her and his child, and asked if the dragon would agree. She firmly stated that she was ready to fulfill any wish of the owner, just to get her sister back. The merchant soon returned and asked the young man if he had reached an understanding with his ward. The young man was able to establish contact with the little dragon, but first he asked where the man had bought it and whether there was another one left. In fact, the customer had to immediately go there and buy back his pet's sister. That was the main problem. The client was amazed at the performer's ability to understand the speech of dragons, but he calmly emphasized the need to urgently bring the animal's younger sister here. Some time passed while the little hero impatiently waited for the meeting, fluttering her wings and hoping to finally be next to her beloved little sister again. The joyful little girl jumped up, barely noticing her long-awaited sister nearby, rushing towards her. The young man hurried to ask the landlord to release her from the restraining collar. Both dragons greeted each other with joy, rejoicing at life and freedom after a long separation. Their hearts fluttered with happiness, realizing that they were now together again and each of them had survived. They had long since lost hope of meeting again, and now, finding themselves face to face, bursting into tears of joy like children, they clung to each other. The man watched the touching scene of reunion in confusion, sincerely struck by such an emotional reaction of two little creatures. They acted almost like humans. Remembering how such little ones were treated in the guild, Silir sighed heavily, upset by their cruelty and insensitivity. The young man saw that the customer immediately understood the importance of the close bond between the babies and was filled with respect for their sincere feelings. The man immediately offered to discuss the terms of payment for the services. The dragons warmly thanked the savior for returning one of them. They told the master that they would fulfill any request he made. He replied that he did not need anything except one thing: to befriend the merchant's son. The dragons promised to maintain this friendship as long as they were not separated. The young man smiled and warmly advised the little ones to try their best, affectionately patting both of their heads. Seeing the cubs' shining eyes, the satisfied client thanked the assistant heartily, noting that such a solution to the problem exceeded all expectations. The customer couldn't believe how easy it was to fulfill his request because the trainers couldn't find a common language with the dragon. He called the performer an incredible person. The guy added that the most important thing is not to separate the babies, otherwise when they grow up, they will stop obeying commands. He looked at the playful sisters and thought how good it was that he was kicked out of that prestigious guild in time. The young man did not regret the past at all, proud of his unique ability to understand the language of dragons and feel their emotions. Now he firmly decided to help and protect them, helping everyone feel the value of true friendship and love. The guy works for the money, and that's certainly important, but he can't forget about the main mission. Watching two passers-by read the ad with a large reward for pet care but arrogantly refused, he felt disappointed. The young man noticed a respectable client with an interesting offer and, deciding to take a risk, boldly headed forward. The maid asked the mistress why she continued to write letters, since it seemed not so important. The mistress replied that it was a huge problem, since no matter how many letters she sent, it would take a long time before any dragon knight would respond and take on the task. Standing by the window, the young woman gazed dreamily into the distance, wondering where the brave knight who would come to save them from the impending disaster was. Her heart was constricted with anxiety, but the hope for a miracle was glimmering deep inside. Although the young man had a rough idea where the road would lead, the reality turned out to be impressive. A magnificent, luxurious mansion towered before him. He was asked to deliver a letter with the promise of high-quality dragon ammunition as a reward. However, such equipment would hardly be of use to an unemployed knight without his own dragon, as he is. The customer gave her name as Katerina Mariel. She called the boy too young and asked if he was sure he could handle the task and if he knew how to handle dragons at all. The young man hesitantly answered yes. Katerina asked how well he got along with dragons. Silir honestly admitted that everything depended on the character of a particular dragon, and then thought that the owner of the mansion was roughly like that as he had originally imagined. The hostess of the house approved of the guest's opinion, although she knew perfectly well that she had sent the same invitation to other applicants. For the young man, this letter seemed especially important. The lady reasoned that by sending a single letter, precious time could be lost if it were lost or delayed on the way. So she made the wise decision to write several messages at once and send them by different routes. The young man had the impression that Mariel's family belonged to the nobility, owning vast lands, and apparently the lady was incomparably richer than Mr. Patrick, whose recent order he had successfully completed. This led him to a number of questions, one of which he was about to ask right now. He decided to find out the contents of the letter, because then it would be easier for him to ensure the delivery of such important correspondence. Apparently, it is extremely important to the lady that the message reaches the addressee as quickly as possible, and knowledge of the contents will make it easier for the executor to protect confidential information. The woman cast a suspicious glance at him. Casting aside her doubts, the lady acknowledged the correctness of the young man's reasoning and revealed that the letter was a response to the ardent love letter of the famous Baron Bouquet. The young man concluded that the connection was maintained by letters. Katerina continued, emphasizing how difficult it was to communicate between the two families. Then she asked for the letter to be delivered to Libo and asked the performer how long it would take to complete the delivery. Silir clearly realized that a trip to Libo was ahead. He quickly estimated the distance and drew up a rough route for the trip, mentally preparing himself for the upcoming unexpectedness of the road. He told the lady that he would deliver the letter in 1 day. She was surprised to hear this, since the others had stated that it would take 3 days. However, the lady emphasized that the main thing was the timely delivery of the message. Then Katerina finally trusted the young hero and seriously warned him to be sure to provide evidence of the successful completion of the assignment. She promised to hand over the reward personally upon her return. Realizing the seriousness of the lady's demands, the guy resolutely got ready for the journey. To begin with, he decided to use the services of a dragon rental, since he did not have his own pet, and besides, he did not at all expect that the work would be connected with such love affairs. This task concerns not only the Mariel family, but also the influential bouquet family, whose interests are closely intertwined with those of the customer. Having decided to approach the matter responsibly, the guy went to a special establishment where you can temporarily acquire your own dragon. There he was met by a man ready to discuss the terms of renting a pet. He looked at the visitor with interest and politely inquired what kind of dragon the guest preferred. Silir asked if there were any wyverns among the animals on offer. In addition, the client specifically noted that there was no cargo, therefore the passenger's weight was irrelevant, and the flight speed was the top priority. Having received the information, the employee pointed to 3 beautiful individuals ready to set off and invited them to follow him. The young man chose to choose a suitable companion on his own, because each knight is unique in his approach to interacting with dragons, and some prefer to keep their own interaction techniques secret from prying eyes. The young man assumed that the owner of the establishment was already accustomed to visits from unusual clients who preferred to keep the details of their communication with dragons a secret. One of the dragons shouted indignantly, warning the others that a stranger had appeared and that everyone should check out what was happening. The others looked at the uninvited guest and came to the unanimous conclusion that this man looked much funnier and clumsier than the previous visitors. The boy was indignant, saying that he was not stupid at all. The dragon, surprised, clarified that nothing could be done if he looked exactly like that, and then cautiously asked if the interlocutor understood his speech. The young man briefly confirmed that he understood their speech. The dragons perked up, began to talk happily, asking whether he had been raised by a dragon. Having made sure that they were dealing with someone unusual, they began to ask questions, wanting to know the purpose of the visit and the intentions of the stranger. Silir wished for one of them to help him with a task, urgent delivery of a letter. First, he asked which of the wyverns was capable of developing the greatest flight speed. One of them boldly declared that speed was no stranger to her, and the second asked with interest what exactly the letter contained. She asked if it was a love letter. They confirmed that it was. The dragon wanted to know the details of the relationship between the authors of the letter who wrote, the guy to the girl, or vice versa. The client calmly explained that the message was sent by the girl to the boy. The pet told the young man that since the letter was written by the girl to the boy, she would definitely take him. Her eyes flashing brightly with excitement, she enthusiastically repeated that she was ready to render a service and help complete an important mission. The guy was surprised that this was the only reason for the choice. Another dragon shouted at her sister, irritably noting that she saw no value in human relationships. And she reminded the assembled that she was considered the fastest among her brethren. The young man was surprised that she sped up considerably when it came to delivering letters. After thinking for a while, he went to arrange the lease of this particular dragon, hoping to complete the trip on time. The owner recommended choosing the middle dragon, claiming it was the fastest. However, the young man insisted on the right one, considering it the ideal companion for the mission. This choice seemed to the owner to be quite an unusual and surprising decision. The dragon, happily excited by the girl's scent, enthusiastically begged to show the letter, dreaming of admiring the author's elegant handwriting. Silir thought she was incredible. Wyverns were very fast dragons despite their small size. Flying to Libo by the shortest route, she got him there in the blink of an eye simply because she was holding the letter in her teeth. Thus, they reached Libo in half a day. The addressee of the letter was sincerely glad to receive news from Katerina, praised the diligent messenger for his efficiency, and asked him to leave. The young man realized that both addressers lived their own lives, rarely coinciding with generally accepted rules. Returning back, the young man handed the envelope to the wyvern, and she brought it back exactly in the same half-day. Thus, he safely returned to Lady Katerina and reported that he had covered the entire journey twice as fast as usual. The delighted lady declared the young man a unique courier. Indignant with the joy of receiving the letter, the lady generously praised the young man, sincerely expressing gratitude and asking what his name was. Such a talented and fast courier. The venerable lady solemnly said that she would definitely remember the messenger's name and would invite him again at the first opportunity if there was a need to complete a task. The executor felt satisfied, having completed another task, and left the mansion with a sense of duty fulfilled. He went to the dragon market to look at the dragons for sale. Although the prices were high, it was not profitable to take a pet. If he could acquire a dragon and establish trust with it, they would be able to cope with any tasks. Having made a decision, the young man began to examine the options. While looking over the candidates presented, Silir's gaze fell on a Balar, whose low cost aroused strong suspicion. The guy was greeted by the seller. The young man was interested in something completely different. What was wrong with that velour and why it was so cheap? Its price was no higher than the rent of another dragon, and the ad for sale looked very shabby. The man began to hesitate and say that she had no physical defects. She was very good in comparison with other velours. Silir was surprised by such a discrepancy between the seller's words and the real price because the ads for sale were much more attractive. The merchant replied that, without going into details, the dragon was very lazy, which greatly surprised the buyer. The man continued to explain that she often refused to follow commands. Therefore, the merchant advised the buyer to think before buying. However, curiosity got the better of him, and the young man decided to personally verify the truth of the seller's words. Coming closer to the mysterious Ballaroo. They arrived at a fair where many unique creatures were presented. The seller warned the young buyer that he should not rush into a decision and that he had time to think. The young man understood that the velour were often used to transport cargo. Despite their slow speed, these creatures were distinguished by their endurance thanks to their developed muscles. In addition, velours are herbivorous dragons, so any representatives of this breed will be happy to graze on green lawns, which makes it much easier to keep and care for them. The young man greeted his pet politely in a soft voice, asking for forgiveness in advance for the disturbance he might cause with his presence. He told the dragon person everything he had heard from the merchant and delicately inquired about the reason for her reluctance to complete the assigned tasks. The guy sincerely tried to understand the feelings and desires of the animal, wanting to establish contact and establish a trusting relationship, but she did not respond. He was extremely interested in the question of why the dragon beauty did not want to enter into a dialogue. The answer came unexpectedly quickly, that no one would understand anything anyway. The young man noticed that this velour was remarkably calm, even by dragon standards. Then the boy decided to offer an unusual solution. To try to build communication anew, starting from scratch without the previous misunderstandings. She perked up and asked if he really understood her language. He replied that she had probably just noticed it. Silir said that it didn't matter how he understood it. The main thing was that this ability helped them communicate and asked him to tell her honestly what the matter was. The dragoness sleepily replied that she wanted to sleep. She explained that it was vital for her to sleep at least 12 hours a day. Otherwise, she was simply physically unable to function normally and carry out assignments. The buyer had never encountered such a requirement before and found it very unusual. After all, according to popular belief, dragons have such colossal strength that they are quite content with 2 hours of sleep to fully restore their strength. Moreover, there are some species of dragons that are able to move even when they are in a state of deep sleep. The buyer was well aware of the diversity of dragons' personalities and needs. Understanding the uniqueness of his new acquaintance, he made an offer that he was willing to allow her to rest peacefully for the required 12 hours each day in exchange for help. The dragoness looked at the young man with distrust and said that he was lying. However, he resolutely objected, claiming that he was not lying at all. After all, if he had not agreed to the conditions of his new friend, he would have long ago chosen someone else from the assortment of dragons presented. The little animal asked again if he would really let her sleep so much and received an affirmative answer. However, the guy immediately outlined an important condition that she should work conscientiously and be responsible for all assignments. After some thought, she understood the seriousness of the young owner's intentions and decided to trust the man by giving her consent. The salesman asked if the guy was sure of his choice, reminding him that the store did not provide refunds. But he stood firm, declaring his complete confidence in the correctness of his decision. Dragon Knights, he explained, have their own special approaches to working with such creatures. And having paid, he headed away, accompanied by his new pet. The young man asked his new friend to allow him to name the dragon, emphasizing that this would facilitate their further interaction and make communication much more pleasant and comfortable. The friend agreed and expressed surprise, noting that dragons are usually not called by their real names, but are simply assigned numbers. The owner explained that since he is able to understand his companion, calling the animal by numbers seems pointless to him. The owner named the name he liked, Louise. Having heard the offer, the pet plunged into deep thought, weighing the merits of the proposed name. This name seemed unusual and unfamiliar to her because she had never had her own real name before. Despite the novelty of the situation, she seemed to like her own name. The young man felt joy at the realization that his winged friend liked the new name. Turning to Louise, he announced that they had arrived at his home. She was worried about the important practical question of where exactly she would spend her sleeping hours. Silir reassured the little animal by telling her that there was a garden next to the house where she was free to settle down wherever she wanted. The young man apologized to his companion, admitting that if he had had the opportunity to prepare for living together with her in advance, he would certainly have tried to rent a house with a huge garden. However, he expressed hope that the current option would satisfy her wishes. It turned out that the size of the garden surrounding the house was completely unimportant to the pet because the main advantage of the home was the opportunity to rest. The owner himself good-naturedly joked, calling his new charge a real lover of sleep. Silir added that Louise was most likely planning to go on vacation since it was getting dark and they had no other business planned for today. These words caused slight confusion in the dragon, and she decided to ask a question. The companion added that he was really serious. The new owner confirmed that he was completely serious and asked her not to worry, as he had finally decided to take her unique features and preferences into account. She said that the guy was quite an unusual person. The young man confirmed that he often hears such an opinion about himself. Louise asked the master to follow her. He pointed out to her that the correct way to say master was to say master. The dragon said that she would show it only to him. This aroused genuine interest in the owner, and he eagerly waited to see what it was. Having finally decided to reveal the secret, the friends solemnly announced that she was ready to demonstrate her own secret. What he saw left the boy in a state of amazement. When his beloved pet demonstrated extraordinary power by creating spears of light, the young man could hardly contain his admiration. The natural question immediately arose, where did she get such abilities from? Louise herself had a hard time explaining the source of her own power. It turned out that she had the ability to create spears of light from the moment of birth. Amazed by what he saw, the young man admitted that he had met many representatives of her kind, but none of them could do anything like that, and it became absolutely clear to him that ordinary Balaur were far inferior to his companion in magical mastery, for he had never encountered anything similar to such unusual displays of power among ordinary dragons. She added, noting that using this unique ability cost her a great deal of fatigue. Although her master had no idea where his friend got such a power from, he did understand that using it consumed an incredible amount of energy, causing considerable fatigue. However, Louise stressed that she would not object if her owner decided to use this gift, to which the young man, deeply touched by the thoughtfulness and dedication of his beautiful friend, warmly advised her to avoid excessive stress. Sincerely grateful, the young man heartily thanked his beloved companion for her willingness to share her talents and take care of him, despite her own fatigue. The next morning began with an exchange of warm wishes. Approaching the pet, the owner said that he was going to look for a suitable job, asking along the way what plans his girlfriend had. The answer followed immediately. The dragon said that she would prefer to devote the day to a sweet dream. He understood her and said that perhaps they would do something after dinner, and until then she could sleep. At first, the boy doubted whether to believe her or not, but now he was convinced that it was true. Now he had a dragon, so the young man could take an ad for cargo delivery. Then someone called out to him. It turned out that it was Rose, the secretary of the guild who had been waiting for his visit. She had a special assignment exclusively for him. Then the girl asked with interest whether he would be against listening to important information. The young man wondered why he had been chosen. However, it only took a few simple words from Rose to dispel any doubts that Mrs. Katerina had literally praised his talents and professionalism, responding in a way that he was doing a great job with the tasks. The girl continued, mentioning that not every free knight has the honor of receiving such tasks. The hero modestly noted that he made every effort trying to live up to the expectations of his superiors. That's why the secretary chose him as a candidate. After carefully inquiring about the essence of the case, the guy learned that they had to search for a missing person. Silir was extremely intrigued by the fact that the Dragon Knight was involved in such matters. Having received confirmation from the secretary, he heard an important caveat that the upcoming mission was of a unique nature and required strict confidentiality. It turned out that the reason for the unusual mission was that the princess herself had disappeared. This news shocked the young man so much that he confusedly repeated the secretary's words that the princess herself had disappeared. The girl emphasized that she had no right to disclose additional details of the case. The young hero was imbued with the importance of the information received and realized that now his task was to find the girl who was destined to become the future queen. The interested young man inquired about the details of the task, to which he received a leading question about whether he knew about the existence of Mount Himalaya, located north of the city. Now it became clear to him that this mountain was the place where the most important mission was to be carried out. Rose confirmed his guess with a confident nod of her head. Continuing the briefing, the secretary reported that the convoy guarding the royal person had disappeared near the specified location. Most likely, the guild decided the princess's last location was connected with Mount Himalaya. After hearing the news, the young man asked again about the disappearance. The guy assumed that not much time had passed since the incident. The girl clarified that the incident had happened the previous night, adding weight to the event. The guild did not have the details of the incident and considered them unimportant. They needed the young man to survey the area near the mountain. Rose asked if he agreed to accept the task. Silir thought, weighing the pros and cons. Having accepted the offer, the hero set off on his journey. Already on the road, Louise noticed the expression on her companion's face, noting that it seemed tense and slightly anxious. Kozen was alarmed by the information given to him that the princess had disappeared without a trace, and there was a possibility that she might have died. He was proud of the trust and was ready to help, realizing the great responsibility. The dragon reminded that worries were premature and clarified whether they were going in the direction where the mountain was. Having received an affirmative answer, the guys tuned in to the mission. The young man took out a letter written by the princess herself and respectfully handed it to his winged assistant, asking her to smell the specific scent of the letter in order to identify the owner of the message. Louise admitted that she was not particularly good at recognizing scents, but promised to make an effort. The owner patiently waited for the result. Sensing a subtle aroma emanating from the paper, the comrade assumed that the owner of the letter was a representative of the nobility, who clearly preferred exquisite perfumes. The scent was so intense that his friend could easily detect it. The young man knew that dragons had an excellent sense of smell, but he had never used it for practical purposes before. Deciding to put his companion's talent to use, he ordered her to immediately begin searching for the trail, realizing that it was almost impossible to climb the climb on his own. Silir appreciated the importance of his loyal assistant and affectionately called Louise a real treasure. She, embarrassed by the praise, quietly objected that she did not see anything outstanding in her talents. The pet slyly asked that since this was work, then if she tried her best and was useful, then he was obliged to reward her. The young man asked what reward his winged companion expected. Louise replied that she would like to receive a lot of straw. The dragon dreamily imagined how pleasant and comfortable it would be to fall asleep, sinking into a soft carpet of straw. Silir, smiling, asked curiously if she really dreamed of a straw nest, and promised to buy the necessary amount of material in order to please his faithful companion. The friend's heart almost jumped out of her chest with happiness, and she began to joyfully jump in the air, demonstrating genuine childish joy. Waving her tail cheerfully, the subordinate vowed to put all her efforts into the work, radiating a charming smile. The young man's face showed a look of obvious displeasure, caused by the memory of the recent instruction from the man from the guild, categorically forbidding him to feel sympathy for ordinary domestic animals, mentally condemning the coldness and rudeness of the guild members. The young man felt his companion suddenly stop. Looking at Louise's frozen figure, he cautiously inquired about the reasons for the delay. Pointing in the direction of movement, the dragon briefly and clearly ordered to look down. The pet exclaimed that there was a princess down there. The owner was worried that the princess had fallen down, especially since the carriage was broken down there. It was becoming obvious that the high-ranking person had taken refuge inside the damaged carriage. Having decided to act quickly, the travelers began to descend, intending to reach the scene of the incident. The picture that opened before the hero's eyes struck the imagination with its tragedy and gloom. His gaze fell on the decorated family crest, confirming his worst suspicions that this was indeed the carriage belonging to the royal family. There was nothing that could help the Knights of the Guard, and the young man fervently prayed that fate would spare the princess's life. Touching the surface of the crew, the young man felt the presence of a powerful barrier protecting the interior space from external influences. Understanding the complexity of the situation, the guy looked at his winged companion and respectfully asked to remove the protective barrier, since she alone had the necessary knowledge and capabilities to remove the barrier. Using her magical prowess, Louise destroyed the defenses with a deft movement of her hose, allowing her master to continue his investigation unhindered. Smiling happily, Silir heartily thanked his brave ally for her timely help, sincerely glad that she came to the rescue at the most crucial moment. Through the darkness of the salon, the figure of a peacefully sleeping girl could be seen. Having examined the situation more closely, the hero sighed with relief. Having discovered signs of life, the girl's breathing was even and measured. In addition, he found no signs of serious damage to the body, confirming that her health was not in danger. Relaxing. The assistant explained that it was the barrier that had been installed that saved the fragile passenger's life. Having decided to quickly bring the girl to her senses, the young man carefully began to act, trying to carefully return consciousness to the noble captive of circumstances. Upon awakening, the princess was at first confused, wondering about her whereabouts. A moment later, realizing the situation, she screamed loudly, overcome with panic. The frightened young lady angrily demanded to know the stranger's name and accused him of insolent invasion of her personal space. The heroine was overcome by fear, caused by unpleasant memories of the events that had taken place. The shocked princess was explained that she was not dealing with a robber. The young man emphasized that he was the one appointed to carry out a special task to search for the missing person. The story disappointed the princess, but she resigned herself. The guy was surprised by her calm. Having learned about the fate of her companions, the princess learned that the rest probably died. He asked the girl to leave the crew so he could examine her for possible injuries. The girl was worried about the lack of information about the fate of the soldiers. The young man understood her feelings, but insisted that the most important thing was to get her to a safe place as quickly as possible, and the problem of the soldiers would be dealt with later. Leaving the carriage, the lady accidentally caught sight of the dragon. The owner immediately asked Louise to transport 2 passengers. She agreed, making a demand, a reward in the form of straw. The young man willingly supported the initiative, promising to buy the required amount. Silir invited the princess to take a place on Louise's back, explaining that the Balir were famous for their calmness and reliability, so there was nothing to be afraid of. However, just in case, he decided to additionally clarify whether she felt confident and comfortable enough. Having quickly settled herself on the dragon's broad back, the princess quietly inquired about the status of her savior, finding out if he was a dragon knight. The young man confirmed the truth of the question, stating that the title belonged to him. The girl asked the name of the guild of which her protector was a member. To her great surprise, the young man confessed that he was not a member of any organization. This answer perplexed the princess. She had never met such a gifted master before, and his independent status seemed inexplicable. The noblewoman noticed that Louise trusted her master completely and shared rumors that the most respectable knights were those who had managed to earn the dragon's favor. The princess sincerely admired the fact that such an experienced warrior preferred to remain outside of official organizations. Indeed, the young man had good reasons to stay away from large associations. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the guild building, he was met with a stunned look from the secretary, who was clearly amazed at the speed with which the complex task was completed. Seeing the appearance of the royal person, Rose suggested that the girl stay where she was, explaining that she had to call the guild leadership. The princess herself did not remain in debt and wished to express gratitude to her savior, specifying how she could adequately repay the service. Silir refused the additional reward, but the princess gave him a handkerchief with the family crest as a thank you. By showing it to the guards, he would be able to enter the castle if he needed help. The princess promised to help the boy in everything she could. The young man was sincerely grateful for the support. The farewell to the noble person took place swiftly and amicably. Having left behind the exciting events of the last few days, the young friends moved briskly towards their destination, anticipating receiving a well-deserved reward. Having received a solid sum of 1,000 lyre, the happy owner could not hide his joy and satisfaction from the work done. The assistant approached the owner and persistently reminded him of the promise to buy the straw, since this reward was intended specifically for her. The young man reminded her that they had originally agreed to buy straw, not hay, and asked her to ignore the mistake. As they walked on, the boy became lost in thought. After all, the sum of 1,000 lyre would allow her to live freely for a whole month without needing anything. Then he hinted that it was possible to acquire something much better than simple hay and straw. Louise was skeptical of the owner's words, considering it impossible that something better could exist. Then the young man, smiling, told her about a soft feather bed, ideal for a comfortable rest. Instead of a long explanation, the guy decided that a visual demonstration would be the best option. After setting off on their journey, the friends eventually reached a specialty store that offered a full range of dragon care products, including comfortable beds and luxurious accessories. The store offered a variety of goods, including fun toys, but Louise didn't seem to have much interest in the entertainment on offer. Deciding to add some variety to their trip, the guys decided to visit him. Entering the room, the company came face to face with Louis, a knight who had once served in the boys' former guild. The uninvited guest was the first to break the silence, curiously asking if his former comrade had been overly surprised by the unexpected meeting. Judging by the reaction of the former colleague, the old acquaintance suspected that the guy had been expelled from the guild. However, Silir boldly denied this version, explaining that he had left the organization voluntarily. The interlocutor felt sorry for his former comrade and, driven by a feeling of compassion, offered to support his friend, to intercede for him with the right people, hoping that he would be able to restore his lost status and return to the ranks of his comrades. The guy smiled openly and expressed surprise at the changes in his old acquaintance's behavior, asking how long ago he had become interested in charity, since it was a rare occurrence. He also emphasized that he had no desire to return to the guild. Louis warned his former colleague that he would have to give up his talk about dragons having feelings, emphasizing the inappropriateness of such sentimental statements. The comrade assured him that the young man's return was possible if he stopped persisting in his delusions. He explained this simply by saying that he regretted the loss of such a promising fighter. But Silir remained adamant, cutting off any possibility of further discussion. Abruptly interrupting the conversation, the young man firmly stated that he would never compromise his own convictions. The interlocutor irritably commented that such fanaticism testified to the loss of common sense. Louis believed that a lonely guy would not be able to achieve success. The young man countered that he could if he put in the necessary effort. The older friend skeptically noted that he was wasting his time talking to the young idealist. Suddenly, Louise intervened. Admiring the spectacle of the dispute, she indignantly asked why there was so much talk and where the promised feather bed was. The owner tried to smooth over the dragon's irritation, explaining that the man who had come did not approve of the habit of resting for 12 hours straight. The discovery shocked her. Outraged by the stranger's statement, the friend burst into loud indignation, lashing out at the uninvited guest with a stream of criticism. The man looked at the enraged creature in confusion, completely perplexed by the aggressive reaction of his winged pet. The poor fellow who had been attacked looked at the young man pleadingly, insistently asking him to immediately stop the aggression of the winged defender. The guy dryly explained that he had done nothing to provoke the outburst of aggression and that his imagination had probably run wild, prompting the idea of calling for an attack. With a disapproving tatsak, Louis admitted that his memory had not failed him. The boy had always been prone to unpredictable behavior, and he was interested in what kind of magic he was using. Silir calmly confirmed the obvious fact, explaining that he had always had a reverent attitude towards dragons, sincerely respecting and supporting the interests of his four-legged friends. Louis dismissed the young man's words, calling them complete nonsense. Louise looked closely at her opponent, trying to understand the reasons for the conflict. The owner explained that their views differed and asked his subordinate not to take the situation to heart. He added that, regardless of any opinions expressed, as long as they remained a team, the comrade had every right to enjoy 12 hours of sleep. The master had given such a pledge with his own hand and felt obliged to strictly adhere to this promise. The merchant greeted the visitors warmly, immediately paying attention to the pet. He asked if the guests were looking for a specific product. Having heard the request to choose a comfortable feather bed for the little lady, the seller happily agreed to give a tour of the store. Seeing the beautiful feather bed, Louise did not believe that such a thing existed and was very happy with the find. Overcome with ecstatic emotions, the girl briskly flew up onto the soft mattress, blissfully closing her eyelids and whispering that she was about to plunge into a deep, refreshing sleep. Silir guiltily justified his lack of control over his pet's behavior. The worker smiled encouragingly, noting that the situation was quite normal and visitors were allowed to try any product presented in the exhibition. Breathing a sigh of relief, the young man relaxed, realizing that she had found the perfect option. Loudly announcing the choice made, the dragon demandingly called the owner to come closer and discuss the next steps of purchasing the coveted item. The version voiced earlier was brilliantly confirmed. The object of passionate desire turned out to be a magnificent slime pillow. The guy knew that people often use such pillows as a sleeping place. This model is known for its elasticity, imitating the properties of slime, and is recognized as the best option for quality rest. Joyfully screaming, the dragon energetically expressed delight at this thing. The owner was interested in whether this thing was really so much to his taste. Louise unequivocally confirmed that she preferred a soft surface to any hay. Silir clarified the cost of the goods. The merchant named the price, 1,200 lyre. The price seemed high to the young man, but the joy of his beloved pet was more valuable than money. The girl, trembling with excitement, hesitantly asked if he was sure of his decision. Looking her boldly in the eyes, the guy nodded affirmatively, making it clear that money did not matter when it came to the happiness of a close friend. The most important thing for him was the comfort of his beloved friend. Louise could hardly restrain herself from expressing her joy. Silir approached the seller and announced his intention to make a purchase, and he added that such an acquisition was quite unusual. The merchant admitted that he had heard of people who could talk to dragons, and he suspected that the young man standing before him was one of them. He confided his personal view that she felt like a close relative, a beloved family member. The man said goodbye warmly, inviting his new acquaintances to visit the store more often. Continuing a friendly conversation with his companion, the guy admitted that he was incredibly happy with her choice, because he never imagined that she would find the pillow so attractive. Fearing to overload his beloved girl, the owner carefully asked if the load was heavy to carry. Feeling his concern, she paused and asked to say something. She wondered if he was really happy with the purchase, because although it was too late to talk about it, 1,200 lyre turned out to be a significantly larger sum than the reward for successfully rescuing the princess. Louise lowered her wings sadly, worried that she had behaved selfishly. But Silir gently reassured her, reminding her that he had made a promise and intended to fulfill it. Smiling, the guy laughed playfully, enjoying the moment of shared fun. It was thanks to his friend's support that the young man was able to earn a large sum, which means that she deserves a reward for her invaluable help. The pet sincerely thanked the owner for the kindness and attentive attitude shown. And a few days later, other events took place. Silir shared his joy at the successfully completed work and asked his beloved dragon if anything had happened. It turned out that she was in desperate need of sleep. Realizing the pet's need, the owner felt acutely guilty for allowing her to overtire herself. However, it was too late to do anything. It was necessary to have time to collect the due reward. It was necessary to be resourceful. Silir reminded Louise that she could sleep as much as she wanted and asked if she would get home on her own. She sadly agreed. The young man promised to catch up with her. The girl doubted, but he assured her that he was serious. The guy praised his companion for her excellent work that day. He expected the trip to end normally and hoped to avoid unpleasant situations. The young man briefly sank into thought. He alone possesses the unique gift of understanding the dragon language, allowing him to let the dragon go on a long journey alone. The owner felt a vague anxiety. Referring to suppress unnecessary fears, the young man tried to convince himself that there was no danger ahead. Silir also noted that he could successfully work with dragons even alone, and decided that perhaps it was worth acquiring another dragon. The noise of wheels distracted the traveler's attention. A cart was slowly moving past, harnessed by a massive dragon whose wings flashed in the sun's glare, and inside there was another one. The starving baby stared with hungry eyes at passers-by through the bars of the cage, making plaintive sounds that indicated a strong need for refreshment. Entering the dragon shop, the salesman smiled at the guy and said that he had recently bought a Ballora from him. He nodded and replied that yes, indeed, that was the case. Silir thanked the merchant for the dragon he had purchased earlier. The merchant modestly objected, arguing that it was the buyer who deserved the gratitude. Then he asked how his winged pet was doing. The young man happily reported that the dragon was feeling great. The young man reassured the man, assuring him that there was nothing to worry about. He was not going to return the dragon. On the contrary, they got along well and were successfully cooperating. The real reason for the visit was different. The guy decided to get another pet. The merchant was genuinely happy to hear that the customer had once again trusted his store. Silir continued his story, explaining that he had recently made a large and very expensive purchase, as a result of which he was now experiencing financial difficulties. He was interested in the possibility of purchasing a dragon of a similar price category from them. However, the seller was forced to disappoint the buyer by informing him that there were no similar offers in the store's assortment at the moment. Without further ado, the young man hurried to visit the trading establishment in person, internally wondering what he had expected by going there. The young man added that he was in no hurry and asked to contact him if they had a similar dragon. The man said that the client had dropped something. Seeing such a scene, the merchant froze, seized with deep surprise and confusion. Meanwhile, the guy was looking for the right words to ask if something was wrong. It turned out that the merchant was impressed by the royal coat of arms painted on the scarf. Silir said that he had saved the princess and received a luxurious gift from the future queen, a silk scarf. The worker turned to him. The seller offered the buyer an opportunity. If he was interested, he was ready to offer a discount. The young man asked how serious the employee was and whether he was confident in making a decision. Having understood the employee's true intentions, the guy quickly assessed the situation and mentally weighed the offer, realizing the benefits of such a deal. That person, in his opinion, wants to get acquainted with someone who is close to the princess, so he provides this buyer with a special service. The young man gladly accepted the generous offer and immediately went with the seller to study the assortment of dragons on display. The guy was attracted by the type of dragon, Surish, and he eagerly inquired whether there were such specimens among the animals offered. Surishes are small dragons with 4 stomachs, 3 of which are not used for their intended purpose and serve as a kind of storage. The more objects the Surish swallow, the more their bodies expand, inflating like giant balloons into bizarre shapes and sizes. He saw one of them and introduced himself. The dragon immediately realized that her interlocutor was an ordinary person and reacted sharply, calling him a fool. Silir guessed that the little Surish categorically refused to communicate with people and immediately became interested in the reason for such a persistent reluctance to engage in dialogue. After all, according to the beast's belief, even if she speaks, a person still won't be able to understand her. So, the sudden thought that she was understood made her feel surprised and curious about how that was possible. Then the young man replied that he had the ability to understand the language of dragons since childhood. He thought he would buy it and asked her what she would say. She said it would be best to just buy it. But the guy asked her if she was sure about that. Surish stated that for her, absolutely all people are much worse than any animals. Silir started the conversation, wanting to know the dragon's opinion that if she was against the sale, he would not buy her. If she agreed, then they would leave this place together. The girl was interested in the reason for such nobility on the part of the man. He admitted that the main reason for his decision was the upcoming collaboration with her, but stressed that her charm and beauty were much more important to him. The dragon suddenly blushed and, trying to hide her embarrassment, shouted irritably what this incomprehensible man was saying. She had one requirement that absolutely had to be met. The curious buyer immediately asked what kind of condition this was. Her only condition was that she keep her old name. Colette had received her name long before she was born, while still inside the egg, and she insisted that her new owner respect that fact and not give her another nickname. The guy warmly commented on the beauty of the chosen name and declared that he had no objection to keeping it as it was. After that, he cheerfully invited her to go home with him. The girl was thinking about how to express her indignation. Colette loudly announced that she agreed to go with him, but with an important warning. Let the young man not imagine too much, and not think that she felt sympathy for him. Having received permission to call her by her first name, Silir was extremely pleased with his comrade's choice. The name suited her perfectly, emphasizing her individuality and attractiveness. Therefore, he said that he would count on her. The owner offered her in a friendly manner to go somewhere where they would regularly come for work purposes. The young man approached Colette and asked her to collect a certain ore. The dragon considered her especially beautiful. Silir explained to his little assistant that in front of them was Mount Meirith, famous for its unique composition of rocks. Rich deposits of the mineral Cabania, which has extraordinary properties and is highly valued for its beauty, are concentrated here. Cabanium is used everywhere due to its exceptional qualities, so its sale in cities brings significant profit. The owner hopes that the companion will be able to collect enough of this material in her stomachs and deliver it directly to the city. The young man asked how the girl would cope with the job. She confidently said that she was quite capable of handling the task. The young man noted that he highly appreciated her efforts and responsibility, to which Colette casually replied that the task was quite simple. Among all the dragons, she was the only one capable of doing this job, and the young man was curious whether his comrade could handle it on his own, without his constant supervision. She enthusiastically assured him that she would certainly complete the task flawlessly and without outside help. Colette asked curiously what it was like to work independently without the constant support of a mentor. Silir warned her that independent work is not as easy and carefree as it seems at first glance. The master set a task for his subordinate, to carefully collect valuable ore here and take it to the city's trading shop. Moreover, the young man strongly hoped that this brave girl would be able to fulfill this assignment without outside help, of course taking into account her own strength and capabilities. Colette felt genuine surprise at the fact that for the first time she would have to act independently, without the usual supervision. She added a rhetorical question to her reasoning. What if her pet starts shirking his responsibilities, and in general? Could such doubts even come to his mind? The young man openly shared that he completely trusted her and believed in her abilities. In response, the dragon playfully called him fool, emphasizing the excessive obviousness of his trust. The guy warmly confirmed his words, adding that he had long been convinced of the honesty and reliability of his assistant, who had proven her loyalty and conscientiousness to him. He had no doubt that she would be able to cope with the task with dignity. Colette agreed to provide the necessary assistance to her owner. When Silir voiced his proposal to the store employees, they were noticeably surprised. Despite the initial bewilderment, the owners of the outlet accepted the proposal and decided to try cooperation, hoping for success. Meanwhile, the subordinate began to carry out the task and independently deliver the ore to the designated place, strictly following the promises she had made and the guy's clear instructions. Having successfully completed the task, the guy solemnly brought her to his house. He wondered if his new friend would mind relaxing in the garden, even though the garden was not very rich, but still better than nothing. She agreed that it would be much more comfortable than the cramped basement of the store. Then Colette asked him if he had any more dragons. He introduced Louise, who looked at her new acquaintance with curiosity and wanted to know who was in front of her. Silir apologized for the disturbance caused by the guest's appearance. The dragon replied that she had sensed the presence of a foreign creature nearby and intuitively understood who was in front of her. The owner quickly apologized for the unplanned visit, explaining that he had just acquired another dragon. The new friend immediately appeared before the old inhabitant of the dwelling, formally introducing herself and causing her curiosity and slight trepidation. Louise admitted that she had also been recently acquired. They had both agreed to become friends and were now planning to settle into their new home together. Both pets found the allocated space a bit cramped, but did not mind, as it was cozy and comfortable to relax in. Colette humorously noted that she would take up the education of her roommate, who she called a real sleepyhead. Silir understood very well that, although they said they felt fine, the conditions remained cramped. Realizing the need to improve the conditions of his charges, he seriously thought about moving to more spacious housing that could provide comfortable conditions for the entire friendly company. While Colette teased Louise about being a sleepyhead, the owner said that there was nothing wrong with that. The dragon added that this meant that the guy had taken her friend, even knowing about her peculiarity. Cyril replied that yes, and he had also promised to let her sleep 12 hours a day. He also added that if he couldn't talk to dragons, he wouldn't have known that she liked to sleep. The same thing happened with Colette, so we didn't give her a new name. You could say that fate brought them together. The dragon perked up and said that he had bought it only because it was cheap, and that was indeed the reason. Suddenly, the company stopped. Colette stared at something hard, and then when asked, she began to deny that she had not looked anywhere and asked not to pay attention. The subordinate turned around abruptly and said that she was leaving for work. The guy smiled dubiously and warmly wished her a safe journey, adding that he hoped to see her again soon. The owner was lost in thought, wondering if she had been looking at the delicious cupcakes on display. Then he sincerely praised Louise. But he had one important matter to attend to, and he asked to wait for his pet here, promising to return as soon as possible. Then he resolutely headed to the store. He was met by a friendly salesman, who immediately noticed the guest entering and also greeted him warmly. Silir asked the merchant if his dragon had come. He answered in the affirmative and showed her the things she had left behind. The guy approached Colette with a request to bring her first earnings here. According to him, the amount is small, but he wants to make a payment in installments. The young man also specified that the dragon would periodically bring money to the merchant. The man understood the buyer's intentions but was amazed at how trusting and responsible the task given to the buyer was, to entrust such a difficult mission to his own dragon. In addition, the pet managed to do all the work without the owner's supervision, which made the latter call him incredibly talented. And the merchant also emphasized that the guy is not only a wonderful dragon knight, but also a wonderful person. The reason for this opinion was that the worker could not even imagine that the young man would be able to make the payments so quickly. Many clients put off making payments for a long time, which causes a lot of trouble. Silir replied that it was the least he could do in gratitude for the kindness shown and expressed hope for a long-term cooperation with the merchant. After all, the merchant takes excellent care of the dragons, and this especially appeals to him. The man stated firmly and confidently that he takes care of animals not for pleasure, but solely because they are an extremely valuable commodity that can significantly increase his income and reputation among customers. The man then asked if the client had enough space to keep 2 dragons, since he had recently purchased a second one. The young man confirmed that the space was still sufficient to accommodate both of them with approximately equal comfort, but noted the salesman's insight. The worker began to tell that in their city there were a couple of places for rent specially equipped for keeping dragons. One barn is designed for 2 dragons, the other for several dozen. In total, 2 accommodation options are offered. The young man admired the knowledge of the seller. In addition, he assured the client that he would take care of everything personally so he could not worry about anything. However, he added that there was one small but. The guy was extremely interested in what kind of but exactly, and the man explained, knowing in advance that the guest would certainly ask this question. It turned out that the buildings were new, modern, and spacious. But here's a strange feature for some reason. The dragons categorically refuse to live in them. The barn is truly huge and spacious. So many dragon knights dream of moving their charges there, hoping to provide comfortable living. However, for some unknown reason, the dragons stubbornly refused to go inside. When the girls first approached this place, they looked at each other in amazement, noting that the new house looked quite decent and attractive. The owner explained that housing is rarely rented for a long time, let alone purchased. That is why the premises are offered at a surprisingly low price. Silir said that he was interested to hear the opinions of both pets regarding the reason for the dragon's dislike of this building, because perhaps their intuition would allow them to uncover the secret. He demonstrated the location of his own house nearby. The owner showed them the entrance to a huge barn and asked them to go inside. Then the young man, not noticing anything suspicious, asked curiously if the dragons liked the room. However, the reaction was the opposite of what he expected. The animals looked unhappy and nervous, clearly experiencing discomfort. He became noticeably nervous when he heard the open discontent of his pets. The girls confirmed his fears, explaining that both of them were clearly uncomfortable being in the new room. They reported that they could smell a foul odor coming from there. The boy realized that only dragons could smell it and cautiously inquired about the source of the trouble. It turned out that the unpleasant aroma was rising directly from the floor. The guy asked if the smell was really coming from the ground, but they abruptly said they were leaving immediately. He continued to question them about the nature of the repulsive odor. The pets gloomily noted that the walls and the air itself were filled with a terrible spirit of death, as if the blood of many dragons had once been spilled here, and the earth was soaked with blood and pain. The owner agreed sullenly, adding that something tragic and bloody had probably happened here at some point, leaving an indelible mark even years later. That is why dragons instinctively reject this place, acutely feeling the evil energy of the past. Then the young man proposed a radical solution: replace all the soil in this place, clearing the territory of negative traces of the past and creating comfortable living conditions for dragons. The owner asked Colette to bring new soil from the fields. She agreed, mentioning that she could easily carry it in her stomach. Louise was offered a rest, since the hard work digging up the old soil would be taken on by the owner himself. They worked hard on the task all day, replacing the soil and preparing the place for future inhabitants. The guy, wiping his sweaty forehead with the sleeve of his shirt, suddenly realized that he had spent the whole day on this. Silir asked how his pets liked their new home. The dragons replied that it was now cozy and pleasant to breathe clean air, and added that their work was not in vain. Smiling happily, he added that the previous soil irritated the sensitive dragons with its negative energy, but now, thanks to hard work, they enjoy clean land that gives them peace. The owner decided that if that was the case, they would move here. Louise was happy with the wide barn, which looked like a real palace, where she could sleep freely. The guy said that it was all thanks to the girls' efforts, and thanked them. The owner expressed his gratitude especially to Colette, deeply touched by her work and dedication to the common cause. To express his respect and gratitude, he prepared a special surprise, presented to her for her loyalty and tireless desire to create ideal conditions for her friends. It turned out to be a human dessert. Silir said that he noticed his subordinate's interest in such sweets and therefore specially ordered a large, delicious cake for her. The pet was pleasantly surprised by the owner's attention. Louise was surprised that Colette was partial to human food and called her friend eccentric. Colette assured that she was not particularly delighted with sweets and was not a passionate fan of confectionery. She added good-naturedly that their life was already hard enough, so why let good food go to waste? It would be better for her to eat all this treat herself, which was clearly intended for her alone. Returning to the guild, Rose warmly thanked the young hero for saving her, rejoicing at the success of the operation. Out of curiosity, the girl asked if the guy had acquired another dragon, and then received an affirmative answer. The secretary noted the rarity of buying 2 dragons at once and asked if Silir was happy with his position and would like to join the guild. The young man replied that he had tried different things since becoming a vagabond. After leaving the Lindworm Guild, he realized that many knights use dragons as tools. Rose noticed the boy's reluctance to join other organizations, but hinted at an interesting project, asking him to present the situation beforehand. The girl inspiringly said that the young man should think about creating his own unique guild, based on the principles of respect and care for dragons, which could be respected and appreciated by both the riders themselves and the inhabitants of the kingdom. The secretary continued that, first of all, the guild is an organization officially recognized by the state. That is, a kind of professional union of dragon knights. Dragon knights, along with dragons, are important figures of the state, so they have certain privileges. The young man asked for a specific example. He was told that the most significant privilege concerns the tax department. Rose reported that creating a guild would provide tax benefits, including reduced taxes on dragon ownership. Silir admitted that he had not previously suspected such a tax existed, and the details were put off for later. The girl continued to share information, claiming that the abilities of the dragons themselves increased proportionally to the development of the guild's capabilities. The young man could not believe his own ears, amazed by such prospects for growth in power and influence. The secretary clarified that the bonus of strength was insignificant, only 10% of the guild level. The young man was amazed by the discovery and wanted to know the details, but Rose honestly admitted that she herself was not very familiar with the mechanism of the benefits. The girl realized that the effect was due to an ancient agreement between the supreme god Romancier and the Dragon King, which strengthened the abilities of the guild members. Although she herself had little idea of the exact mechanism, knowing about the agreement strengthened her confidence in the importance of unification. The boy exclaimed that this sounded more appealing than he had expected and asked what steps would be needed to establish a guild. Rose explained that firstly, a public figure would be needed, but she was willing to take care of that herself. Secondly, funds would be needed for registration, and that was where the difficulties would arise. She calculated that registering a guild would cost a considerable sum, 10,000 lyre, which would create serious financial difficulties for Silir. He decided to boldly lay 10,000 lyre on the table, greatly surprising the secretary. And he cheerfully added that by an amazing coincidence, the previous evening his faithful dragon Colette had discovered an unusually beautiful and valuable stone, by selling which he had managed to raise the necessary amount to pay the fee. Silir remembered how his assistant had recently found a strange stone and given it to him as a gift. The mineral now had an unusual shade, different from the stones stayed in the morning when it appeared in her possession. The young man said he would check the stone tomorrow. It later turned out to be pillolite, a unique mineral that changes color and has 4 different shades, making it an extremely rare stone. The appraiser of jewelry stones, having learned the history of the mineral and having become convinced of the authenticity of its rare properties, made a tempting offer to buy the jewel for an impressive 10,000 lyre. The amount caused delight and sincere surprise in the owner, Rose carefully counted the coins and announced that luck was clearly on the boy's side. Smiling, she asked if he would like to register right now. The boy eagerly agreed to begin the procedure immediately. After receiving the papers, the secretary listed in detail the necessary information for filling out the documents: the applicant's full name, residential address, the exact number of dragons, and a detailed description of each breed. The choice of the guild name was a key step in the procedure, emphasizing the organization's individuality. The young man was deep in thought, but apparently had already managed to come up with an original name. After handing over the completed papers, the secretary saw the official name of the new guild written in large letters: Dragon Fast. The name Dragon Fast, chosen by the young man, sounded the most appropriate in his opinion. The girl solemnly announced the end of registration. As soon as he put the official seal, a little girl suddenly appeared. Rose explained that these small magical creatures are called guild fairies, and they serve as personal identification. Silir asked what to do with the fairy. He was told that she would follow him herself, so there was no need to worry. He was also reminded of the need to take care of the fairy and was given a special bag with the necessary supplies. The secretary explained that the instruments were designed to accurately measure the mental state of dragons, and that the guild's leveling was directly related to the efficiency of their use. The young man noted that similar devices seemed to be used in the Lindworm Guild as well. Looking at the guy's worried face, the girl asked worriedly what had upset him so much. It turned out that Silir was experiencing an internal conflict over the need to put special collars on his dragons, which was clearly a burden to him. Rose gently advised him to look into a specialized store for dragons because they offer not only collars but other accessories as well. The pets were surprised by the news that from now on they would have to wear a variety of accessories. The owner said that he was going to visit the dragon supply store because there were many interesting items sold there, but he preferred that they make the choice themselves. Both dragons thought for a moment, but Louise suddenly chose a sleeping bag, which surprised the young man greatly. The owner smiled and explained that a sleeping bag that would fit a dragon simply didn't exist, and it was hard to call it an accessory. Then the girl decided to choose a blindfold. The guy thought that it would be possible to order such an accessory to be made individually, but still, his subordinate's choice surprised him quite a bit. He warned her that it would be difficult for her to remove the bandage herself. But Louise had no intention of doing so. Seeing that there were no objections, the young man turned to Colette and asked her what she would choose. The pet began to speak hesitantly, stuttering and getting lost in words, unable to clearly explain her choice. It turns out she wanted a cute little ribbon. The owner noticed that Colette was acting like a little girl again, but if he openly told her about it, she would immediately switch to tsundere mode. So he promised his girlfriends to discuss the topic of choosing accessories tomorrow at the store. After measuring the circumference of Louise's head, the dressmaker declared that she would make a headband of the right size, especially for her. The seamstress also asked if the customer was happy with the price of 100 lira. The guy liked the offer and asked to make a couple of spare copies. She confirmed that she would finish the work in a few days and asked to wait for the finished order. Louise was overjoyed. Silir recalled that he had temporarily asked his pets to wear collars and they had done so without the slightest discomfort. However, he did not want them to continue wearing collars all the time. The dragon admitted that she never thought she really needed a blindfold. The young man replied that if his friend wanted the accessory, there was no point in refusing. She continued, expressing her deep gratitude to her friend. The guy noticed that his guild card suddenly glowed with a bright light. The level rose to 2. The young man asked what this meant and whether it was possible to raise the level so quickly. The secretary answered that it usually took a month to raise, since his guild only had 1 person and 2 dragons. If there were more members, it would be easier to rise. The girl checked and confirmed that there were no errors. Silir asked if it was possible to speed up the level growth. Rose answered that yes. Some people rent dragons, making them temporary members of the guild, and when the level increases, they return them back. But she was sincerely happy for him. Fast Guild reached level 2, and Rose congratulated him. He asked if there were any changes when leveling up. However, the secretary asked him to wait, citing a busy fairy who was busily drawing something. Bursel's map. The girl explained that the map helps to determine the location of the guild's dragons. Since the glowing dot was near the town hall, it meant that Louise was nearby. A very convenient thing. Rose was interested in where the second dragon was. The guy explained that the second one was currently on Mount Milfir, so it was not visible on the map. The secretary was surprised that the young man allowed the dragons to travel on their own, and it turns out that they are capable of such a thing. The young man decided to demonstrate how to zoom in on an area of the map to show Mount Milfir a great feature, and that was the whole idea. The girl explained that as the guild level increased, more useful functions became available and wished him luck. Silir was interested in the sudden increase in level, but the girl could not give an answer, since she herself did not fully understand the mechanism of the process. Returning home, the owner congratulated Colette on her return. She asked if something special was waiting for her. The young man answered that he wanted to show her something interesting, so he waited. He handed her the bag and then showed her the ribbon, explaining that making a special accessory for Louise took a considerable amount of time, while ribbons were sold everywhere. Colette enthusiastically called the ribbon lovely. The owner supported her, noting that the ribbon would suit her perfectly. Despite Colette's desire to tie it herself, the guy carefully secured the decoration himself. As Silir had predicted, the ribbon looked great on her, and he called her cute. In response, the pet coquettishly noted that it was obvious to everyone. Colette thanked the guy, who agreed with the correctness of her statement. The guild card lit up again, but the level remained the same. The young man also suggested that as the dragon's sympathy grows, the guild's experience also increases. Looking at the map, the owner noticed that Colette was clearly in a hurry, although it was now midday. Louise came to the conclusion that her friend wanted to show off the fruits of her labor as soon as possible. Last night she had been puffing for a long time, which had scared her. She probably remembered the owner's praise. The guy was surprised that the pet was so happy after simple approval. Since the dragon had earned a considerable amount of money, he praised her, and at that moment the guild card lit up in sync with the ribbon. Thus, the young man concluded that his guess was correct. Louise's sleep mask was also made, and she wears it with pleasure. The guy didn't like their principles, but for this kind of work, they were just great. A guild with good achievements makes clients feel more confident, and the guys will have to try hard to deserve the reward too. Louis, meanwhile, objected that this was impossible, since Silir had only recently created a guild consisting of only one person. And he wondered if such an establishment deserved a reward. The former comrade also added that after the Lindworm Guild received this award, many experienced candidates wanted to join them. Among those wishing to join are even B-rank Dragon Knights with over 10 years of experience. The boy noted that the Dragon Knights themselves receive ranks depending on their achievements, and if they were B-ranks people, they must be quite famous. Louis added that the boy should have spent more time with them. However, despite this, the boy did not want to go back at all. When he went outside, he saw a large crowd of people and asked what had happened. He was informed that a dragon had escaped, looking as if it was under extreme stress and it would be difficult to catch. No one knew where the escaped dragon was now. Silir had never encountered escaped dragons before and wanted to know more about the escapee. But Louise seemed to be falling asleep. He decided to go and report it to the mayor's office when suddenly someone crashed into him. It turned out to be a dragon, looking at the guy pleadingly and asking for help. The dragon cried out excitedly that she could not stay there any longer. Silir realized that it was risky to have a conversation here and decided that the dragon would go with him temporarily, taking Louise with him. It was Emma, surprised that she was remembered. The guy replied that he remembered all the dragons he had ever interacted with and recognized him as Sume, a dragon from the Lindworm Guild. This species is one of the smallest dragons, but is found in almost all guilds, as it has special combat skills and specializes in active battles. The boy asked why she was running. Emma said that she was not feeling well and was signaling for a rest, but no one heard her. Emma was forced to continue working, which caused her to get injured and fail. In addition, the guildmaster spoke rudely to her. These were the words that the unsuccessful dragon should be thrown out or put to work if she couldn't cope. Silir added that the guild members always acted like that. Dragons understand human speech, but humans deliberately make them hear offensive words. The old acquaintance knew that the young man visited the city hall every day, so she patiently waited for his arrival. While Emma desperately begged to be left here, the young man wondered if the Lindworm Guild would negotiate if he did so. Suddenly, someone banged on the door, and the dragon realized that it was her pursuers. However, the guy calmed her down, assuring her that everything would be fine. Cyril asked to trust him, no matter what happened. He was the only one who could take care of the pet. At that moment, Louis entered abruptly. The former comrade guessed that their dragon had taken refuge here and presented obvious evidence in the form of witnesses to the incident. The young man resolutely replied that he had stood up to protect the unfortunate animal. Louis insistently demanded that the fugitive be returned immediately, promising to deliver him to the guild. The new owner declared that he would take care of the dragon himself, causing outrage and resentment among his former comrade. In addition, he reminded that he had no right to give away a pet that had already left its owners, and repeated the words of the guildmaster about forcing the dragon to work. These words caused a state of deep shock in his colleague. Silir considered it unacceptable for the dragon to return to its cruel mentor, and advised Louis to convey to the leadership that the young leader was open to negotiations. Louis perceived what was happening as an absurd game, believing that it would be wiser to immediately send the captive to the owners. He pushed his opponent away, opened the door, and rushed to look for the dragon. Louis shouted loudly, declaring that he was bringing back the dragon, and told Emma to come to him. The noise woke Louise up. She instantly sensed the danger and immediately realized that she was facing an intruder who was threatening the safety of her beloved owner. The girl instantly activated the special attack technique Fusion and dealt a powerful blow to the enemy, who asked in surprise what she was doing. Silir confirmed that this was natural, since anyone would attack the intruder. Turning to the troublemaker, the young man ordered him to return and report to the guildmaster. Louis angrily said that the boy would regret it. Soon the master confirmed that the information had already reached him. Dake was informed that this young man would take their dragon. The interlocutor firmly confirmed the decision taken. Besides, it hurt him to see her being forced to work. The man stated that the boy had retained his previous views and principles. The young man indifferently allowed him to say whatever he wanted. However, the master no longer needed a useless dragon that was incapable of performing the duties of a combat unit well. But he added that the dragon remained the property of Lindworm, and it would be a shame for them to allow it to be taken away without doing anything. The young man was interested in how much he should pay as a ransom for the dragon, but his interlocutor replied that it was not about money at all. Dake advised that when making a request, one must be able to choose the right words and manner of address. The boy bowed his head low before the master, humbly asking for permission. But the man called him strange and allowed him to do as he pleased. The owner returned to his pets. He was interested in whether Colette had returned. Louise asked if the young man was okay. However, regardless of the circumstances, the negotiations were successful, and Emma gained her long-awaited freedom. Realizing this, the dragon cried out joyfully, filled with gratitude and relief. The new master asked her what she intended to do and whether she had a place to stay. Touched by her words of gratitude and her decision to stay, the young man, he firmly decided that from that moment on he would take full responsibility for her well-being. Suddenly, the three girlfriends activated a powerful glow, leaving the guy in a complete stupor. He had a strange feeling, as if he was being pulled by an invisible force. The ring suddenly materialized right in the palm of the young man's hand, causing the girls to open their mouths in surprise. An unknown artifact appeared from the glow, and Cyril looked at his hand with interest. Cyril turned to the dragon and asked what kind of artifact it was. The dragon said that it was called the Secret Treasure of Dragons. The dragon began the story of this artifact. He said that long ago the Lord of Dragons, who with the help of the King of Gods created it. Cyril looked closely at the ring, and the dragon continued that they say the ring appears only in the hands of the one who is loved by dragons. Cyril thought about the last phrase of the narrator. Cyril was curious to know more about him, because he had heard nothing about him except his name. He asked the dragons if they knew anything else. The dragons couldn't tell much. They only told what they said: he was the ruler when the dragons ruled this world. The dragons also said that the king's voice could enchant any living creature. It is interesting that even the king of the romance gods himself was his ardent admirer. Cyril thought about the world of legends and times past, but the dragons noticed that they were seeing the artifact for the first time, which greatly surprised the only human among them. Cyril couldn't understand how they recognized the artifact if they had never seen it. The dragons explained that this knowledge was like an instinct for them. The man thought that he, unlike the dragons, saw the artifact as an ordinary ring. Cyril thought that if all three dragons instinctively recognized him, then the ring must be a real treasure. Cyril extended his hand with the artifact forward towards the dragons. They were surprised and asked what it meant. Cyril replied that since it was a dragon's treasure, it was better that dragons owned it. He continued doubtfully that perhaps Colette, for example, would carry it in her belly. Colette screamed indignantly that she would not do that, because it was possible that she would swallow him and he could curse her. Cyril realized that it was not that simple. The dragons explained that they could not take the artifact for many reasons. Cyril looked closely at the ring and realized that it was an important thing and agreed that the ring would remain with him. Cyril put the ring on his index finger and asked what effect it had. The dragon asked if Cyril felt anything because of the artifact. Cyril listened to his feelings and said that it seemed like nothing had changed, which was strange to him. He looked closely at the dragons and noticed some scales above the dragons. They looked questioningly at the owner. Cyril thought that he seemed to understand how this artifact worked. Colette got angry and insistently asked him to explain what the man had seen. Cyril decided to tell Colette the truth. Cyril asked the dragon if she was feeling ill. Colette replied that she was feeling fine. Cyril was taken aback by the answer. Cyril said that the artifact said that Colette was not feeling well. The dragons thought about it. Cyril explained that he now saw two indicators above the dragons' heads. He thought that the indicators indicated physical and psychological state. Cyril explained that Colette was working alone and of course she was tired. He apologized for this situation, but Colette tried to calm the owner and said that she felt fine. The owner said that Colette was smart and she worked well, but he did not want her to get sick and ordered her to rest for a day. Cyril assumed that the artifact had fallen into his hand so that he would not burden the dragons too much. Colette agreed with an air of importance to rest tomorrow. Cyril thought that the artifact would prevent dragons from recycling and that it was the best artifact for him. A few days later, Cyril was sitting at the table drinking something from his mug and suddenly there was a knock at the door. The hero thought that it was already night and it was unclear who could have come so late. The door opened and the guest apologized for the intrusion from the threshold. The stranger asked if it was Mr. Silir. Rose in front of him. Cyril replied that it was he, to which the guest asked forgiveness for such a late visit. The guest explained that he and Silir were not acquainted and introduced himself as Laurent Flory and announced that he had a request. Cyril was surprised why the request was addressed to him. Laurent said that Madame Marielle had recommended him. Silir was surprised that the guest mentioned Marielle. He thought of Madame Catherine in the love letter. Silir asked what the request was. Laurent explained that one of the Dragon Knights guilds had been defeated in the campaign. Cyril thought that campaigns are usually carried out against groups of monsters, as it is dangerous. In case of success, the knight will receive riches and glory. Cyril thought that despite the advantages, there were casualties in these expeditions. He asked the guest how disastrous the expedition had been. Lauren sadly told that the entire first detachment was destroyed to the last man. Cyril was surprised because he had not heard anything like that for 5 years. The guest said that according to the guild rules, everyone is required to write a will before the expedition. Laurent asked to call all these meetings. Cyril noted that he might not have the strength to go into such a dangerous place. The guest said that it was not a problem because that guild had created a second reinforced army. He explained that this was why there was no one to collect the wills. Lauren said that the mission was in the Danzig Valley and that they were offering 5,000 lyre for completing the task. Cyril agreed to take on the job, and Laurent was very grateful. But these were not all the requests. The guest said that when Cyril would be compiling his will, he could dispose of the things he found at his own discretion. Our hero thought about it, but replied that he understood everything. A little later, our heroes gathered to discuss the upcoming mission and preparations. Cyril was collecting the necessary provisions and checking the map. The dragoness asked him about the Danzig Valley and explained that if you take into account the time for Louise to sleep, the road one way would take 3 days. The owner finished the sentence for her. The dragoness turned to her master with a request to listen to her. And Cyril looked up, tore himself away from the map, and asked what his friend wanted to say. The dragon asked what the customer meant when he said to dispose of things as he saw fit. Cyril was surprised that she had heard the conversation yesterday. Cyril was surprised the dragons had such good hearing, and he thought to himself that this meant that the dragons could hear his every move. He explained that the battlefield was a mountain of treasure. The dragons were surprised because they did not know this. Cyril explained that people go into battle wearing expensive armor and good gear, and taking it off corpses and selling it for a good price is considered normal. Colette snorted and summed it up, saying that it was horrible and she was surprised that people did that. To which the owner replied, yes. He went on to explain that he had heard a story about a poor guy who was struck by the residual magic of an item, so it was a life-threatening activity. All the dragons sighed in disappointment. The owner continued the story, saying that dragons and their knights often use ammunition that is much more expensive than that of ordinary warriors. The dragons realized that this offer from the customer meant taking part of the payment in trophies from the battlefield. But the owner did not like this idea too much. Our heroes set off on a journey through valleys, forests, canyons, spent the night on the ground, and walked all day. The heroes came to a wide valley, and Cyril announced that they had arrived in the Valley of Danzig. The dragons were delighted by the beauty of nature. They saw a valley with a mountain of corpses. Cyril counted and told everyone that there were 20 people and 30 dragons among them. Cyril exhaled and noted that the sight was terrible, mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The dragons agreed with him. The owner asked Colette, because it was easier for her to notice the enemy, how things were around her. Colette listened to her feelings and answered that everything seemed fine, and she did not feel any hostility. Cyril was pleased with this. Cyril showed the capsules on a chain and said that the group should split up and look for them. He explained that according to the customer, everyone should have the capsules. His team understood everything and was ready to carry out the task. Colette noticed that it was indeed unpleasant work. The owner assured her that she could rest. She assured the owner that she would work too, since there was nothing she could do. The owner was very touched by Colette's dedication and thanked her, and together they continued to carry out the task. The heroes brought the capsules with the wills. Cyril looked at them and said that they had most likely collected everything. The owner told Colette that her time had come. She agreed and began to work. She turned around and said that that was all and they should go home, because she didn't want to linger there at all. Cyril stopped his comrades and asked them to wait a bit, because there was still work, or rather a request. The dragons were surprised and asked what else was needed. The owner hesitated a bit. Cyril suggested burying these knights and dragons. All the dragons looked at their master and asked if he really meant to bury these corpses. Cyril confirmed and said that leaving everything was so bad. Cyril looked around the valley of corpses and said it was too harsh a sight. The dragons became worried. Cyril asked them not to do that. But the dragons said that was not the point. The dragons asked if they should make graves for the dragons too. The owner agreed. The dragoness turned to him. She said that the man was strange. The dragoness already knew this, but his desire to bury the dragons was still strange. All the dragons agreed and confirmed that the owner was strange. Cyril agreed that this was so and asked not to be angry that he had to spend time with such a person. The dragons stopped his apologies. The dragons all smiled and said that the owner was strange after all. They said that the owner was very, very nice and thanked him. Cyril came to the administrative building and the administrator apologized for calling Cyril so suddenly. Cyril looked at the administrator's dejected expression and asked what was wrong, since it was unusual that someone would send him a letter on purpose. The administrator explained that Cyril's guild had already reached level 3, which required at least 3 months of work. Cyril understood why he was called. Suddenly he saw a little fairy who smiled at him. The hero thought that it was the guild fairy and that it was unusual that she was giggling. He turned to the administrator and asked why he didn't look very happy. What happened? The administrator explained that nothing happened. It was just a guild with one knight and such productivity was surprising. They certainly set historical records. Cyril was confused and explained that this historical record was not his story until now. The administrator asked if he knew the reason for this success. Cyril thought about it and explained that he was simply following the principle in the guild name. Cyril repeated the guild principle that dragons come first. He said that he cared about dragons the most and that was it. Cyril decided to clarify that if their guild had reached level 3, then they could now use the utility room. He went outside and decided to look around. He thought that the guild's utility room looked like a normal warehouse, but it contained a spell that prevented anyone but the guild's knights and dragons from entering. He thought that it would be cool to combine this with Colette's abilities. He noticed that people were already whispering about the rapid growth of his guild. People were looking at Cyril, some with interest, some with suspicion. It was not a very pleasant feeling for him. Suddenly he noticed something. There was a carriage standing in front of the house. Cyril saw a girl getting out of the carriage. She ran to meet him. The hero was surprised to see a princess walking towards him. She happily approached Cyril and said that she had heard a lot about his activities. He was surprised at what activities she was talking about. She explained that she knew how he handled various tasks and reached level 3 faster than anyone else in history. The princess excitedly said that Cyril and his guild were now the main object of attention among the knights. Cyril invited the princess to go inside. Cyril sat down at the table with the princess and asked what she had come with today. The princess said that today she wanted to ask the best knight for a small favor. Cyril said that the princess praised him too much, to which she literally screamed that it was not so. The princess said she wanted Cyril to meet a very special dragon. Cyril had already agreed. Cyril thought that if the princess was asking directly, then it was a serious matter. He thought that he could handle the dragon because he understood them. Cyril asked if he was suitable for this job. The princess assured that it had to be Mr. Cyril. He in turn agreed and said that he would take the dragon. The princess was very happy about this. Cyril asked what breed the dragon was. The princess said that the dragon was a baby phoenix. Cyril was shocked. Cyril asked why the princess was giving Cyril such an important role. The princess became embarrassed and nervous. Cyril did not understand why the princess was all crimson and embarrassed. Cyril said that it was impossible, and he asked if this dragon was the one called the Divine Child. The princess said that it was. The princess hesitantly replied that she simply wanted to watch Lord Silir handle the Divine Child. The princess stated that Silir's guild was still small, and she thought that this would be a good contribution in the future. Silir thanked the princess for caring about the guild. Cyril thanked the princess. The princess said that she had ridden a dragon before. The princess was surprised that the dragon did not shake at all and was glad that Cyril and the dragon had mutual understanding. Cyril asked the princess if it would have been better to ride in the carriage. The princess said that everything suited her, and the dragoness said that the master should be calmer. The dragoness assured the master that if he wanted to impress the princess, she would walk even more carefully. Cyril thought that this was true. Cyril decided to ask the princess for details of the case. He said that he had been looking for information, and they said that phoenixes had long since died out, and he had heard that there were no cubs. The princess agreed with everything the hero said. Cyril could not understand what the princess meant. She clarified that there was only one divine child left on Earth now. The princess explained that there is a legend that phoenixes do not give birth to children, but instead are reborn after death. Cyril was very surprised. The dragons joined the discussion and said that they had heard about phoenixes and that they were at least in some way superior to dragons, since they were completely invulnerable in life. The princess, although she didn't understand dragons, asked Cyril if phoenixes were cool. He agreed. The princess explained that sometimes it takes several centuries before a rebirth, and she thought that maybe Cyril could do something. Finally, our hero understood what was wanted from him. He wondered if everything would be okay. Cyril was shocked that he and the princess were not talking about live dragons. The heroes were still on the road. 2 days had passed. High mountains stretched out before them. Finally, the heroes arrived at the place. Cyril noticed that this palace really could not be reached by carriage. He was very impressed. The guards joyfully greeted the princess, who in turn thanked them for their service. Without hesitation, the princess asked the guard if they could see the divine child right now. He assured them that yes, but everything was unchanged. The princess pulled Cyril inside the palace. Cyril asked the deacons to wait for him outside, and they agreed. The huge, beautiful gates opened before the heroes. They found themselves in a huge hall with columns, beautiful decor, and emptiness, which greatly excited Cyril. His gaze was directed to the center. The princess confirmed that this was a divine child. The heroes stood in awe and looked at the dragon's skeleton. The princess clarified that as Cyril sees the bones in front of them, they have been in this state for several hundred years. Her people believe that one day the phoenix will be reborn, and that is why the guards protect it. Right in the center of the hall lay bones that showed no signs of life at all. The princess asked Cyril if he understood anything. He thought about it. He thought he should examine the dragon's bones first. Cyril walked closer, examining the remains. Cyril approached and touched the skull, but it didn't make it any clearer. Then he heard a strange voice, which seemed to be addressing him, calling him a human child. The voice continued, and it became clear that it was coming from the bones. The voice said that for the first time in decades, people had entered his abode. Cyril was very surprised. The dragon said that the girl smelled of royal blood and the boy was an ordinary man. The hero was surprised that the dragon could speak. The dragon asked the hero if the man was speaking to him now. Finally, the phoenix realized that the man understood him. The hero fell silent. Cyril confirmed his words and said that he came to see his condition and could help people to revive. Such a legend still remains. The dragon was surprised. The boy cried out in surprise and immediately called the princess. She turned around. She asked Silir what had happened and if he had found out anything. The guy asked the princess if she knew a way to revive the divine child. She was surprised and replied that as far as she knew, no. The dragon behind her laughed at this. The divine child said that people's memory is short and that written sources and their preservation depend on the will of those in power. The dragon asked the human child to come to him. He told the hero that he should simply be set on fire. Cyril asked again, and the dragon told him that he had been reborn from fire countless times. The hero thought that the dragon bones were probably a state treasure and setting them on fire would be a problem. He smiled, thinking that it was all a trifle because dragons don't lie, so he would believe him. He turned to the princess. He told the girl that he was going to try to revive him now, and she asked if it was true. He warned her that she might be discouraged, but he hoped that she didn't mind. The princess gave her permission and entrusted everything to him. He thanked her. He struck a match, creating a fire. He threw the match forward and the girl screamed in shock, calling him. The match fell near the dragon's bones, immediately engulfing him in flames. Something started to appear from the fire and the boys watched in shock while laughter was heard from the fire. A fiery dragon appeared before them, bursting into laughter. He told the hero that he would thank the human child. The hero and the princess watched the joyful dragon with his mouth open as he happily shouted that he had been reborn. The dragon began to recover. The hero moaned in surprise. The dragon looked at the people with a smile. The hero said that the dragon was smaller than he thought, so he asked the princess again if it was really the child of God. The princess, sitting on the ground, trembled, asking again. Seeing this, Cyril cried out, asking her what happened. She asked for forgiveness. The dragon laughed, saying that it was because of him that he forgot to hold back his powers after 100 years. The princess asked again. She began to stutter, and Cyril said that the dragon could not hold back the powers that had accumulated in him, and called him a mischievous little one. The dragon laughed again, stroking the boy's head with his clawed paw. The creature said that the hero was the first person who dared to call him naughty. The princess was surprised that she and Cyril were already getting along. The dragon asked the hero's name again, and he confirmed, calling himself Cyril. Laros. He asked the dragon's name. The dragon asked again about his name and then said that he had no name. The hero asked if that was possible, and the dragon laughed. The dragon said that he was the only son of God in the world. That's what they call him, and he doesn't need a name to be different. The hero replied that it was inconvenient and asked permission to give him a name. The dragon asked if he was going to name him. The hero confirmed it. This made the dragon laugh and shudder. The hero watched in silence. Unable to contain himself, the dragon laughed loudly and without embarrassment. The princess screamed in shock and asked what that sound was. The dragon apologized and said that his loud voice had caused a landslide. The hero asked again about the voice. The hero told the girl that everything was fine and nothing had happened, and she was surprised. Someone started shouting, calling her highness, and ran towards her. The soldier shouted that it was dangerous to be in this place. The hero's dragons were also nearby. Both the soldiers and the dragons were surprised when they saw the child of God. The princess and the hero finally said that they were okay. The hero began to introduce them, saying that this was a child of God. The dragons were shocked. The dragon asked them not to forget that he had promised to give him a name. The hero remembered and apologized. The hero thought that the child of the god would be completely different. Cyril asked the dragon if it was male or female. The dragon grinned, answering that they have no gender because, unlike others, they do not need to be given an inheritance. The hero thought about it. He suggested the name Chris and asked the dragon how he liked the idea. The dragon liked it. The dragon laughed again and said how great it was because he really liked the name Chris. The hero tried to calm him down, telling him to be careful. otherwise the landslides would start again. Remembering this, Chris apologized. The princess called the hero and asked about something. The hero told her that he had given the dragon a name, and the girl was very surprised, asking again. Cyril wondered if it was impolite on his part. The dragon laughed again, saying not to pay attention. He recognized him, so he was not complaining. The hero understood how things were and calmed down. The dragon asked the hero if he was still free. The hero did not understand what he was asking and asked again. The dragon asked Cyril to make a pact with him. Cyril asked again what it was about. The dragon was surprised that he didn't know and asked if Cyril was a dragon knight. The hero confirmed it, but he still didn't know. The dragon asked about the girl next to him and asked if she knew. The hero called the princess. Cyril asked her if she knew what a contract between a man and a dragon meant. She didn't know and hadn't heard about it. Then the hero called Louise, Corette, and Emma, asking them. They had no idea either. Chris didn't expect it. The dragon said that in just a few centuries the concept of a contract between a dragon and a man had disappeared. The hero asked what this contract meant. The dragon chuckled thoughtfully and said that it was better to show it once and asked for some blood. The guy asked again. Having pricked his finger, the hero asked if this was enough. A drop flew into the air. The dragon explained that this was his magic. The drop glowed as it levitated, and the boy watched. The drop fell into his body, and he himself began to shine. The dragon appeared nearby, saying that if a person binds himself to a contract with the dragon, then he can use part of its power. The dragon said that in his case it was fire control and told her to try to light herself. Fire appeared and the princess screamed what they were doing. The hero calmed her down, saying that everything was fine. The fire turned out to be harmless to him. Not even hot. He understood what it meant to control fire. The dragon laughed again, saying that only his ion power was unique. The hero, realizing this, thanked him. Chris replied that the feeling was mutual and thanked the hero for giving him the name. The princess watched them from the side and said that the hero was really surprising. She decided something. She called out to Mr. Cyril, saying that she had a favor to ask of him. She said that she wanted to invest in his guild. The guy asked if she was serious and if it was true. He couldn't even dream of such a thing, that a member of the royal family would want to invest in his guild. The girl begged him to allow it. The hero, smiling, thought that he should be the one asking for such a thing. He answered the girl with consent, saying that he accepted her offer. The girl was very happy. She screamed loudly in thanks. Afterwards, the hero stood with Chris near Louise, Carrot, and Emma. He said that many things happened in the temple, but as far as he understood, he could contact 3 more dragons. Chris confirmed his words. Chris said quite a bit that the hero can ask whatever he wants and he will answer everything because he is Chris. Others reacted to his words. One of the dragons said that Chris likes to stand out, and the second one confirmed it. At first, the guys couldn't get used to the new hero, but now they get along very well. The hero thought that Chris wasn't bad. Chris was talking about how he could contact any dragon. However, he added that the number depends on the free places in the hero. The hero asked what it meant, and Chris explained in simple terms that the hero can write a certain number of words on paper. That's how it works. The hero seemed to understand, but also seemed not to. The hero said that this meant that there was a chance that he could only contact 1 more dragon. He asked Chris if it was possible to increase this space. Chris said not to worry about it. He explained that the hero was growing, so it was possible. The hero asked if Chris was growing too. He laughed, saying that he was immortal a priori. The dragon laughed again, saying that he was a perfect creature. The dragon girl told him that he should at least grow up with his behavior. Chris asked Corette what she said again and asked if she should grow up. She indignantly argued and said why he was even bothering her. He laughed, telling her not to hide it because he sees everything. He heard that she is a tsundere. Corette jumped and bit him on the neck. Chris shouted, asking what she was doing. Corette answered that he asked for it himself. Watching them, the hero told the guys that they were very friendly. Turning to Louise and Emma so that they were so friendly. Both answered that it was difficult but reasonable. The hero called Chris, asking if he could find out how much space he had. Chris, remembering this, told him to prepare a glass of water, and he agreed. Having prepared the water, he stood in front of the glass when the dragon told him to take it in his hands. Close his eyes and imagine. He said to imagine that the hero is now in an empty room, all alone, and he will fill everything in this room with water. Then he ordered to imagine that the room is becoming bigger and bigger. The water in the hero's glass began to bubble, and he was surprised. He was surprised, asking what happened, while the hero jumped back in surprise. Chris was laughing behind him, watching. Chris said that he was not mistaken about the hero, and he has the best vessel of all that he has ever seen. He said that now the hero can make a contract with so many girls that many girls can fit in the Imperial Square. The hero said that this is a bad example, but if there is so much space, then it is good. The others were happy. The hero was surprised by such a quantity. He asked if this was really his space, and Chris answered that it was. When Cyril used his ability last time, he was leaving the dragon Chris about how he can make contracts with dragons. Cyril asked Colette what happened, and she said that nothing. Chris laughingly said that this is a real woman's heart, and she said not to blab anything unnecessary. Chris asked the hero if he understood, but he asked again, and then Chris repeated Kureit's words that it was not strange but unnecessary. He laughed again, and Kureit bit him again, forcing him to apologize. After the bite, he said that it hurt. Cyril replied that he couldn't say until he felt it on himself. The dragon behind him was all wet and noticed that the floor was all in water. The hero asked Louise if they should start with her, and she agreed. Then Chris decided to start with her too and said that they should spill blood, which they did, under Cyril and Louise's feet. The hero asked what it was. Louise had a strange sensation, as if someone was scratching her under the throat. Cyril asked if it hurt. She answered no. Suddenly, they both noticed something. Louise said that she thinks the hero is even cooler than usual, like a god. The hero asked if she was serious. Chris announced that the contract had been concluded. The hero began to gain new knowledge. Louise realized that this was the contract. The hero said that he also realized what abilities Louise had. Chris asked what they were, and the hero asked him if he didn't know himself. Chris replied that it depended on the contract. Chris explained that there are general skills and there are individual ones. The hero finally understood and said that Louise's individual ones meant that he would find out now. The hero sat down on the ground and closed his eyes, lowering his head. He quickly raised his head, sighing, and Kureit was surprised. She asked if he really fell asleep for 1 second. She said that it certainly looked like Louise. The hero laughed and said that he hadn't just said to look. Chris was surprised. He saw that the wound on his finger had healed. Cyril said that it was probably a sleep-induced recovery, and that the recovery was faster than usual during sleep. Chris was pleased with this magic and said that it wasn't bad. The hero said that it was great and thanked Louise. She laughed and replied that she was glad. Now he called Emma. They made another contract again. Emma smiled contentedly, and the hero asked her what was wrong. She answered that it was nothing. When he began to shine again, it was clear that that was all. He was surprised to receive combat-related abilities. Chris allowed him to try them on himself. The hero asked again if he was sure he could. Chris said that it wouldn't affect him at all. The hero flexed his palm and cast a spell, saying that in that case he wouldn't hold back. He fired magic at the dragon, and Kureit was surprised to see a fireball. The hero admired the new skill, saying that it was very convenient. Emma asked if he would find it useful, and he replied that, of course. Cyril turned to Chris, asking how he was, but he just laughed. The dragon said that he was doing great and said to continue. Kureit behind her only sighed. Chris asked her what kind of expression she had. Fire is for him. The hero looked at his hand and spoke about a fire bullet with 9 fingers. That's what this skill is called. But he didn't understand why exactly 9 fingers. He used magic again. The hero chuckled thoughtfully, saying that he couldn't do it. Emma asked what was wrong. Chris saw this and said about the thumb of his right hand. The dragon explained that the human right thumb signifies power. He asked the hero if he had not seen that all rulers wear a ring on their first finger. The hero said he did not know, he had not met them. The dragon explained that it was a sign of a concluded agreement, and the hero finally understood. The hero asked Colette to join in. She agreed and said they could begin. They shed blood. The magic circle appeared again, and the dragon asked how he was doing. The hero said that everything worked out. As the hero thought, now he will not be able to try, because what he eats will become energy and will be deposited in another place of his body. As far as he understands, you can save as much as you want and use it too. Chris realized that it turns out no matter how much he eats, he will not get fat. The hero confirmed this. Turning to Corette, he said that her skill would be especially useful in campaigns and thanked her. She, laughing contentedly, replied that it was nothing like that. Chris, starting to laugh again, told the hero that he was lucky. LaRose turned to him. Chris started talking about the contract. If the hero makes even a little mistake, he will be as fat as Corette. The dragon froze. Corette attacked him again, biting his neck. He screamed, saying it hurt. The hero called Chris and said that he asked for it. The next day, 2 people were sitting at the table. The man sitting in front of the hero greeted him and introduced himself as Sebastian Bernard. The hero also introduced himself to him as Cyril. LaRose. The man said it was nice to meet him. Cyril thought that he had taken on various assignments, of course, but he was not used to this kind of treatment. The man in front of him reached into his pocket. They handed him a letter and said it was an invitation from Moreniel. The hero repeated the name as he opened the letter. He saw that it was from Lady Katrina again and thought that he should thank her. He told Sebastian that he was right and asked about the matter. The man replied that it was hard for him to ask, but he was wondering if the hero could get daysight. The hero repeated his words. The man repeated again and added that the size should be 1 koket, 100 pieces, and asked if it was possible. The hero hesitated and was in no hurry to answer this. Chris laughed loudly and heartily, saying that it would be interesting and they would take the task. Cyril called Chris and Sebastian turned around and was shocked. The hero cried out, asking the dragon why he was suddenly bursting into laughter, but the dragon continued. The man apologized in surprise, realizing that it was the hero's dragon. LaRose hesitated and apologized for the surprise. He turned to Chris again, asking what was wrong with him. Chris replied that why not, since he knew where the daysight was and could show it to him. The hero was surprised by this. Then turning back to Sebastian, Cyril said that in that case they would take on this task. The man was glad and thanked him. He added that it was very brave of the hero to take on the matter. The guy did not understand his words. A little later, Kodo asked discontentedly why Chris was going with him. The dragon laughed, asking Corette if she wanted to go alone with the hero. She got angry. The hero turned to the dragon, asking Chris if he could find out what kind of daysight it was. The dragon chuckled thoughtfully. He said it was a type of jewelry, but people didn't like it because they got into trouble when they tried to get it. The hero realized that was why it was so expensive, and Chris confirmed it. Chris said that daysight is when the moonlight falls on it completely, it starts to sparkle brightly, so some call it the core of the night dragon. The hero said that it must be beautiful. The hero, remembering, asked why the dragons were treated like that. Chris answered that they had simply overestimated them, and the hero chuckled thoughtfully. The hero asked where the daysight was, since Chris hadn't told him anything. Chris laughed and the hero turned around, looking questioningly. The hero, seeing something in front of him, was surprised and Chris told him that it was a volcano. But the hero already knew that it was a volcano. Chris said that he actually remembered that this volcano was called Tanivin. But the hero was indignant, saying that he was not talking about that at all. Chris told Cyril to look more carefully because the daysight was inside. The hero was surprised and looked there. Chris asked if the hero really couldn't see and pointed to the transparent stones. Finally, the hero noticed and bent down, and then he was asked what he was going to do. Chris laughed, saying that a normal person can't get it, but a hero can. The hero realized that it was because of his contracts. He realized that anyone else in this place would have to for a reason. Now he understood why the task was given to him. He asked Chris if he could go into the lava. Chris confirmed this and said something like maybe he could climb in without clothes and it would be like hot springs. The hero said he would refrain. Corette called out to him and asked if he was sure he didn't mind since it could be dangerous. The hero replied that everything was fine and called Chris, saying that he wouldn't deceive him. Corette grinned and the hero went down. The hero walked knee-deep into the lava and said that he really wasn't hot. The dragons were waiting above. Chris praised the hero and said that he was happy for his friend. The hero, turning around, asked that didn't he say before that it would be easy. Chris said that despite this, it was brave of the hero. The hero, understanding him, bent down and stuck his hand into the lava. Taking one stone, Cyril looked at it and said that he felt like he was pulling it out of the mud. 100 pieces were no longer a problem. Karate shouted at him to come back quickly because they were hot. Collecting more stones, the hero said that here are 2,000 lyre. He has changed a lot in the last few days. Reese replied that such is the world of man. The dragon added that if there is power and glory, then work is valued differently. That's how life works. The hero smiled and thanked him for these words. The people at the table are chatting. One of them asks the other if he has heard about the guild. The other confirms that he has heard about the Dragon Faust. He is already tired of hearing that their business is going uphill. They said they felt like they were hiding something from prying eyes. One of them asked if they knew what they were saying about the queen herself becoming her patron. People were surprised and called them upstarts and said that they were lucky, so it was hard to guess. The guy gets up from the table, still hearing gossip about the guild. Later. In the past, Cyril was able to complete the task and get the stones. He is sitting opposite the man from the tavern. The young man called himself Six. He said it strangely, so the hero immediately realized that this was not his real name. The hero asked what business he had with him. Six told Cyril that there was a task for him. He needed to deliver something. The hero asked again. Six said that the payment would be 30,000 lyre. The hero cried out in surprise when he heard this amount. The hero thought that usually transportation is the easiest job. But for such a huge amount of money, it is definitely something difficult. The hero hesitated and asked what he would be transporting. But Six replied that he could not say. Sink wanted the hero to take this thing and bring it to a certain place. The hero didn't like that he was hiding the contents. The hero sensed danger, but he became even more curious. Chris began to laugh loudly again. He said that he was here in person. The guest shuddered, and the hero said that Chris was up to his old tricks again. Chris said that they were having interesting conversations here and asked to take him too. The hero replied that he was right and the task was quite exciting. Chris said that he would ask himself. No one could resist him. The hero asked skeptically if it was true. Chris, chuckling, said that the hero even doubted him and in that case told him to listen. Chris, making a menacing face, told the guest to quickly tell what he was hiding there. Sink got scared and fell to the floor trembling. The hero called out to him. Cyril asked the dragon what he had done. He admitted that he had put a little pressure on him and now he would tell them everything. The hero was not sure. The trembling guest hesitated and remained silent. Then the hero began to push him to talk so that he would admit what kind of cargo was there. Sinks admitted that it was dragon tear incense. For Chris, it was nostalgia. Chris said that one of the types of perfume has a sleep effect. If you bring it to the fire, you can see hallucinations. Cyril realized that it helps to get into a dream. The dragon said that he does not cause physical harm. However, these spirits were banned by the king of people. The hero realized that this task was secret and the guest confirmed it. Cyril asked the dragon why they were banned, because they did not cause physical harm. The dragon said that he was right, but the demographic level had gone down. This was the result of immersion in another reality. Then the hero realized that there was nothing he could do. Chris said that maybe they went overboard with this ban. There are a lot of people who need it. The hero asked who it could be, and the dragon said that he had an example. It was Starkey who lost his wife. It was hard for him. The hero understood. He also thought that it was not worth limiting everything so strictly. All people are different. The dragon laughed. The hero called Six and said that he had decided to take on this task. The guest did not look so happy about it. Six extended his hand to him and told him to first go to the designated place indicated on the map, and there would be the thing he was to transport. A little later, sitting on Louise, the hero said that they were there. They asked if this was Fort Nearco, and the answer was that it was, and that they would take the spirits here. They saw a lot of people on the ramparts. The dragons and the hero approached the man. He asked the hero who he was. The hero handed him something, asking him to take it. Apparently, it was a guild card because the man called them Dragon Faust and let them pass through the gate. They went inside, but they were immediately surrounded. The dragons did not understand who it was. One of the people asked the hero if he was the guild master. The man apologized, saying that this was the first thing and told him to show his strength. The hero asks if he should do it, even if it was a request from them. The man said that there have been many cases where rumors turned out to be untrue. Louise called out to the hero and he began to use his contract with Emma. He conjured up fire bullets and fired them at his enemies. People swear and click their tongues in displeasure while the man with the armband praises the hero, saying that he is good. The hero sighed, asking if the man was now satisfied, and he replied that he had seen it with his own eyes. He told the hero that they could go now. Chris laughed behind him, and the hero turned to him. The dragon said that he thought so. He had spent all his savings. The hero asked if he understood. The hero said that he has now spent 30% of his energy. With the help of the contract with Colette, he can buy energy, but it seems that this is not enough. Louise asked if the hero was okay, and he answered that he was. The hero said that what happened now would be useful to him in the future. Chris said that was a great conclusion, and yet what annoying looks lately. The other dragons also understood this saying, that it was so even though they themselves called them. Chris flinched, scaring everyone around him. The hero called Chris and he laughed. The dragon asked the hero not to be angry because he was just joking. The hero thanked him and the dragon replied that there was no reason to be angry because they were comrades. The man in the bandage turned around and stuttered to the hero, saying that he had never heard of him having such a beast. The hero sighed when he heard about it. The hero asked him to tell him where the cargo was or if it wasn't there yet. The man clicked his tongue and agreed. The man in the blindfold called out to the people behind him, and they stuttered in response. The dragons did not understand why they had stopped. Chris replied that the man realized that he could not control them, and that it was better not to quarrel with them. Emma realized that the men were afraid of the hero. That was the correct answer. One of the men called the boss, carrying a box. They put many boxes on the ground. The man said that the hero should take it to a man named Jigu in Manu who would pay him for the work. However, there was something else. He added that there is an outer wall in Manhwa where the contents will be checked and the hero must deal with this himself. The hero understood everything. Emma asked what they would do if these spirits were discovered. They would be finished. Karat asked what the check was. Emma explained that this was usually done in big cities, a procedure that was carried out at the border. The hero praised her knowledge and she replied that she had experience when she was in Rinterm. The hero thought about it. The hero said that they shouldn't be found because they don't want problems. Now they hid everything in Colette's stomach. Louise said that in this state they would easily understand. The hero said that this is how he thinks they already know about them. Then Karat was interested in what they would do. The hero chuckled thoughtfully and saw the river, remembering something. The hero called Colette, saying that he had a request for her and asked her to help. Inspection in the city of Manovo, the hero called Colette. He said he relied on her and the dragon agreed. The one in front told him to stop. The guard asked him if the dragon hero was a knight, and he agreed. He introduced himself as Cyril. LaRose from the Dragon Faust Guild handed over the documents. The guard pointed to the dragons. He pointed at Colette, saying that Mushu Fushu looked strange. He asked what was in her stomach. The hero, hesitating, replied that it was nothing special, and the knight replied that it was up to them to decide. The hero asked if everything needed to be shown, and the knight replied that of course. The hero sighed, stroking the dragon. The hero agreed and gave the command to Colette. She released the contents of her stomach, and everyone was surprised, asking what it was. Everyone looked on in shock. The hero said that water was a necessary thing on a journey. The knight asked in shock about its large quantity. The hero said that they were finished and asked if they could be free now. Pointing to the gate, he said that they could go in quickly. They all went inside together. Emma was surprised that they had bypassed the inspection so easily. The hero said that of course it can't always be used. They released all the water, but there was still something left in her stomach, the incense of dragon tears. The hero said that now they need to find Giga. This place is noisier than Imbersal. It was the city of Manovo. Emma said that they say that this city was built by the guildmaster himself. The hero became interested in how he created it. The hero also wanted to create a city for dragons. They kept moving forward. Louise called the hero, telling him to look ahead at the sign. The hero noticed that the sign was the same. He decided to try to get in. He stepped inside the building. When they entered, they were asked who they were. The hero called himself Cyril and asked the man if he was Giga. He immediately understood who they were. He asked about the goods and Cyril gave the command to Colette. The dragon immediately took out the boxes with goods. The hero asked the man if he would check everything and he answered yes. He opened the boxes and examined them carefully. The man said that everything was fine and waved his hand for his charges to start carrying away the boxes. He placed a box in front of the hero, saying that it was the promised reward. The hero gave the order to Colette, and she swallowed the box. The man asked Cyril if he would count, and he replied that no. If it wasn't enough, he would simply not take the next job. The man just sighed and they left the building. Louise was surprised at how easily they got 30,000 lyre. The hero thought about it. He said that the dragon's tears incense only gives such a price for transportation. He said he thought the guys who work directly with them make even more money, and decided to do some research. Emma was shocked by his words and Chris laughed. The dragon was surprised that there was room for dragons in this place. She yawned. The hero replied that it was not for nothing that the city was so big. Emma spoke about the dragon tear incense. She didn't think that so many merchants wanted to get it. It amazed her. The hero agreed, because if you just bring it into the city, you can do whatever you want. Emma said that it was a forbidden product. Colette asked the hero if it was okay that he made money on it. He said that the fact that it was forbidden was convenient only for the authorities, and if there were people who really needed it, he would like the product to be delivered. Colette understood him. She replied that if he was okay, then she wouldn't worry either. To tell the truth, she didn't care about people. The hero agreed but was upset that they still didn't tell him how to make it. Colette said it wasn't easy. Chris laughed, telling his friend not to worry. Chris smiled and the hero asked if he really knew the recipe. The dragon quickly replied that he did. The hero said that he knew everything and the hero guessed about it. The dragon said that for the beginning of the incense, dragon tears are called camouflage. The hero asked again whether it had nothing to do with the dragon's tear, and the dragon replied that it did. However, he added that it was definitely related to the dragon, and the materials weren't that special. The dragon told the hero that they needed the Garian fruit. The hero asked again. He was told that he could find it in a regular fruit and vegetable store, and that it would be easy to sell. The hero understood his words and said that he would go and have a look. Later at the market, the seller handed him a Garian fruit. The hero was surprised by its interesting shape. The seller said that this fruit is also called a cow's horn, and that you can only eat what's inside. The hero understood and asked to give him everything that was there. The girl was surprised that he took so much in his first purchase. He thanked her when they handed him the bag. The hero returned home, telling the dragons that he had bought everything. Chris confirmed that this was it. Chris said Louise was sleeping, so he called Emma and Colette, telling them to eat it. They were surprised. The hero asked about whether the only thing that is edible is what is inside, and the dragon answered that only people eat like that. Chris told them how they swallow to keep everything in the stomach, and for Colette in the first stomach. The hero asked Chris what about him. He replied that he didn't need food and didn't even have a digestive system in his body. Colette smirked, saying that he was useless. He laughed, telling her not to be sarcastic. The hero asked what would happen next, and was told that he had to wait 1 month. Emma was surprised. The hero asked if this is how dragon tears incense is made. Chris looked at the fruit to see if there were any thorns. The secretions that form in the stomach coat the Garian so that the thorns do not pierce it. The hero, thoughtfully chuckling, asked if this was something like pearls. Chris said that they mature inside the stomach, and that what comes out is the incense of dragon tears. The hero finally understood everything and asked again if everything was really so easy to do. Chris grinned, asking not to misunderstand, and the hero asked why. The dragon said that it might be easy for the hero. He said that other dragons can't talk as they, in his opinion, would ask for their dragons to be kept in the stomachs of Garians for a month. Cyril hadn't really thought about it. Chris said that it was hard for everyone except the hero. The hero understood that. He asked Emma and Colette for forgiveness. He said it was probably hard to keep fruit in your stomach all the time. Emma laughed and said it wasn't that easy. Colette asked with a smile who he thought she was. They could handle such a thing in no time. The hero thanked them in surprise. But many people know the method of making it. He said it would probably be weird if he bought Garian all the time. Chris said it was possible. The hero thought it would be nice to be able to make these fruits himself. Chris laughed and said that it seemed he was not only a knight. Chris decided that Cyril had the ability to trade. The hero was surprised, and the dragon, laughing, replied that everything was simple. He asked if the hero understands that for each stage from collecting materials to sales, different people are involved. The hero agreed and understood that he meant that in his case, he would do everything. Chris confirmed. Chris said that it was not really profitable to buy something from other companies because they raise prices and then he becomes dependent on them. The hero understood that he was right and it would be problematic if the bar did not have alcohol. Emma said that he could, of course, grow it himself, but it wouldn't be very nice if someone saw it. The hero agreed, saying that if he did something, he would have to do it quietly. But, even so, Colette said that they needed territory. How would they hide it? Would he be able to? The hero thought. He replied that he personally could not, but he had a friend who could. Dragon Bazaar in Manhwa. The next day, the hero entered the building telling the man that he was looking for a type of gargoyle, asking if there was one. The man took him outside, asking him to follow him. There was someone lying on the ground. Cyril greeted the dragon and introduced himself to him. He told the dragon that he might be surprised. But the hero knew their language and would like to talk to him. The dragon spoke. Cyril had recently successfully completed a quest and learned that dragon tear incense was made from Garion, and now he was trying to increase the amount of the fruit. They looked at each other. The hero was embarrassed when he asked the dragon about the fact that he was not very talkative. The dragon confirmed that he did not like to talk. The hero thought that he was a rather silent little boy. But the main thing for the hero was that he understood him. He told the dragon that he wanted to take him and asked his opinion on the matter. The dragon only replied that he should do whatever he wanted. A little later, walking forward, the hero said that it would be necessary to give the dragon a name and asked about his wishes. But he remained silent. Cyril asked if he could hear him. The dragon thought that the hero was not speaking to him, but he could hear. The hero remembered that they usually don't give names. The dragon didn't care what name he would have. The hero thought. He suggested the name Yui and the dragon agreed. Little by little, the hero began to understand him, although the answer was short, but not negative. He told Yui that he was pleased to meet him and remembered something. The hero said that he heard that his kind had interesting skills and asked to tell. It was difficult for Yui to explain. He said there were two types, and the hero asked about the first one. Yui said that it touches someone and disappears with them. The hero was surprised, saying that invisibility is great. Yui said that if he makes a voice, you can hear it, but not see it until you touch it. The hero understood everything clearly and asked about one more thing. The dragon told him that he changes the visibility of his surroundings, and the hero asked again. The hero didn't really understand and said that he didn't really understand and asked the dragon to show him a real example. The dragon didn't mind. Approaching the house, Cyril said that his friends were there and he could show them. They greeted Cyril. Louise was surprised, saying that he was supposed to bring a new guy. The hero was surprised and said that it was then that the dragons noticed him. Emma apologized, saying they hadn't noticed. The hero wondered if it was because of the size. Chris laughed and said that this was not true and that those three only saw him. The hero introduced Yui to them and introduced them all. Now the hero asked Yui to show his ability, but he had already done so. Chris reminded him that he had already said that those three saw only him. The hero asked if this was another ability of his and he replied that it was. It changes the perception of him, but in a different way. The hero repeated his words about perception and asked if this meant that if there was something lying on the road, he could make it so that it would not be visible. The dragon confirmed this. The hero was pleasantly surprised and said that with this ability they can hide the field. Chris called him. Chris said that it would be very interesting if he made a contract with him. The hero asked Yui if he could ask him about it. He began to explain what the contract was, but the dragon interrupted, giving his consent. The hero was surprised, asking if he needed an explanation since he knew nothing. The dragon only said that he did not hate him. He added that he also found the guys interesting. The hero thanked him. They made a contract. Louise asked about his new ability. It was a power that changed perception. He couldn't wait to use it. Chris also told him to use it and asked if he wanted to change his appearance. The hero asked again. He decided it would do to test it. He touched himself. He turned into a dragon, asking the others if he looked like a bastard now. He didn't understand why Chris was laughing yet. He said that this ability obeys the vision of the rest of the dragons among all the dragons, the Dragon King, and suits him perfectly. The hero fell silent and then asked if it was true. A few days later, in Bursel's office, the hero said he wanted to set up another base. The girl was surprised when he said that his guild had expanded so much. The hero replied that it wasn't much, and they had Chris, and now there were 5 of them inside the city. It seemed cramped. The girl agreed with this. This is true on the one hand, but in reality it is for the Garians that he wants a spacious territory. The girl said that it would not be cheap and asked if he could handle it. She added that everything, of course, depends on the area, and the hero said that he wants a larger area. He said that with the size of a military fort, it would cost 50,000 lira per year. The guy was surprised that it was so expensive. She said that the lands of the country belonged to the king. He thought that he couldn't afford it. The girl remembered something. She said that he knew the princess well and could ask her. He said that it was not necessary. She would agree, but he didn't want to drag her into it. He said he would think about finances first and thanked Rose. Later, Louise said they would be without territory for a while. Colette replied that then there would be a household. He replied that, unfortunately, yes. He decided to try to grow it from beginning to end first. He called Yui saying that he would plant this seed and asked Yui to hide it when it starts to grow. He agreed. Chris called him asking if this amount was enough for him. The hero replied that yes, and they would do it for the sake of testing. Then Chris said to plant the seed in this place, not outside. The hero said that then there would be no light. Chris said that there was no problem with that and laughed. He created magic and said to look at it. The hero was surprised. Chris used the flame of the phoenix, the flame of life. With it the plants will grow. Hero asked if it was true. The hero said that all this time he would glow and the plants would grow quickly. He asked if it would be hard for Chris with such a load. The dragon laughed. The dragon said that it was very interesting for him. In these 3,000 years, he was the first one who was worried about him. He said not to worry. Emma said that for Chris it was like getting up from a chair easily. The hero calmed down, realizing that everything was fine. Then the hero said that he would rely on him and the dragon was pleased. Yui also helps and now is definitely not visible. Someone called the hero and he asked who was there. He went to that place. It was the princess who greeted the hero. He saw that she seemed to be in a hurry. They sat down at the table and he asked if she had come for the new assignment. She sighed at the way he judged her. He was surprised. She said that she had received a message from the office in the city that he needed territory for the guild. The hero realized that it was all Rose. He said that it was true and he did not want to disturb her. She cried out, asking why. She shouted that there was plenty of territory and she would give him as much as he wanted. He hesitated, saying that it was too much. She shouted that she would do everything for him because she wanted to be useful to him. The guy said that if she insisted so much, then he agreed. The boy said he trusted the princess. She asked him to trust her, borrowing power from the princess. Only 3 days passed, and the princess had already found a place. Cyril made the new dragon Yui his friend, and now they want a bigger territory for this. They asked the princess for help. He asked the princess if it was troublesome for her. She answered that it was not. The princess said that she just needed a man to take over the territory and thanked him. However, she added that it could not be used immediately. She informed him that they were there. The hero saw that it was spacious there. They were walking across the field and she asked him what his place was. The archive said that it was a former estate. The hero realized that this meant that there were plowed lands. She confirmed this, but added that they were now in a terrible state. He noticed that the building was falling apart and she, sighing, replied that she wanted to prepare such a territory for him so that he could work with it right away. The guy began to encourage her, saying that she had helped him a lot. He said that this place has water and a bridge, everything so that they don't have to start all the construction from scratch. He sincerely thanked her. She said she was honored that he liked it. The estate's territory was something like a village ruled by aristocrats, or so he thought. All the harvest belongs to the owners and the workers get paid. The original purpose of this place was to grow crops. He thought that his goal was to breed Garians, and this place was ideal. He decided to start with cleaning and decided to burn everything. The princess was surprised by this skill. He told her that he had made a pact with the dragons. She was surprised. He decided that it would become fertilizer. The princess, walking behind, sighed and he turned around asking what was wrong. She replied that nothing had happened. He said that he had not imagined it that way. She thanked him and replied that everything was really fine. She just wanted to talk to him. She told him about his guild and wanted to be a part of it, but she was not allowed because she was a princess. The hero understood what was going on. She was sad. The hero thought that she was really trying for them. He should do something for her too. It dawned on him and he called her, telling her not to move. She was surprised, but agreed. He used Yui's technique and changed the princess's appearance. She was surprised. The hero said that now she, as another person, would be able to participate in his guild. She was happy. She repeated his words about secretly and he confirmed it, saying that it turns out like this. He said that now he could not call her princess. She called him. She asked if he could come up with a name himself. He was surprised, suggesting the name Jonna in that case. She agreed, saying that the name was beautiful and thanked him. The hero remembered and said that she should know something since she was now a member of their guild. She asked what the secret was. He said that he understood the language of dragons and could talk to them. She was surprised, asking if it was true. En laughed and said that he understood that it was surprising. The princess had never heard of such a thing. Then he suggested trying. She didn't understand. The city of Bursel. Later, Louise and the princess returned. The hero greeted them. She asked, and what can now be understood? The hero asked to wait and asked Louise to come up. The hero wanted her to sit on it once and walk around it, while he would translate what Jonna was thinking, so he would show that he really understood their language. The hero asked Louise how everything went and asked her to tell him. She was silent. He asked what happened and she mumbled and then apologized to him. She said she didn't know if she could tell him that. He didn't understand what was wrong. She said it would sound better coming from the princess herself. He didn't understand. He called Jean. He said that Louise had said that the princess had said things that she should not have told him. She asked Louise what she was talking about. The hero asked about when she was writing Louise. She was saying something. The princess became embarrassed. She screamed that it was impossible under no circumstances. Louise had no intention of doing so. The hero said that everything was fine and Louise didn't want to. Jean thanked him. Cyril relayed Louise's words that it would be better if he told him herself. The princess replied that this was also not possible. The hero asked why. She replied, embarrassed, that it was because a confession would come out. He looked at her questioningly, and she decided to change the subject by saying that it turned out that he really did understand dragons. She said it was great, that's why they trusted him so much. He admitted that it saved. The princess admitted that she thought she was communicating with a child of God. It turned out that it was his power. She asked if anyone from the previous guild knew about his power. He hesitated. She winced. He admitted that he had said, of course. Then she asked if he had really been kicked out like that, and he replied that it was. She thought it was cruel, even though they say it was a first-class guild. But now she knew. He thanked them for their sympathy, although now he was truly grateful to them. He smiled. He's better off now with those who trust him. He told Jonna that from now on she would become a member of their guild and he would rely on her. She was delighted. They shook hands and she asked him to trust her. 1 month later, Colette could see the progress. The hero agreed. The dragons were happy that they had such a large territory and could run at full speed. Louise wanted to sleep. Cyril said that when the Gariana harvest season began, they would need to hire workers, and they would need to build a building for them. Chris called Colette and Emma. He asked to show them something and they agreed. They handed him the basket. He was surprised. When he saw the fruit, he realized that they had succeeded. These were the first specimens. The dragon's tears incense was finally ready. They had succeeded. The dragon said how amazing it was that Garion could acquire such a form and that it was also done in the stomach. The Dragon Faust Guild now has a new territory. The princess asked to be made a member of the guild, and Cyril told his secret. The hero said that it must have been hard to keep them in his stomach all the time and thanked them. He added that they certainly looked unsightly. Chris replied that amateurs wouldn't understand, but he could guarantee the quality. He thinks the Mono merchants will probably appreciate it if they show it to them. Gigo's shop. Mano. Gigo asked who was there and saw the hero. Cyril apologized for the intrusion. Ego asked what he needed today, and the hero said that he wanted him to look at something. He called Colette and she, understanding him, pulled out a basket. He showed the dragon tears, saying that he made it himself. Gigo was surprised. Forbidden product dragon tear incense thanks to Yui, everything went smoothly for them. But if something went wrong, then there is no point in doing it further. Gogi was shocked and stuttered. The hero said that there are not many of them yet, but if he takes one, he will make more. Gigo was surprised by the high quality, which he encountered for the first time, and there were no complaints. He liked everything and asked if the hero had made them himself. He confirmed it. He said he knew someone who knew about this, and he advised me to keep them in my stomach for a while. Gigo heard about the dragons and said that the hero was lucky. He laughed and said that his dragons were capable. Colette said that he would achieve nothing with flattery. LaRose asked the man if he would take the product, and he asked if he could guarantee the same quality in the future. The hero asked Colette, and she replied that if he asked, then yes. The hero told Gigo that there would be no problems. Gigo first said that he would buy it for 1.5 times more, but then he changed his mind and decided to buy it for even twice as much. The hero was very shocked by this. Gigo said that the price was very justified because the quality corresponded to it. The man reached into the shelf and pulled out some money. He handed the banknote to the hero, telling him to take the church account, which he could cash at any church. There were 10,000 lyre in it. It was an advance payment. The hero replied with a smile that he understood him. He accepted the bill and thanked me. Later, sitting at the table, the man said it was nice to meet him. He was from the Laurent Trading Organization and introduced himself as Rouen Laurent. He was glad to meet his rising guild. The hero asked again. Laurent confirmed this and added that he is sure that Dragon Faust is waiting for even greater heights. He said that he wanted to get to know the hero better. He thanked him and clarified that Laurent hadn't just come to say hello, had he? He admitted it. He said that he had brought some goods today. The hero asked what was there. He put the chest down and told him to look inside. The hero hesitated, wondering. Laurent said with a smile that it was one of the sacred relics. The hero repeated his words about the object in front of him. Rowan laughed and said that, as the hero knows, these are usually the remains of holy beings and mostly they sell fakes. However, he insisted that this was real. The hero thought about it. Rowan said that, of course, it was impossible to understand this in the chest and told him to look first. The Rose saw a bone there. Rowan confirmed his words and said that this was the bone of the Dragon King. He controlled all the dragons. And he wanted to notice something. He shouted that over time it would become more and more expensive, so it was better to buy it now. The hero understood him and said that he would think about it. Rowan agreed with him. The hero still doubted in his mind. Chris laughed again and said that it was very interesting and advised the hero to buy it. He guaranteed that he would not regret it. The hero, without hesitation, immediately told Rowan that he was buying a bone. The hero told Chris that he didn't know what he was promising him, but he hoped it would be worth the money. Chris advised that it would be. He said that it was not just a bone of the Dragon King. The hero did not understand him and he decided to show him. The box caught fire in his hands, and the fire embraced the bone, transforming. The hero saw the blade, which was hidden by mimicry. Chris said it was a phoenix horn, which is the real name. The hero was shocked to hear about the phoenix. The dragon confirmed and added that there was also a part of it a couple of deaths ago. People called it a divine object. The hero was in complete shock from what was happening. Such items are called divine because they were once used by divine beings. Of course, such a thing is not so easy to get. Chris said that he rarely hears the hero so surprised. He replied that if Chris says so, then the item is worthless. He asked how the blade is useful, and it turned out that it will make you cry with happiness. He said to unfold it and put it in himself. The hero understood that he needed to eat it. Cyril asked what would happen to him, and Chris said that he could survive one death. Cyril was shocked by this. He was shocked by this power and realized that it was not for nothing that it came from the phoenix. Keith thought about the same thing. But the hero doubted it. Chris laughed and said not to worry because it tasted normal. But that wasn't what the hero was worried about. He said the problem was that there was only one of these things, and he was wondering if it would work if he ate only part of it. Chris said that it did. It didn't work. The hero was worried about the other guys even if Chris didn't need him. He was immortal anyway. He would like 4 pieces. The dragon laughed loudly. The hero asked Chris to calm down and he began to apologize. He called the guy very interesting. Although he is mortal, he manages to put dragons first. He exhaled and admitted that he didn't think such people existed. It seemed that Chris had really seen many different people in his entire lives. Chris grinned and said that this would be his gratitude. He promised to fulfill the hero's wish. He was surprised. He shouted, asking what the dragon was talking about. He asked not to worry because it was nothing special. The phoenix tore off its paw and the hero was in a stupor. The phoenix asked to give him a sword. Chris made the paw glow with the weapon. He handed the hero the thing, saying that it could be considered a renewed phoenix horn. The hero understood what this meant. Chris said that the hero would now see everything for himself, and said that they needed to return to them. A little later, LaRose asked the dragon what he would do, and he chuckled and said that the center was here. He said to stick the horn into the ground where it points. The hero sighed, asking him if that was all that was necessary. He stuck the horn in and everything began to glow, blinding him. The fiery column went into the sky. The hero was surprised to see a huge cylinder. Chris said that while the guys were in this territory, none of them would die. The hero did not believe it from shock. Phoenix convinced him and added that if they were in danger, let them come to this place. Chris said that his wish would now be fulfilled. The hero couldn't even believe it, but judging by the scale, this was possible. He turned to the Phoenix saying that it was great and thanked him. The Phoenix asked him to rely on his friend. Phoenix laughed. The hero knew that if something happened, he could just stay in this place. No one would die in this territory. New territory and power to it. It is she who will serve as new wings for the Dragon Faust Guild, carrying it high up. Slowly, enjoying every step, the girl and the guy walked along the grass. Their path lay through an endless meadow. Shoulder to shoulder, the girl and the boy walked together, deep in conversation. The boy was talking about moving from Burcell, saying that for now they only had a house and a building for the dragons. With eyes sparkling with joy, the guy, not hiding his delight, announced that their corner had acquired its own name, as if it were a long-awaited discovery. With unwavering confidence in his voice and his hands on his hips, the young man looked at the village as if it were his own creation. With pride in his voice, he announced that it was called Passeron. With their mighty wings spread and their clawed paws stretched out, the dragons lazily basked in the rays of the sun, enjoying the warmth of their new haven. The girl's gaze froze for a moment before she tilted her head slightly, revealing her surprise. Her call pulled Cyril out of his thoughts, and he looked at the girl a little confused. The maiden expressed the opinion that his house looked much more modest than a building intended for dragons. Agreeing that the building for dragons was much more majestic than his house, the young man added that these creatures were the foundation of the guild, and without them it simply would not have arisen. There was a look of remorse on Cyril's face. He was looking at the ground, and it was obvious that he was about to confess to some wrongdoing. While they were on the path leading to his house, Cyril revealed that he had made some mistakes during the construction process. The girl, looking at the young man, asked if his mistake was the reason why the building for the dragons was bigger, finding it funny. The young man added that, having saved up, he planned to expand the territory and even figured out where exactly. While they were peacefully discussing plans to expand the house, a dragon suddenly ran up to them, called out to the young man and, as it turned out, brought important news. The dragon, like lightning, pierced the silence with his announcement of the arrival of a guest to their guild. After the dragon informed them of the guest's location, the young man and the girl, without delay, decided to go to the gate to meet this uninvited visitor. When they arrived at the gate, they saw a young man, and Cyril asked him what he had come here for about Rose. The young man confirmed Cyril's words about Rose and added that they wanted Cyril to go with them. Without hiding his surprise, Cyril asked the young man what could have happened so urgently that they were being rushed so much. The young man replied that, unfortunately, he had no information about the reasons for what was happening. Overcome with frustration and anxiety, Cyril expressed the hope that everything would be fine and nothing serious would happen. The girl said that she would go with them. The guy agreed, but added that they would definitely not recognize her in this form. Passeron Guild is dominated by majestic mountain ranges, their peaks soaring into the sky. The slopes are covered in forests, cut by gorges, hiding ancient secrets. The boys arrived at their destination. The young man entered the office and saw a lady in a plaid dress who apologized for the sudden call. She looked at the young man and thought. The girl in the checkered clothes asked who was next to him. The girl bowed in greeting while the young man explained that Jana was new to their guild. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. The girl in the checkered suit asked rather freely when she asked if the young man had acquired any lady, which made Jean raise his eyebrows in surprise. The girl in checkered clothes said that Jana had very good manners and, most likely, she was from the family of some merchant. Lost in thought, the woman said that she had a strange feeling as if she had met her before. Noticing some confusion in the girl's eyes, the guy thought to himself that this lady at the table was quite perceptive, having said something like that. Deciding to take the initiative into his own hands, Cyril walked up to the table, sat down, and, without wasting time on polite introductions, directly stated that he wanted to hear from her the truth about what had happened. The girl called the guy by name. Anticipating a possible refusal, Rose timidly asked the guy if he would mind if she asked him to do a small favor and clean up after others. With her head down, the girl said with sadness in her voice that, contrary to all expectations, the Lindworm had failed in their mission, and now they would have to face the consequences. The young man, with a serious look and after a short pause, asked again about Lindworm. Cyril, wanting to understand the scale of the problem, asked what specific difficulties they had encountered and what had caused their failure. It was obvious that it was difficult for her to talk about it, so the girl only evasively said that a disaster had occurred in the dragon pasture. After reporting that the evacuation of the staff was successful, Rose noted with concern that the fate of the dragons remained unknown as they remained in the pasture. After hearing this, Cyril fell into deep thought, going over in his mind all the details of what had happened. While the worried girl, sensing his anxiety, called him by name, wanting to support him. The lady expressed regret for the fate of the dragons and said that the Lindworms to whom she had entrusted the task had failed to complete it. Folding his arms across his chest, Cyril said that he now understood why she had approached him with such a task. Taking all the circumstances into account, the young man said that in that case, suddenly interrupting the conversation, two guys burst into the office with a noise. The young men, frowning, looked with displeasure at those present in the office. Cyril, recognizing the guys who entered, called out to them by name. Eric said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Wanting to express his opinion, he approached and asked for an explanation. Confused, Eric asked what the words about the end of their relationship meant, and Louis, echoing him, emphasized that they could provide all the necessary explanations. Rose was about to express her opinion, but Eric cut her off mid-sentence. Eric explained that completing this task was necessary to maintain their professional image, and losing it now could result in serious reputational damage. Cyril listened patiently to the stream of complaints and explanations from the two. The girl inquired about his proposal, but before Eric could finish talking about the paperwork, Cyril interrupted him and called out to Rose. Announcing his immediate departure, Cyril asked to be provided with all the information he needed to continue his work, to which Rose assured him that everything would be done. Cyril's words were the last straw that broke the boy's back, and he angrily asked how he dared to do such a thing. The young man said that they should write their own papers if that was what they wanted. In protest against the current situation, Louis angrily asked what this arrogant attitude towards them was. Cyril, realizing the gravity of the situation, stated that the lives of the dragons were at stake and stressed that his first priority was to immediately arrive at the scene to save them. Wanting to stop Cyril, Louis exclaimed that the discussion was only just beginning and stopped him by grabbing him by the shoulder. Suddenly, the guy's shoulder, along with Louis' hand, burst into flames. The young man pulled his hand back with horror and a scream. Unable to understand what was happening to his hand, he looked at the fire and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Puzzled by what had happened, Eric turned to Cyril and asked when he had managed to do it. Cyril looked at them with a look of disdain. Upon arriving home, the young man said that Emma and Yui would accompany him on his mission. Wanting to protect them from possible problems, he warned them to be careful because an unexpected danger could arise at any moment. The dragons took his words seriously and promised to heed his warning and be vigilant. Approaching the young man, one of the dragons expressed disagreement and asked why she was not going with them. Cyril explained that this time they were going to be on a rescue and combat mission, and her skills weren't in that area. He emphasized that even while staying at home, she was fulfilling an important mission by protecting their guild. He also asked her to help him prepare for his departure. Cyril expressed confidence in Jean, saying that he was counting on her help. Having made her decision, Jean told Colette that it was time for them to go. The guy said that Chris should stay home too. Cyril expressed his desire for him to also guard their precious home, to which he laughed and said that he understood. Having informed Louise about the opportunity to rest, the young man added that her strength would still be needed, to which she slyly agreed. He turned to Yui to ask her for something. Before he went on his mission, he wanted to clarify a few things. Cyril asked if she could help them get to the desired location unnoticed, and specifically asked if she could prevent possible detection. You said that her power only works on dragons and does not extend to humans, so she will not be able to help them remain undetected if they encounter them. The information Yui gave made the young man plunge into thought. Suddenly, it seemed like a revelation to him and he came up with something. The gentleman asked if she could turn him into a wall, to which Yui replied that it was worth a try. The young man began to merge with the wall. Chris, not expecting such an effect, was surprised to note that it was indeed unnoticeable. Cyril craned his neck slightly to voice an objection. Louise understood Cyril's thought and confirmed his guess that if he moved, he would become visible. Moving away from the wall, the young man asked Yui with interest if she could adjust to him. She confirmed her ability to do this, but warned that she would quickly get tired. Cyril looked at her with a warm smile. He gently stroked the dragon's head. The young man, soothingly stroking the dragon, told him to save his strength and use it only in the most extreme cases. There was no shadow of doubt in her calm eyes as she said that she understood everything. A couple of small wooden barrels were crowded against a low brick wall. Despite the passing of an hour and the changes in the landscape, the clouds still raced across the sky and the sun generously shared its light. The roof of the house was visible against the backdrop of a picturesque mountain landscape with clouds. After organizing everything, Colette asked if everything was okay. Cyril answered in the affirmative, but there was a note of surprise in his voice. Cyril, amazed by the scale of what was happening, stood with his hands on his hips, as if trying to take in all this sea of food, and thanked Colette and Jean. Looking at the mountains of food, the young man noticed that they had prepared too much, like a whole feast. Jin asked the guy what he was going to do with all this. Imagining how much food he would need to eat, the guy said with some resignation that he would eat it all. Horrified by the amount of food, Jean asked in fear if all this was really meant for him alone. Colette watched contentedly as Cyril explained that he had a contract with her that would convert food into energy. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise and said that it was very cool. Jean called out to the gentleman. Looking questioningly at Cyril, the girl asked if he was sure that he would need such a colossal reserve of strength. Sitting down, he answered in the affirmative and said that the upcoming battle would not be easy. The guy slapped himself on the cheeks and was about to start eating. The dragons looked at what was happening with a mixture of hopelessness and pity. While the young man was eating, the girl handed him a glass of water. Cyril took the water from Jean with a heavy look in his eyes, and the watching dragons noted that he was not feeling well. With anxiety in her voice, Colette said that she was afraid that Cyril would soon become disgusted with food, and that there was nothing she could do to help him. You watched the situation with indifference. Turning away, she expressed her opinion that he was a rather strange person. He himself tells Yui not to strain herself, but now he sits there choking. Colette demanded that they take good care of Cyril, threatening that she would not forgive them if anything happened to him. The dragons who were going with the master nodded in agreement to Colette's words. Emma said she would do her best. Following Emma's example, Yui said that she would work just as hard as her. Chris laughed out loud. Chris noted that they simply have a great leader. The dragon headed towards Cyril. The dragon called out to Mr. Cyril as his friend. Chris leaned towards the gentleman and Cyril asked what had happened. Having said that this time, even if he is not going anywhere, he is simply obliged to give something. The leader looked with surprise at what his dragon handed him. Cyril and his team walk along the road to the pasture. Emma asked how much longer it would take them to get to that place. Lost in thought, the guy reached into his pocket for a map. Holding a map in his hand, he showed that if they went further than the Eclipse River, somewhere near the Nure Mountains, their journey took half a day, which puzzled the dragon. She asked if it would have been easier if they had gone in a straight line. The young man said that, in fact, their legs may come apart. Emma invited him to sit on her back. She also added that she could feel his heavy breathing and asked him not to overexert himself. Cyril thanked him, but wanted to add something. The guy said that if that was the case, he could handle it. The young man reminded her that it might be difficult for her, to which Emma replied that it was possible. The dragon asked what about Louise then. Even if she wants to sleep, Cyril can simply give the order. Cyril called her out on this statement. Cyril asked if this was about the Ring of Obedience, adding that he didn't like such things. The boy thought that of course he could force them to use the technique against their will. The dragons objected that the matter was very urgent and could be used. Cyril said he never wanted to use it. Emma, hearing him, took into account his resistance. The young man apologized for his stubbornness, to which the dragon said that there was nothing wrong with that. She supported him, saying that she understood that he cared about them, and therefore his stubbornness did not seem strange to her, but on the contrary, good. Cyril listened to Emma's words with a little embarrassment. She wanted to add something else, but said that she forgot the word. Yui, after a short pause, asked if she meant hard work. Emma looked at her brightly and confirmed that this was exactly what she meant. The dragon chuckled slightly and noted that the young man was being too hard on himself. Cyril bowed his head slightly and said that he was embarrassing her. Continuing to move into the distance, the guy thought about resting, but he could go a little further. They all headed towards the pasture together. Yui suddenly looked at her with horror. She asked Cyril to stop, and the young man asked a question. Emma immediately called out his name in concern. Seeing this, the guy hissed and jumped back as a magical charge flew in front of him. It crashed into the ground, leaving a small crater. Louis appeared with his dragons, coming a little closer. Cyril shouted at him, outraged by his actions. The guy said that he was the one asking him how uninteresting. Louis frowned and said that if he went there, it would be a problem. With a disgruntled and worried expression on his face, Cyril sarcastically asked if this was really the case. Putting his hand on his hip, Louis continued to object, saying that their license was on the line. Cyril replied that even if that was the case, their guild should now be busy resolving this situation. Louis was taken aback. He exclaimed that it was none of his business. After expressing his opinion about Cyril's terrible guild, he heard in response that they should not worry since they themselves would save the dragons. Having given the order, Louis ordered his dragon to attack Cyril. As he prepared for battle, Cyril wondered if he could get through everyone without harming anyone. The dragons stopped and looked at each other. Cyril didn't expect that the dragons wouldn't touch him. Louis was furious and confused as to why the dragons weren't attacking him. Michelle asked Emma if he could be trusted. Emma asked in surprise if he didn't know Cyril. To which he replied that they had not met. Cyril's dragon confirmed that she was talking about the person he trusted the most. The dragons looked at each other. Michelle replied that he understood and said that they could move on. Cyril was amazed that the alien dragons had let him pass. The three dragons said that they were tired of him and wanted to go with the others. However, they knew that it would be a lot of trouble, so they decided it was better to keep him here. The young man thanked the dragons, saying that they would be of great help. Calling Yui and Emma, Cyril said that it was time to set off. Louis asked what they were doing, ordering the dragons to destroy Cyril. The dragons, meanwhile, patiently listened to Louis' chatter. The guy got angry and said that they underestimated him. Cyril turned towards the boy and his dragons with some concern. The guy waved his hand and cast a spell. The dragons immediately became shackled. The spell engulfed the dragons, causing them to tremble. Not expecting such actions from Louis, Cyril was perplexed. The dragons immediately took on a hostile attitude. Emma, seeing this, immediately shouted out that this was a spell called the Ring of Obedience. The young man was somewhat angry at Louis' actions. Frowning, the boy ordered the dragons to attack the young man. Michelle and her team immediately bared their teeth and rushed at Cyril. Using magic, the young man covered the land in fog to distract the attackers. The dragons began to cough from the smoke. Having shown the dragons the way, the boy said that they could not escape. The bewitched animals were about to attack the young man when Emma called out from behind him. She said to attack because they might fight back. Looking at the dressed-up dragons, the young man thought that they were really tough guys. Emma encouraged him, telling him that he could give it his all, otherwise it would be more difficult later. Lost in thought, Cyril thought about that conversation with Yui. He immediately exclaimed her name. The boy asked his dragon to hide him with her. Yui immediately set to work. In the blink of an eye, Yui and Cyril disappeared. Louis looked in amazement at the place where they had just stood. The guy was taken aback and asked in bewilderment where they had gone. The young man stood next to the dragons and looked at Louis. The bewitched animals were out of breath. The boy's hand was covered in fire. He thought that they knew where he was, but as long as Louis had control over them, they couldn't act. Suddenly, the dragon's collars began to burn. The boy didn't understand why the shackles he had put on were burning. Cyril was already standing behind him, ready to attack. The young man struck Louis in the back with his elbow, and he fell to the ground. The boy and the dragon stood next to each other when he declared that it was all over. Emma, approaching the dragons that were prisoners of magic, worriedly asked if everything was okay with them. As they recovered from the spell, the dragons confirmed their condition, saying that they did not want this outcome of events. Emma was relieved that they were okay. She got angry at Louis and wanted to take revenge, but Cyril stopped her. The young man said that he was not worth it. It was better to save his strength for salvation. The dragon responded to the words of his master. Emma said that they were just thoughts and nothing more. The creatures that had been subjected to the spell looked at Emma and Cyril. They said they envied her because she had such a caring owner. Emma confirmed their words. Emma replied that he was simply a great host. Meanwhile at home, Colette was darting from side to side. Chris laughed at her and told her not to torment herself with unnecessary worries. Louise asked Chris what he had given Cyril at the meal. He replied that it was his phoenix horn. Colette was a little shocked, and Chris replied that as long as he existed, Cyril would not die. He raised his head and thought. Looking at their picturesque place near the house, he wondered when he would use his horn. Arriving at the pasture, Emma asked if this was really the place. Looking around, the young man confirmed her words. They looked at the stone-built building and said it looked like a prison. The entrance to the pasture looked menacing. The fence is surrounded on top with wire that has an electrical charge. Emma said that was an understatement. Where she comes from? It's very different. Yui replied that she didn't know how it was with Emma, but it was uncomfortable. The tall stone building was terrifying. Swallowing the lump in his throat, Cyril looked at the entrance to the pasture with some trepidation. Gathering all their strength, Cyril and his team headed inside. Everything inside was broken and destroyed. Continuing to move forward, Cyril and his dragon studied their surroundings. Emma was uneasy about the oppressive atmosphere of the place. Cyril was told that there were many dragons here. He asked what was understood. The stone walls were covered in claw marks, the buildings were destroyed, and the ceiling looked like it had been bitten off. Emma explained that they were all different types of dragons, and the boy thought about it. Emma said there are at least 6 types of dragons here. Cyril took this information into account and suggested moving on. The young man thought that it would not be easy to fight against many at once. Suddenly, the dragon exclaimed at what he saw. The dragon was asking in horror what was going on when the young man turned around to find out the cause of the commotion. Seeing this, Cyril was taken aback and speechless. A 2-headed dragon could be seen from behind the destroyed wall. Each step he took with his huge paws produced a booming sound worthy of a gigantic beast. Something emerged from behind the wall and fluttered its wings. A 2-headed dragon appeared before them like a nightmare come to life. Its enormous size was frightening, but even more fascinating was the sight of 2 heads growing from one mighty body. The ominous roar seemed to vibrate in the very bone, penetrating deep inside and causing fear. Cyril and his dragons were horrified by what they saw. Horrified by the sight of the dragon, Yui said that it was a chimera. Chimera, a monster that combines the characteristics of different creatures at once. The young man looked worriedly and thought that if the chimera was here, then he was not alone in this place. The dragon cast his gaze at them. The 2-headed dragon immediately roared. Faced with the chimera, Cyril and his dragons found themselves in a difficult situation, unsure of what to do next. The dragon began to attack them. With his mouth, he collected a cloud of flame that would become his weapon. Taking off, the chimera released its fiery ardor. The monster's attack hit Yui. Hearing Yui's groan, the young man immediately turned around, calling out her name. The chimera was about to attack the young man and his team again. Emma called out to Cyril in panic. Out of desperation, Cyril was going to fight back the monster, gathering magic into his hands. Ready for battle, the youth extended his hand towards the chimera and launched his attack at it. The boy's magic created a fog that dragged along the ground. Cyril asked Yui to remove the curtain. The chimera was coughing and standing in the smoke. As the dragon roared, Cyril and his team turned around, saying that they should retreat first. Rubble of former buildings. The team watched the chimera leave. With worried sadness, Emma asked about this chimera. The monster trudged forward, moving away from them. Cyril looked at this whole picture with pity and said that he himself did not know. But this could be the key to the answer. Emma did not understand what the answer was, to which the young man suggested continuing on their way. They continued moving through the ruins of this pasture. As Emma and Cyril surveyed the area, Emma expressed surprise at not seeing any dragons. Cyril pointed to the enemy and replied that there was only a chimera in front of them now. Based on the trail Emma found, Cyril offered his version of what happened. The young man explained that before them were not individual dragons, but one, the result of the fusion of the forces of 6. Emma, with a worried look, understood what was being said. She asked a question, and the guy confirmed that the tracks most likely belonged to a chimera. With confusion in his voice, the dragon admitted that he did not understand how this was possible. Emma asked if this really happens. Yui asked what they should do next. The dragon emphasized their mission by asking if they hadn't come to save the dragons. Cyril was deep in thought. The guy hoped for a peaceful resolution to the situation, sticking only to dialogue. Full of hope, the dragons focused their gaze on the young man, waiting for his decision. Emma looked at the boy uncertainly and asked if they could do it. Cyril replied with determination in his voice that they would do everything in their power. The boy suggested that they stay back and let him come closer. Emma immediately declared that it was too dangerous. The gentleman said that he hopes for calm negotiations, and if something bad happens, he counts on their help. Cyril asked Emma to distract attention as soon as he gave the sign and asked Yui for a vision. Having accepted the order from the master, the dragons agreed and asked him to be careful. The young man headed towards the ominous dragon. Coming closer, he looked at the chimera. After a short pause, he asked if he could hear him, to which the dragon looked at him with hostility. The dragon got angry and looked at the guy with his roar. The dragon opened its mouth and was about to swallow Cyril. The guy jumped away from him. The heat in the dragon's mouth grew, foreshadowing an imminent eruption of fire. The dragon released a stream of flame that illuminated everything around. Cyril screamed in desperation, trying to reach his mind, and asked if he even understood what he was talking about. Cyril clicked his tongue impatiently and demanded an answer. Looking at him with concern, he expressed bewilderment as to why he couldn't hear him. While the guy was trying to figure out what was happening, the dragon continued to growl angrily at him. A storm of emotions flared up in his soul when he realized that these were not dragons, but only their distorted reflection. Biting his lip, he looked at them with a mixture of anger and despair, mourning their lost essence. He yelled, asking if they didn't dream of returning to their old lives. Suddenly, a mooing sound was heard, which the young man looked at in surprise. The dragon wanted to be deprived of his life. Staring at them in complete confusion, the boy said that those were their voices. The dragon continued to pray to the young man for deliverance, asking him to rest his soul in peace. Looking at the chimera, the young man asked the reason for this desire. The dragon admitted that he was in unbearable pain, that he was experiencing pain, and that his only desire was to end it all. Chimera's desperate pleas indicated that her consciousness was leaving this world, and Cyril understood this. Overcoming the pain and heavy breathing, the dragon continued to persistently ask. Looking at the dragon's suffering, Cyril exhaled doubtfully, preparing to do something. Clenching his trembling fist, the boy thought that there was nothing left to do but do it. Rushing towards the dragon, the young man apologized. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the dragon to make the jump. I understand that it is dangerous, but he still decided to try to help and jumped on the enraged dragon. After casting the spell, Cyril's hands began to emit magical light. The young man resolutely threw his spell straight into the mouth of the two-headed dragon. Suddenly, a strange glow appeared. The dragon was immediately enveloped in light that emerged from the boy's spell, and his body began to mutate. In the chaos of flying debris, the monster began to shrink rapidly. The young man, overcome with confusion, watched what was happening. Listening to the words of gratitude of the chimera, Cyril's dragons witnessed the transformation of the chimera, and they watched in amazement. The glow of the dragon's core, full of gratitude to Cyril, spoke of their long-awaited freedom. The boy was surprised when he saw the dragon core. He immediately rushed towards him, without wasting a second. Leaping towards the remnant of the dragon, he used the phoenix horn, directing its energy towards the core. Suddenly, the earth was covered in smoke. The fog hid the body lying in the very center. When the dragon came to his senses, it became clear that he was alive. As he stood up, he could not hide his surprise. Bewilderment filled his face. The dragon, doubting the reality of what was happening, asked why he remained alive. Sitting, he carefully watched the company in front of him. Filled with amazement, Cyril and his dragons could not take their eyes off the chimera's new appearance. The guy, beaming with happiness, said that everything turned out exactly as he had planned. Instantly, the dragon became apathetic and indifferent. By falling asleep so suddenly, he caused confusion with his behavior. Emma was stunned by this turn of events and asked if he was okay. Putting his hand on the dragon, the boy said that everything was fine. Cyril glanced at him and added that his breathing was normal and there was no need to worry. Emma breathed a sigh of relief. She felt a sense of calm and said she was glad she was alive. Emma spoke with joy in her voice about the phoenix horn and its amazing power. The guy remembered the chimera's mutation for magic. Cyril said sadly that it was the only way to free her. Relaxing completely and casting aside all doubts, the young man smiled encouragingly. He acknowledged the lack of any guarantees of success, but expressed hope for a favorable outcome. Yui remembered something and asked a question. She looked at the sleeping dragon and asked what kind it looked like. Emma and Cyril looked at the lying dragon in surprise. Cyril admitted that he had never seen anything like this before, and Emma and Yui supported him, confirming that it was the first time they had seen anything like this either. The young man thought. Memories flashed through his mind again, and he noticed that when she was chimera, everything was crystal clear. He suggested that it might have been modified, but that was a different matter entirely. Emma said that she looked quite ordinary. She asked what they should do now, to which the guy replied that there was nothing to be done. Saying that they would keep her a secret, Cyril asked Yui to hide her from people on the way home. Yui asked if it would be enough to simply return her to her previous appearance. The young man stroked her head, praised her, and said that she was a good girl. Yui wanted to say something else. She said that she noticed another dragon that had weakened. Emma and Cyril were surprised by her statement. The guy immediately came to his senses and said that they were going after them right now. Upon arriving back, the young man informed Rose that there were 31 dragons. He also said that, unfortunately, there were some latecomers, and they were unable to save them. The girl thanked Cyril and said that the dragons were now with the doctors. Standing behind the counter, Rose said the rest of the work was their concern. She praised him with tears in her eyes. After a short pause, the young man said that it was good, but unreasonable, to which the girl replied that even so, it was still good. Rose reminded him of the other group's failure, but despite this, he still completed the task. Cyril turned his head to the side and muttered about another group. The girl responded to this by saying that they would be talked about for a while, but then the rumors would die down. With a dismissive gesture, the guy said that there had already been a fight there, so it didn't matter. The girl smiled and asked with some surprise if this was really true. She said she would look into it, but he should keep her informed anyway. The guy thanked her. After a pause, the girl wanted to ask about something. She asked the question with a hint of uncertainty, asking if everything was okay and if something was bothering him. The young man was surprised by her question. He realized that she knew all about the chimera in the pasture, and Cyril thought it would be preferable if this information remained a secret from the others. Cyril explained that he destroyed it because it later became a problem and he couldn't contain the power. Rose looked down, devastated. He outlined his views on the pasture, stating that he believed it would be impossible to restore it in any case. The boy decided that he would not say anything more. After listening to his opinion about the pasture, Rose assured him that she understood him. The girl apologized for how everything turned out, and the guy didn't forget to mention the reward. After her affirmative answer, the guy expressed gratitude. Cyril arrived home and immediately began introducing his guild to the new girl. Chris laughed as he greeted the new girl. Taking one look at her, he told Cyril that they had done the right thing. He reported that it was an artificial dragon and, in fact, the evidence was destroyed. Cyril confirmed that this was exactly what he had expected as the new girl tried to cope with the shock. Chris said bitterly that centuries pass, but people remain the same, and he never expected that such experiments were still possible. The young man asked him how long it had been developed, to which the dragon thought. He replied that he could not say with certainty about their successful projects during this time. However, Chris expressed his interest in the artificial dragon. Cyril asked Chris again what he meant by interesting. First of all, he emphasized that he was not familiar with this species. The guy replied that since he didn't know about it, it was probably a completely new species. Chris noted that it was very similar to the ideal that people had always tried to create. The dragon listened to their conversation in confusion, and Cyril asked how this happened. Chris, looking thoughtful and lost in his thoughts, shared one of his guesses about how this could have happened. He said that when Cyril defeated the mixed dragon and used the phoenix horn, all 6 or 7 species merged and a new species was reborn. The guy asked in surprise if that was possible. Chris, smiling, explained that it was just his guess. Chris said that since it was his horn, there was nothing surprising in such an outcome and laughed smugly. Turning towards the dragon, Cyril asked her what they were going to do now. The dragon looked at the guy with a mixture of fear and surprise. The young man smiled and told her not to worry. After all, everything was fine and he would still protect her. She asked fearfully about protection. With anxiety in her voice, she asked another question, fearing that she would be treated cruelly. The boy asked again about cruelty, surprised. The dragon said that he didn't remember it very well, but it was very hard and painful for her. Cyril calmly said that under no circumstances would this happen. Seeing the little dragon trembling with fear, he couldn't help but think about the terrible conditions he must have had to endure. She asked again if it was true, to which the guy replied in the affirmative. Then she asked again if it was true. The young man, stroking her head, said that it was completely true. The dragon was beside himself with joy, and it was obvious to everyone. Cyril asked her permission to give her a name, since she would now be living with them. She exclaimed and gave her affirmative answer. The guy thought about her new nickname. Cyril gave her the name Chanel and greeted her. She happily accepted her new name and responded to his greeting with a warm gesture expressing her gratitude. Chris expressed confidence that Chanel would feel safe and at peace with Cyril. Chris called out the new girl's name. He advised her to sign a contract of communication with their master. Cyril and Chanel asked why. Chris continued to smile slyly. With a smug grin, he explained that this would strengthen their bond, which earned Cyril's agreement. Having made a magic circle on the ground, the dragon demanded a drop of blood from both of them. A drop of blood fell from Cyril and Chanel. By linking their blood, they formed a new ability. Looking at his hand, the boy was surprised by his new strength. Chris asked how his new power was. Without taking his eyes off the hand, after a short pause, he confidently declared that it was a transformation. The guy's hand began to glow. Deciding to test his newfound transformation powers, Cyril made his body sparkle. Chris watched with a smile, and Chanel couldn't hide her surprise, frozen with her mouth open. His hand began to become covered in dragon scales. Long black claws appeared on the fingers. Along with his wings, Cyril gained a tail. Having transformed into the form of a dragon, the young man could not hide his surprise. Looking at his transformed body, he exclaimed in surprise, amazed by his new appearance. Chris, expressing admiration with laughter, said that it was simply incredible, and Chanel noted that Cyril had been transformed beyond recognition. After analyzing the new ability, Chris understood everything. He explained that it could be described as a dragon man. Chris noted that it was an interesting combination of human and dragon form. Looking at Chanel, Cyril said that this was a contract with her. After some thought, the guy added that maybe that was why he now looked a little like a chimera. As Cyril looked at his ability, he thought about how he could now freely change his appearance. Fluttering his wings lightly and wagging his tail, the boy became lost in thought. Looking at his hand, he asked what power was hidden in it. Cyril began to take on his human form again. The young man watched in surprise as he became human again. While asking the guy about what happened, Chris was at the same time absorbed in thoughts about the new skill, wondering what it was. Confused, Cyril scratched his head and admitted that he was out of energy. Laughing at the situation, Chris realized the reason for his rapid transformation. Cyril noted that not much time had passed, but a lot of energy seemed to have been expended. Chris, in turn, suggested testing this ability. The guy gave in, saying that there was nothing he could do and suggested going shopping, but Chris interrupted him. The dragon asked to wait for him. It wasn't long before Chris returned with the bull, much to Cyril's surprise. Having declared that this bull would be enough for Cyril, he immediately began to cook it. The boy confirmed that this amount of meat would certainly be enough. After finishing the meal, only bones remained on the plate. Chanel was amazed at such an appetite. Chanel announced that he had eaten everything. The young man, in response, laughed and said that he must have surprised her. He told her that he had a contract not only with her, but also with other dragons of this guild. Chanel, captivated by his story, was surprised to note how many different ones there were. To this, the young man replied that this is why he has so many abilities. Since the boys would be back soon, Cyril suggested that she meet everyone. Chanel agreed, saying that she was looking forward to this meeting. The young man, as if anticipating the decisive moment, said that the time had come to test his transformation. Having risen, he and Chris walked forward a little. Saying transform, Cyril took on the dragon form of his body. Chanel looked at Cyril, mesmerized as he described his changes, particularly the increase in muscle mass after the transformation. Chris, having commented on Cyril's words, wanted to suggest something to him. The dragon suggested that the young man attack him. The young man looked at the dragon with surprise and asked if he was really allowed to do this. Chris said he was immortal, so it's okay. The dragon's words that the young man was like a small stone, incapable of causing harm, had a calming effect on the young man. The young man asked Chanel to stay at a distance in case any unforeseen circumstances arose. Chris moved away from Cyril. Having prepared himself for battle, Cyril was ready to begin. The young man asked not to hold back and announced the start of the duel. The guy jumped and landed a punch to the jaw. The dragon flew away from Cyril's blow. The young man ran towards Chris, saying that this was not all. Pushing off the ground with his paw, he was about to make a jump. The guy jumped straight at the dragon. Cyril began to punch Chris with all his might. He continued to punch. A hole began to form in Chris's wing from Cyril's attacks. Seeing his wing, the dragon became a little worried. Without showing his emotions, the dragon praised Cyril, noting that even his regeneration could not keep up with him. The excitement flared up in them, and Chris asked if he could try again. To this, the guy answered affirmatively. Cyril was about to launch another attack. Suddenly, the young man transformed back into a human. The quick transformation amazed Chris, and the guy explained that he ran out of energy. While the dragon was recovering, he realized the reason for his friend's rapid change of appearance. He noted that even after eating the bowl, the fight was short, confirming Cyril's words about the high energy costs. Chris said it was actually pretty cool. The dragon said that he surprised even him, so when he is in this form, he will be the strongest of people. Bowing his head slightly, the young man noted with a smile that this would be their ace in the hole. He turned and called out to Chanel. The young man thanked the dragon for his good ability. He was struck by the expression on her face. He called out to her again, but there was weariness in her eyes. Chanel exhaled and said how tired her eyes were. She couldn't keep up with their duel at all. They felt relieved that was all and giggled. Chris laughed and said it was hard to imagine Cyril having such power. A few days later, Cyril and Jean walked through the city. Jean seemed to be intoxicated with delight. With difficulty pronouncing words, the girl admired Cyril's noble beauty, comparing him to a deity. The guy asked again about the deity. When the young man went to the city, he showed Jana his new appearance for a moment. Since then, she has been like this. With admiration in her voice, the girl noted the incredible power that Cyril possessed, emphasizing that it was practically impossible to obtain such power. She continued to speak with admiration about how Cyril was the best dragon knight of all the knights. Slightly embarrassed, the young man thanked Jean for her praise. Remembering the past, Cyril said that before he could only talk to them, but now he can even transform. But there's one small but. Xana asked what it was. Cyril explained that he needed to eat a lot to maintain his energy levels. He consumes food in huge quantities. His portions are 3 times larger than those of others. The girl was amazed that he ate 3 times more. The young man managed to say with difficulty that he was, to put it mildly, tired of constantly eating the same thing in large quantities. Jana, in turn, confirmed his feelings and agreed with him. She came up with the idea, finding a chef, and even offered to help select a candidate. Cyril thought about it and refused her offer. Inquiring about the rationale, she heard the argument that the chef should become a member of their company. The guy added that it would be better to choose someone he feels he can rely on. Jana looked at him with admiration. She immediately turned away, which left the gentleman dumbfounded. Clutching her face in her hands, the girl muttered about trust and how glad she was about it. Cyril felt uneasy, wondering if he had angered her by refusing. However, the girl quickly turned to him. The girl said that she would wait impatiently, but the guy did not understand what she meant. Xana impulsively noted that good cooking is connected with their transformation. She admired his dragon appearance, continuing to embarrass the guy with her speeches. Once again expressing his impatience at this moment, the young man promised to make every effort. The young man began to wonder if she really liked his appearance that much. Cyril noticed people approaching them and soon realized that it was a gang of bandits who were targeting them. With disdain for his smiles, one of the bandits noticed that Cyril was doing quite well. The boy said that he thought he was just a fool, but there was a bonus. The girl hissed at this statement. The young man irritably endured their insults. But then he called out and asked who they were. Having called him nameless, he was asked if he does everything for money. The young man asked that he understood their hostility towards him, but who were they anyway? He chuckled and pointed out to Cyril that he had caused Fyrus too much trouble. The understanding that we were talking about Rintfold caused the guy to react only indifferently. The hooligans confirmed his words. The bandit with the tail, lamenting, said that in the next life he could curse them all and his own stupidity in going without the dragons. A group of hooligans were about to attack Cyril. Cyril said that everything was clear to him, and he understood that they had been waiting for this very moment. In response, Jean began to repeat, "Sir, Cyril." The young man reassured her that he was fine and explained that he was simply going to transform. The girl, worried, asked what would happen to his energy. Looking at his hand, the guy smiled. The hand took on a dragon-like form. The body transformed and Cyril noticed that these guys were all the same. First he attacked one. After that, he quickly dealt with most of his opponents. The young man bent his knees and was ready to attack. Each of Cyril's attacks was so fast that it ended in victory over the enemy. The girl clapped her hands in admiration. Mr. Cyril returned back to his human form. Again, as if intoxicated, Jean continued to express her sympathy for Cyril's dragon form. She looked resolutely towards the robbers. The girl asked what to do with them now. Diana suggested punishing them, because if she said the word, her people would quickly deal with everything. The young woman said that she was a princess after all, so there was no need. She replied that by daring to attack Sir Cyril, they already deserved to be executed. The guy thought about how angry she was. Cyril commented on this situation by saying that that's what they're there for, to do things like that. So he doesn't know what to do with them. Jean suggested calling Louise. The young man was a little surprised. The gentleman asked her to wait a little, because there are more important things to do before that. Jean was moving in the same direction as Cyril. The girl recognized the place where the young man took her. They came to the Rinvalm Guild, that is, Furusu. The guy said that this is not the first time they have climbed on him. Now they've brought Jean into this matter, which has upset Cyril. The young man said that he could not forgive this. The entrance door to the Rinvalm Guild. The girl and the guy went inside the guild. The young man entering the guild apologized for the intrusion, which surprised the guy. Louis was surprised that Cyril came to their guild. Noticing the guy, Cyril called out to him. A stunned Louis wondered why he was there. Suspecting Louis, the young man said that they had something to talk about. Cyril asked to speak to the person in charge, to which Louis interrupted him, saying that they had no conversation. The boy didn't have time to finish his thought when the princess interrupted him, calling out to Cyril. The princess said she would make a public statement because the truth must remain the truth. Louis was amazed by the princess's visit. The girl was sure that he noticed that it was no longer Jean in front of him, but a princess. Louis asked if everything that was happening was true. The girl answered his question in the affirmative. Diva added that she was going to tell publicly everything she heard and saw. The guy was speechless. He couldn't express his thoughts or make a speech normally, as he hadn't expected such a turn of events at all. The guy stuttered and asked to wait. Louis was trying to tell something, but his hands were shaking. Cyril realized that he himself couldn't tell, so, exhaling, he continued the conversation with the princess. The young man apologized for not wanting to listen to her and asked if they would now have to go to the government office. The princess replied that they would, as she did not mind. The most important thing for the girl is to reveal the truth, so she agrees. Cyril thought slyly about how everything was going according to plan. But if he hadn't stopped the princess, she would have hit him seriously. Louis, exclaiming, tried to say something again. The attempts were in vain. With his hands on his hips, Cyril issued his final warning. Sitting on the sofa, the young man said that if the person in charge did not appear, they would leave. The worry was evident on Louis's face. He stood up and asked them to wait a bit. Louis left to call the chief. The man apologized for the wait the princess had to endure. The person in charge sat opposite them on the other side of the table. It was the deputy master of the Lindfolm Guild. The boy said that he had not expected to see him, the oldest of them all. The man replied that he could not allow himself to be rude to the princess. The girl asked if they really thought that what happened before wasn't rough. The man apologized, saying that it was necessary to be notified of her visit immediately. The elder again offered his deepest apologies. The princess looked at the man with indifference. The man said that Louis had told him he was behind the attack. Cyril concluded that this was tantamount to an admission of guilt. The man sincerely apologized and added that Louis had already received the punishment he deserved. The young man said it wasn't worth it. The elder, looking at them with a guilty expression, asked himself a question. The guy folded his arms and explained that Louis used people to attack them. They attacked him, and there was nothing wrong with that. Cyril added that the main thing in this situation was the presence of the princess. The boy asked the princess what they said when they saw her. Remembering their speeches, the princess said that they considered her a good bonus. The young man said that these people had humiliated her highness. The man became worried and explained that they did not know that the princess herself was in front of them. The guy said that if they told everything publicly, the sin would not become any easier, and asked if the other person understood this. The elder was worried and tried to clarify the situation. The princess sat on Cyril's left side. The young man thought that if her father, the king himself, found out about this, then naturally Lintworm would get into trouble. The man, sweating coldly from worry, asked what he should do now. Cyril pointed out that this was a traumatic incident, and if everyone found out, they would be finished. The man asked to wait a little and began to think about how to find a solution to this problem. The elder began to stand up. After some time, the man returned. He had a box in his hands. He put it on the table and asked if this would help them calm their anger. When I opened the box, it contained 100,000 lyre. The girl turned to the young man and asked what he would say to this. The man was nervous, waiting for his answer. Cyril agreed. He added that a settlement agreement had been reached. After the negotiations, Cyril and Jin walked together through the streets of the town. The guy was glad that they were now punished. Cyril suddenly turned his attention to Jean. Looking at her face, he asked what was wrong. The girl apologized, remembering an urgent matter. The young man asked again, and the girl answered in the affirmative. The girl asked if she could take her leave. Cyril did not stop her and reminded her that she also had social affairs to attend to. He asked if she needed his help, to which the princess thanked the guy, saying that it was nothing special. The guy replied that he understood and said goodbye. The girl smiled back. She excitedly galloped off to do her business. As he continued to move through the streets of this city, the young man thought about the report about one scoundrel that needed to be submitted to the government office. The guy turned his gaze to something. He saw a shop with materials for dragons. The young man looked into his bag. The next day, in the guild of Mr. Cyril, the boys informed him that the work was finished, to which Cyril thanked them. Emma and Louise, looking around the corner, asked if they could pass now. Having answered in the affirmative, the young man invited them inside. Emma asked what kind of construction it was, the materials, and the people. Cyril said it would be faster if they felt it themselves. Chris laughed and said he would test first. Louise objected, saying it wasn't fair. The young man stood smiling at the entrance. The dragons looked at their home and could not understand what had changed. They continued to examine the area. Cyril asked how the changes were, to which Louise replied that it wasn't entirely clear, but there was definitely something to it. The dragons spoke with admiration about the comfort, but did not understand what had changed. Chris jumped to the ground laughing and noticed that the soil here was different. Looking down, the girls also noticed the changes. Cyril said that he asked her to change here. Emma was very surprised when she heard the name. Louise asked her if she knew, to which she received a positive answer. Emma said that this blue grass is from the Dragonlands, and it is the most expensive there. Emma asked if there really was grass like that everywhere here, to which Cyril replied in the affirmative. While Emma continued to be in shock, Louise asked how expensive the land was. Cyril said, to put it bluntly, 20,000. Louise was shocked by the amount, and Chris said Cyril had gone wild. The guy said that this is a place where you spend most of your day, so you want to make it as comfortable as possible, even if it costs a lot. Chris said he didn't understand it, but it wasn't cheap for restoration. Noticing something else, Chris noted that it wasn't just the land that he had changed. Cyril said he was right. He stood next to the wall and pointed. It was a crystal to support magic. The young man explained that thanks to the Stayer's help, the magic in this place would be in a better state. The dragons were amazed. Chris was surprised by the concentration of this crystal. It felt like the dragon had just been born. Emma asked Cyril that it was also expensive. The young man named a price of 80,000 lyre, and this huge sum embarrassed Louise. The guy said that sparkling money appeared, and so his long-standing wish came true. The dragons, not hiding their joy, thanked their master for such gifts. Cyril was pleased with their reaction. The guy understood that these might be incomprehensible changes for him, but he did the right thing by investing. Suddenly, female voices were heard discussing rumors about Cyril. One of the girls said that, according to rumors, he really is a good person, and the other confirmed that he really is. The princess appeared, and the countess stood next to her on her left shoulder. The young man thought about the princess and the lady standing next to him. The guy leaned in greeting and apologized for not meeting them. The girl said it was nothing to worry about. The princess wanted to introduce someone to him. It was Countess Gerol. The young man was stunned that such a respectable lady had come to see him. The boy immediately bowed, introducing himself as Cyril LaRose. The woman, clearly flattered, introduced herself as Clara Girl. He stood opposite the princess and wanted to ask something. The girl said that she opened the eyes of Countess Jurl. The young man asked what exactly she meant. The lady's confession about her long-standing cooperation with the Lindholm Guild surprised the young man. It was extremely unusual for aristocrats to deal with guilds associated with dragons. Usually, such contacts turn the aristocrat into a long-term source of income for the guild. Covering her face with her hand, she whispered what she had heard from the princess about their terrible crimes. The guy was surprised. The woman admitted that she doubted whether to continue the cooperation and she wanted to offer something. She asked to tell about the Faust dragons. The guy is very surprised. Surprise froze on the young man's face. Was she really going to join his guild? Did that mean he was going to make a deal with the counts? These thoughts whirled through his head. The princess admitted her great anger towards Lindholm. She can't forgive them and she doesn't intend to. Cyril was struck by this statement. The guy realized what urgent matter she was talking about yesterday. Her plan to weaken Lindholm. Looking at them, he thought about power and the ability to involve even the countess. He thought about that sweet smile of the princess. Cyril decided that he didn't really want to make her his enemy. Cyril did not understand what kind of deal this was, organized by the power of the princess. The young man asked what the deal was with Lindholm. The boy told the lady that he wished it was something he could handle. The girl gave the young man a sign, hinting that she had important information for him. The princess told the young man that he should not worry because he was Sir Cyril, so everything would be fine. The girl added that she chose a person who would definitely be able to harm them. The young man hesitated a little, thinking that it was good if she was not exaggerating. He understood that, no matter how he looked at it, he did not have the same power as Lindholm. Cyril asked the countess to tell him everything, and she agreed. But before we started, she wanted to introduce someone. She asked him to take a look. He was surprised that she brought someone. They walked towards the carriage. Approaching the place, Cyril was very surprised by what she brought with her. It was a dragon of simply enchanting beauty. The young man was amazed by this, while Chris looked out the window. Chris was amazed by this type of radon because it was rare. The young man, seeing radon, asked in surprise if it was really the same one. The countess confirmed that he was right. Cyril knew that this species was not the strongest among dragons, but in beauty it was second to none. There were shackles on her paws. The young man, noticing them, wondered if he had made a mistake. The countess asked how he was doing with her child, to which the young man looked at her questioningly. He mumbled something with a sullen look. Cyril commented on her beauty, to which the countess agreed with him. The countess told him that they were most proud of her and their family. The princess explained to Cyril about such a privilege of the aristocrats. They keep several dragons of the radon species. There is a tendency that considers their beauty a symbol of the family. The young man thought that it would probably take a lot of money to buy and maintain such a dragon. Looking out the window, Chris chuckled at how this had become a culture. The countess said that she had previously entrusted the care of her to Lindholm, so could he take care of her instead of them? Cyril thought about care and support. The young man felt a glimmer of understanding and confidence that he could figure it all out. The guy asked if he could touch her, to which he received an affirmative answer from the countess. The young man approached the radon dragon. Approaching her, he introduced himself as Cyril and asked her name. The dragon said that the vase had no name. He said it was sad. He looked gloomily and regretfully noted that she had to live in such conditions. Radon asked in surprise if he understood her speech, to which Chris replied that he was his best friend and, as a person, a very interesting person. She waved it off casually and said that it turns out that such people do exist. The young man timidly asked if he could look after her, to which she asked in surprise if he really was asking her that. He explained that she had been treated specially in Lindholm. She replied indifferently that she didn't care, because in the end she was just a bird chained to a cage. Cyril asked her if she wanted to gain her freedom. Radon said they were pointless and had no choice but to be chained. The young man remained silent. Radon was about to say something. She said that these shackles cannot be removed just like that. Looking at her shackles, the boy realized that they contained magic, and he did not dispute its power. The dragon simply resigned himself to his fate and did not even try to do anything. Mr. LaRose was depressed by her appearance. The guy realized that she had already given up. The young man decided to take action. Sir Cyril took on a dragon form. This appearance surprised the ladies. With his hand, he reached for the radon shackles. The gentleman broke her chains, which surprised her. The countess was outraged by his behavior. The woman asked why she did it. The princess asked her to believe in him. Having returned to his human form, Cyril congratulated her on her new freedom. The young man told her to feel free to do whatever she wanted. She didn't expect such a gesture from him and was glad. The dragon stood on its paws. She looked up at the sky. The dragon spread its wings. Radon flapped his wings and took off. Radon fluttered like a butterfly, savoring the taste of freedom. She was glad that she could finally feel alive. The young men and the ladies were enchanted by her flight. After a free flight, the dragon began to descend to the ground. Having landed, she walked towards the guy. Radon was delighted. She thanked the young man, to which he replied that it was not worth it. The boy was fascinated by the sight of the dragon. Cyril remarked that she was extremely beautiful. Turning to the woman, the young man asked how the countess was doing with their dragon. The woman was delighted with her beauty and grace. An animated Radon and Cyril waited for her answer. Cyril explained that dragons were not made to be chained. He added that their true beauty can only be revealed and fully manifested when they are free. The girl rejoiced, saying that she had not expected anything else from him. The countess agreed with her. Looking at the animated dragon, the countess confirmed his point of view about their beauty. The woman added that it was no wonder why Her Highness expressed sympathy towards him. The countess said she hoped their cooperation would continue. Bowing, Cyril thanked the lady. The girl, full of enthusiasm, supported the young man with a gesture. Mrs. Giralt notified me of the upcoming payment under the contract tomorrow. The young man, having said that he had one request, interested the countess in this. The boy asked for food for the dragons. She was surprised by this request. The woman replied that if that was all, she could ask the man to come here himself. The young man thanked her. With a sly smile, the countess commented on Sir Cyril's eccentricities, and at that moment Jean called out to him. The girl asked the reason for his actions. The countess admired the shine of the dragon's hair. The young man expressed a desire to provide the dragons with good nutrition. The princess replied that she had no doubt whatsoever about Faust's dragons. Cyril smiled, bending slightly. He thought it was natural, caring for dragons. The next day, the girl apologized for the urgent call. Cyril asked what had happened. Rose reported on a task that was specially assigned to the Faust dragons. The guy was grateful that they were approached personally. Rose was proud that she had a specialized registration for Cyril. The young man asked what task he had been given, to which the girl asked him to wait a little. She took out a list and said that she would read it now. The young man was surprised. He didn't expect such a quantity and asked if it was really a whole list. Rose, casting a questioning glance at him, confirmed that it was a list of tasks. The young man asked how many of them were there. The girl thought about it. After leafing through the list, she said that she would quickly find the number. She said that 46 were required for subordination and 97 for preparation. Before she could finish speaking, the young man interrupted her, asking what it all meant. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. She added that he really didn't think about it. Everyone in the building looked at Cyril. Turning around, he found himself attracting everyone's attention, something he hadn't expected. Rose explained that he had agreed to the terms previously offered to Lentwall. It became a well-known fact that he could be relied upon, but not them. Clutching his head, the boy understood the reason for such attention. Having come to his senses, the guy exhaled. He apologized, but said that he would decide for himself what tasks to do. The girl said that was fine, but asked not to sell herself cheap. The girl said that it is possible to refuse all of them, since the majority are only those who simply want to have a relationship with him. The young man wearily replied that it turns out that such proposals do exist. The girl folded her arms across her chest and smiled. He admitted that he didn't want the dragons to have to work too hard. Rose agreed that he had always been so caring towards the dragons. Cyril asked to look at the contents of this list. The girl said there wasn't much information. The guy said it didn't matter. The young man leafed through the list. Cyril thought that there were a lot of pointless tasks. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The girl asked what was going on, after which the guy handed her the list. She lowered her head to see the reason for his surprise. The girl read the task, which sounded like saving a dragon that couldn't get down from a cliff. Lost in thought, the girl concluded that this was an unusual case, since this is usually how kittens are described. After thinking for a long time, the guy announced his plans. He takes this task, which surprised the girl because they only pay 5 lira. Cyril objected, explaining that he could not pass up this opportunity as the dragon child was in danger. The girl did not argue with him, knowing his good nature. The girl noted that it looked very much like him. The path offers breathtaking views of mountain peaks shrouded in a billowing blanket of clouds. A cliff face that evokes darkness and horror. The little dragons, trembling with their paws, are afraid to go down. The snow-capped peaks of the mountain rose up to the clouds. Mountains are visible through the fluffy crown of the tree, and clouds float slowly in the sky above them, creating an idyllic picture of nature. Once again, stepping onto the ground, the dragon said that this place must be somewhere here. Louise's gaze slid over the area until she admitted that it reminded her of something. Cyril nodded, sharing her feeling. The young man, checking the map, said that, according to the data, the cliff with the dragon cub was located in the very place where they saved the princess. Louise asked if she would have to save anyone this time. Cyril said no. The guy said that since she had been there before, he thought they could get it done faster that way. He added that he would do it himself if there were any difficulties. He assured her that the transformation process should be successful, and Louise made it clear that she had heard his words. The dragon asked who the child was. In response, Cyril explained that the sight of the child was another reason he had taken on this mission. The guy said that this was the feature the customer had mentioned and suggested that it was most likely a velour. Louise stressed that in that case they needed to speed up. The silence of the mountains is broken only by the rustling of leaves in the fluffy crown of a tree, and in the high sky, clouds drift like white sails. With every meter of height gained, the silhouette of the cliff became clearer and closer. Louise saw something on the cliffside. The dragon said to look and assumed it was her. She said she was shaking with fear and expressed regret for the baby's condition. Cyril asked if she could, to which Louise looked thoughtful. Louise noted that the lack of support points creates a danger for the child. The young man realized the danger and offered to go himself. The dragon, trusting him, confirmed his hope. The boy, looking at his hand, announced his intention to perform the transformation. The young man took on the form of a dragon. He rushed up towards the cub. The guy pushed off the slope with his foot. Cyril's appearance came as a surprise to the little girl, which left her surprised. He probably caught the baby by surprise when he picked her up, so she involuntarily exclaimed, probably expressing her surprise. They flew down the slope together. Cyril, holding the baby in his arms, quickly approached Louise. After landing, the guy assumed his human form and stated with relief that everything went well. The little girl, clearly not understanding something, looked at Louise. Louise, explaining that everything happened instantly, said that events developed so quickly that she did not even have time to blink an eye. The dragon asked if she was okay and if she had any wounds. With an expression of obvious surprise on her face, she asked who her little sister was. Just as she was about to answer, she was overcome with surprise. The young man asked what happened. Louise reported that it was not a velour. The young man did not expect this. She explained that in front of them was a dragon that belonged to the superior. It was this fact that surprised the guy. The boy repeated doubtfully that it was a superb view, adding, and the little girl looked at him questioningly. Usually dragons controlled by knights are the result of aquaculture. Untouched dragons are called superior species. They exist in a ratio of 1 in 10,000 dragons. Cyril was taken aback. The young man thought that this was the first time he saw this type of dragon. The guy noticed someone's gaze on him. The little girl looked at Cyril without looking away. The dragon looked closely at the guy's appearance until he asked what it was. She wondered if he was really her father. This question left the guy stunned. Confused, the young man tried to explain that he was not the one she was looking for, as he was an ordinary mortal. She insistently asked him not to interrupt and to listen to her. With indignation in her voice, she demanded to know why he had taken on human form, insisting that he had looked different just a moment ago. She reminded him that he was her dad, demanding to know why he had changed. Louise wanted to express her guesses on this topic. She said that it seemed like the baby was referring to his transformations. Cyril said that everything was clear to him now. He took on his dragon form again. The little child immediately began to smile. The beautiful-looking cub, with a wide smile, ran to Cyril with a joyful cry and hugged him, saying that her heart always knew that he was her daddy. The guy, having taken back his human form, apologized. While the boy was worried about the excessive energy consumption, The dragon just raised his eyebrows in bewilderment at his human appearance. The kid didn't pay any attention to what had happened and replied that it was nothing serious. Louise noticed that this was probably the first time the baby had seen someone who looked like a dragon. The boy seemed to understand what was happening and said that the reason for her behavior was imprinting caused by the transformation. Louise expressed surprise that Cyril liked the dragon's child, noting that it was an extremely rare occurrence. In response, the boy modestly noted that he was simply lucky. She said that perhaps her parents were somewhere nearby. Cyril asked where she was born, to which the dragon did not understand what he was talking about. Inquiring about her whereabouts after waking up, he asked a question that excited the little girl. She, smiling slyly, pointed evasively over there, without giving a specific answer to the question. The young man could not hide his surprise when he noticed that she was running at an incredible speed, and this amazed him. Her departure was so swift that she instantly found herself far away, without giving anyone a chance to blink. Cyril, sitting on Louise, quickly went after the baby. They couldn't keep up with her. Exhausted by the chase, Louise complained that she could not keep up with her incredible speed. She reported that the ancestral species are best at covering short distances. Louise said that people want us to be able to fly long distances because it is not profitable for them, and that is why we are being subjected to such changes. She advised him to keep a better eye on her. Louise added that otherwise they would lose sight of the target, to which the guy agreed. They stopped and Cyril suggested that the dragon rest. He again assumed his dragon form and flew after the baby. The baby fluttered in the air like a feather without experiencing any tension. Even in his new form, he couldn't catch up with her. He understood that he couldn't stand it for long and began to call her. The young man was surprised. Standing next to her place of appearance, she called out to her dad, saying that this place is here. Cyril returned to his human form. The guy came closer to the baby. His gaze fell on the empty shell that had been the dragon's home. He asked if she was from here, to which he received a positive answer. She explained that she had gone looking for him because he was not there. To this he remarked that he now understood how she had ended up there. She added that she had been very scared. He noticed something unusual in the baby's nest. It was a piece of claw. Cyril thought it was a piece of her parents' claw. While he was looking at the object, the baby suddenly asked. She asked where her sister was. He replied that her sister was tired. Cyril explained that she was resting because she had been too fast. The baby was very excited. She hesitated and said in agitation that she didn't know what to do in the current situation. Having apologized, she immediately flew to her little sister at full speed. Scratching his head, the young man came to the conclusion that he could not escape pursuit and would have to follow her. The dragon's transformation was complete, and immediately the claw on his paw flashed with a bright light. The scales on his dragon paws shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow, each plate glittering, reflecting invisible light. Magical smoke like a living creature curled around his legs, hiding claws and scales in a shaky shroud. His feet were transformed, becoming wider and much stronger than before. Cyril was surprised when he asked about his legs. Confusion and astonishment were mixed in his gaze as he looked at his own feet. The young man thought about the transformed claw and tried to find an explanation for what had happened. The guy had some ideas. Pushing off the ground, he was about to run. He immediately started running quickly. Running became his confirmation of his suspicions. Every movement only convinced him of the correctness of his own calculations. Faster than before. The boy ran 10 times faster than the horse. The young man stopped, changing his appearance. Cyril said wearily that he could feel the energy expenditure taking its toll on his condition. Leaning against a tree, the boy slid to the ground, saying how tired he was. Running out of the bushes, the little girl immediately called her dad, obviously very happy to see him. Worried, she asked what happened. But the young man tried to calm her down, saying that everything was fine. Louise, barely able to move her legs, complained that things were happening too quickly. She emphasized that she and the owner were tired of the baby. Speechless, he looked at Louise. There was a big bear lying on her back, and Cyril asked her a question. Smiling, Louise suggested that he would probably get tired of the transformations. Despite his fatigue, the guy smiled. He thanked her with a warm smile and said that she had really been a great help to him. Having made a fire, they cooked the bear carcass. The young man said that he had eaten enough to satisfy his hunger and that he really enjoyed the food. Only gnawed bones remained. The guy thought about the claw he took during the transformation. Cyril reminded everyone gathered that time was running out and it was time to head back to Parlson. The little girl approached her father with a question about his direction. He announced his intention to return home and invited her to accompany him. She agreed. The guy was delighted and said that in that case he would be happy to come up with a name for her. Cyril thought about it. He suggested the name Leah to her and asked if she would mind if he called her that. The little girl could not hide her joy. She agreed to his proposal. Tired, they wandered home. Chris was sitting on the roof of the house. He noticed the owner returning. The dragon expressed his joy at this. Chris chuckled. Chris's gaze fell on the baby in Cyril's arms. It was a firstborn species, a creature of extraordinary rarity. After greeting him, she introduced herself as Leah and added that she had come with her father. Chris, in response, noted that she was very energetic. Chris asked Cyril why she called him Dad, to which she replied that she would explain everything soon. The dragon's face reflected surprise accompanied by a chuckle. He told his friend his opinion about the changes, and the friend responded. The young man asked the dragon to give him a horn. Chris asked if he meant the phoenix horn, and Cyril said yes. Louise and Leah, meanwhile, chuckled quietly. The young man expressed confidence that the power of immortality would definitely awaken. The young man stood in the field among the mountains with his dragons. He was curious about the effect of the new power. The three little dragons looked at them and were worried, especially Leah. Louise checked with her master to see if he was really sure. Silir, folding his arms across his chest, confidently asked his dragon to do so. The white dragon laughed, but Louise still had doubts. Chris asked her not to be shy, but to take action, no matter what she did. Smiling, the big dragon reassured the black maned dragon that for their current friend it was no more dangerous than a bite. Louise was reassured, but the guy decided to clarify how to understand this. The dragon calmed down, knowing that everything would be fine, exhaled, and looked resolutely at her master. The dragon warned the guy that she was starting and began to gather a bright ball in her mouth. The guy stood confidently in front of the preparing dragon, putting his hands on his hips and opening his chest wide. But at that moment, the princess galloped up to them, not understanding what was happening. The girl saw that Cyril was standing in front of his dragon, who was directing an attack at him, and she screamed questioningly what they were doing. The guy turned to the girl. At this time, the dragon's attack was already ready. The dragon shot and hit the boy in the stomach with a beam of light. The princess screamed and called for Cyril. The guy had a giant hole in the middle of his stomach, and he decided to turn into a half-dragon. The girl became worried and asked if he was okay. When the boy transformed into his dragon form, he looked at his stomach and discovered that the wound had already healed. The guy was sitting surrounded by dragons already in human form and talking to the girl. She understood what had happened. He explained that he had a phoenix horn and wanted to test whether immortality would work in dragon form. The girl understood and calmed down. She looked at the guy's stomach and made sure that there wasn't even a scar left. The guy agreed, looking at his stomach. He noticed, putting his hand on his stomach, that his stomach had definitely been pierced. There was not a scratch on it. Cyril told the princess that in the form of a dragon, he is not vulnerable, and even if he is wounded while he is a human, he can quickly transform and all the wounds will instantly heal. The girl was amazed that he can instantly heal. Louise was upset that her master no longer needed her power, but he reassured her that this was not true. Scratching his head, he said that he had simply absorbed the power of immortality, and he expected that it would have consequences. The knight began to reason that his energy consumption had increased tenfold compared to the original. He was puzzled that it required too much strength. The girl was also amazed by this. Looking at Louise, Cyril said that for minor injuries it would be better for him to use her power of sleep and healing. The dragon was delighted and smiled. She understood everything. But still the guy crossed his arms over his chest with a thoughtful face. Of course the guy was glad that he had the strength to protect everyone, but he had to solve something with a large energy consumption. It was becoming a problem for him. The girl just remembered something. The princess came to the guy today precisely for this reason. He looked at her questioningly. In the castle, the princess read many books, and in one of them she found an interesting spice. The guy enthusiastically asked what it was. She told him that the book was about rainbow salt arcan seal. Cyril had never heard of such a spice. The girl said that this spice is difficult to process, and that is probably why ordinary cooks do not use this salt. The knight assumed that if she came to him specifically to tell him about the spice, it meant that it was somehow useful for him. The happy girl said that it was the taste of this salt. When used, this salt changes the taste of food. The guy was inspired, but Her Highness was puzzled by the fact that it was impossible to say exactly when and how the taste of salt would change. The guy understood the girl. He suggested that a dish prepared with such a spice could not be served on a regular table since the taste could change at any time. He was inspired because he is one of those who are tired of the taste. The joyful princess also concluded that this spice would suit him perfectly. Joyfully grabbing the princess by the hands, he thanked her because this was wonderful news. Xana became embarrassed and her cheeks turned red. She looked away and said that she was glad that she could help him. The guy decided to find out right away where he could buy this arcane seal. But it seemed there was some problem with it. The girl said that because the cooks don't use this salt, they either mine it themselves or send a request to the guild. The guy decided that this was logical. The princess pleased the guy that she knew where to get rainbow salt, but it was far away. But the guy assured that he could help with this. The boy pointed to his dragons and invited the girl to go get salt tomorrow if she was free. The girl was very happy with the invitation. She agreed to go with him. The boys sat on their pets, and the guy asked his dragon Colette if she could get some fruit. While eating a banana, the dragon answered her master's question in the affirmative. Cyril thought he was going to get more salt, so they took Colette with them. Thanks to her help, they have plenty of provisions. The girl screamed. The guy asked her what had happened. She pointed her finger at the banana, and the dragon Colette was touching it with her lips. But the knight didn't see anything in it. The girl was embarrassed. She wanted to say that it was an indirect kiss, but she didn't finish. Xanana turned her face away and muttered that Colette was a dragon and there was nothing wrong with that. The guy didn't understand anything. The princess decided it was important to tell the boy that he was a wonderful man. Sir Cyril couldn't understand why. The girl explained that the knight ate the food that had been in the dragon's stomach without hesitation. The dragoness looked at the girl. He explained this by saying that there was no gastric juice or dirt in the spare stomachs, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The girl understood this. The princess said that this is usually considered abnormal. The guy asked if this was true. Smiling, the girl said that if the guy didn't care, that was great. But the guy didn't quite understand what was wrong with that. Dragon Colette chuckled, smiling. The dragon asked her master if he wanted more. The boy wanted more, but then he noticed something. The guy noticed some strange hum in the depths of the forest. The hum in the forest did not stop. The girl asked Sir Cyril what it was. He wanted to guess. The guy heard something. The girl made a sound. The noise in the forest was repeated. Jonna heard it too. She assumed it was the wind. But Cyril said it wasn't the wind. The knight said that this was not a natural sound, jumped off his dragon and ran off somewhere. The girl and the dragon ran after him, asking him to wait for them. The whole company quickly ran through the forest towards the strange sound. Some kind of creature made of stones with terrible sounds is approaching the girl on a naga. The protagonist saw a fight between a dragon knight and a naga and a golem. The whole company ran to the place where the sound was coming from. Xana screamed. What she saw horrified her. She asked Cyril what they should do. The guy said to leave it to him. He shouted that he was transforming and turned into a dragon. The knight, transformed into a dragon, ran towards the golem. The transformed guy smashed the golem into pieces. The beautiful blonde watched in surprise as the golem crumbled. The boy tiredly began to transform back from a dragon to a human. He realized that he would not last long and tried to finish everything with one blow. He was horrified by the expenditure of energy. The stranger who saw all this decided that it was impossible. The blonde was surprised that the man could defeat the golem with one blow. But there was something more important than that. She happily thanked Cyril and introduced herself. The blonde's name was Rosalie Rain. She wanted to know the names of her saviors, and the guy agreed to introduce himself. The guy's name is Cyril LaRose, and the girl's name is Jean. Rosalie's eyes widened in surprise. She enthusiastically asked the guy if he was the same one of Faust's dragons. The knight was surprised that the blonde knew about him. She happily said that of course she knows him. After all, he is now in the most famous guild. Rosalie was delighted. She couldn't believe that it was he who saved her. The guy was embarrassed. The blonde noticed something, turning her attention to the princess sitting on a horse. The girl decided that the rumors about the magnificence of the guild were not lying because the guys even have special horses. But the guy did not understand about the horse. Rosalie explained that not many horses are not afraid of dragons. She could bet that this horse is very smart. In Cyril's opinion, it was a great horse. It belonged to a princess and could not be mediocre. The blonde didn't expect anything less. The guy even felt awkward. He tried to say something. The knight remarked that classic dragon knights were rare these days. The girl understood what he meant. The girl stroked her dragon's head. She is already used to riding this dragon, because she has a guild of one person. Classical knights fight on the back of a dragon, but this is rare these days. Knights are given a variety of jobs these days, so dragons are more often responsible for carrying cargo or going ahead for reconnaissance. The guy thought it was not easy. The girl turned around and said she was in a hurry. Jumping onto a dragon, the girl explained that the company had caught her in an awkward situation, but in fact, she was on her way to a request for destruction, but was caught by a golem. She smiled and sincerely thanked the guys. The main character wished Rosalie good luck. The company waved goodbye to the departing girl. The main characters continued their journey. The princess said that Rosalie was a magnificent knight. Smiling, the girl said that the blonde looked like a dragon man. She even wanted to hire her for the palace. Hesitantly, the guy said that she was quite interesting. The girl asked Cyril what was bothering him. He said that the girl was truly admirable, but something was wrong with her dragon. Rosalie's dragon, breathing heavily, asked her to get into the saddle faster. The knight decided not to pay attention to this. The princess decided that the dragon was strange. The knight decided that this was quite normal, and so did he. But his dragon protested that he was different. Both the boy and his dragon made strange sounds. The boy assured his dragon that he was not talking about himself, but about a young wyvern he had once rented. Colette was embarrassed. The protagonist asked his dragon why she decided that he was talking about himself. The dragon screamed that everything was wrong. The guy became embarrassed and the dragon became even more nervous. Colette screamed, her mouth wide open, that everything was wrong. The guy assured that he understood everything. The girl laughed at them. The company was driving through the mountains. The girl saw something. It seems they finally found it. The guy opened his eyes and mouth wide in admiration. They saw a beautiful tree in the middle of the lake. It was the Rainbow Salt Mine, Lake Garrett. The boys looked at the landscape with admiration. The boys reached Lake Garrett, Rainbow Lake, with rainbow crystals growing around it. Cyril thought it was amazing, and Jean thought it was beautiful too. Cyril and his comrades came for a new spice. The boys saw beautiful square crystals on the shore of the lake. Cyril asked if these were the same conceal crystals. The princess admitted that he was right, and apparently they were formed due to the change in the water level in the lake. Dragon Colette offered to collect salt, but her master only made an incomprehensible sound. The knight offered his help to the dragon, but she refused, because this collection was no different from the usual collection of ore. The dragon went to collect salt. Colette began actively eating rainbow salt crystals. Cyril suggested leaving it to the dragon. The knight suggested that the princess go hunting while the dragon was collecting salt in order to test it. The princess happily agreed. The girl noticed something in the bushes. She pointed the guy to a bush, where an incomprehensible rustling was coming from. Something was moving there. The guys turned towards the bush. They found a boar. It should suit them. The boar noticed the boys and started moving. Cyril thought he was running away. The boar quickly ran towards the main character, but he began to defend himself. The boar ran towards Cyril, screaming loudly. The princess was worried about Sir Cyril, but he was focused. He grabbed the boar by the neck. He looked at the cod boar with satisfaction. All that was left was to cut it up. The princess was shocked by Cyril. The boy wondered why the girl was so happy. But she thought Sir Cyril was great. The girl happily said that even Cyril's human body had become much stronger. He shook his head. He realized that the girl had noticed well, because indeed an ordinary person could not defeat a boar with his bare hands. The boys sat down next to the fire, eating the boar they had caught. Jonna asked Cyril how he liked the arcane seal. The guy thought for a moment and replied that he found it delicious. The girl was delighted and clapped her hands, asking the guy if it was true. He answered in the affirmative. He told her that with each new bite it became sweeter and spicier. The guy thanked the girl because now he would be able to eat twice as much. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. Dragon Colette was also pleased. The owner thanked her for being able to collect so many crystals. The dragon smiled and said that it was natural. The guy was interested in something. Cyril only now realized that his physical performance had improved. Colette asked how much. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character replied that it was within human limits. Of course, let it be just a bonus. Now the guy will have to transform often and spend energy, and this made him happy. The dragon thought, because in this case now it is necessary to strengthen the appearance of the dragon of the guy. The guy thought because it won't be easy. The dragon didn't understand why the guy wanted to confess. The boy explained that after testing the power of immortality, Louise and others shared pieces of their horns. But the boy was unable to absorb them. Colette understood everything. The knight had some kind of theory. He told a theory about the horns and claws, that the claw of the primordial dragon was from a corpse, and the horn of the phoenix from the immortal body of the Chris. So perhaps this power is somehow connected to the soul and life energy of the dragons themselves. The dragon was upset, because then she too could not help her master. The princess wanted to ask something and raised her hand. Jean couldn't understand Colette, but did the guy really need the remains of dragons? It was just a theory, but it would be nice to try it out. The girl was up to something. She can share the remains of the dragon with the guy. He was very surprised. The girl explained that she had many similar artifacts. It dawned on the guy she was a princess after all. The girl smiled and said that it was all kept in the treasury. She started rummaging through her pockets and pulled out some kind of pendant and handed it to the guy. He asked if it was a gem, but the girl explained that it was a Mizuchi scale. The knight had never heard of such a species. Because it is a very rare species, they are also called ghost dragons. The girl told the guy that when their scales are processed, they become an artifact of a protective barrier. It is installed on the carriages and coaches of the nobility. The guy had an idea. Cyril remembered that when he first met the princess, her knights were dead. The carriage was destroyed, but there was not a scratch on the princess. Looking at the pendant, the girl said that since then she has been wearing it as a talisman. Handing the pendant to the guy, she asked him to use it. The guy was surprised. Waving his arms, the knight refused. After all, it was protection for Jean, but she calmed him down. Smiling, the girl said that she felt completely safe next to Sir Cyril. The guy was a little embarrassed. He accepted the girl's gift. Clutching the amulet in his fist, he decided that he would protect the girl at any cost. The scale crumbled in the guy's hand, and he himself began to emit some kind of light. The dragon asked how he was doing, but the guy didn't understand anything. The girl asked if everything was okay. The company no longer smelled the fried meat. The smell really did disappear. The guy turned into a dragon. The ground began to crack and the whole company became worried. Sir Cyril turned back into a human. He said tiredly that he was fine, but noticed that it was getting worse and worse each time. Colette asked what this time. The guy agreed. The power of the scale created a barrier around them. The girl clapped her hands. She knew that there would be a barrier force, and they understood why the smell of meat disappeared. It turns out that dragon powers work a little in human form. The guy happily assured that he could protect them all. The dragon asked if this was okay. The guy said it was perfect and asked her how she did it. She said it was easy. The dragon said that she simply ate enough earth and squeezed it into her stomach. The guy replied that it was like working with clay. He didn't know she could do that. The hero called it amazing. Another being approached him and asked what he was going to do. Thanks to Arc-and-Seal, we were able to eat a hearty meal. The main character said that he wanted to conduct a small test and asked to step aside. Leia asked what he was doing. He replied that it could be dangerous and asked her to wait somewhere else. The hero turned to Colette and asked what had happened. She replied that nothing had happened. The dragon laughed and said that sometimes it was okay to be selfish. He asked if he should ask their friend to pet her. The protagonist asked them to stop. They told him not to pay attention. The guy said the rest is up to Chris. He used the transformation skill. The hero said that everything went well. He said that the barrier was able to withstand even Chris's fire, so he thinks it is strong enough. The girl said that today he scared her again. The boy thanked Chris. He was told that he was the strongest representative of the human race. He also thanked Colette. She asked if it would be better to test the barrier on living objects instead of dolls. The hero replied that he couldn't put them in danger for a simple test. The girl noted that he wasn't worried about putting himself in danger. He said that even with full power, His transformation lasts no more than 3 seconds. He needs at least 30 seconds to use the transformation in a real fight. Chris said that it is necessary to increase the amount of energy stored in it, and there are many solutions for this. The guy was happily surprised. They asked him if he wanted to listen. Option 1 was that you had to eat the dragon. The main character was taken aback. They told him that by eating the dragon, he would also eat its soul. So it was very effective. The guy said he was very angry. The dragon laughed and said he was joking. He said it was just a joke, but he sees that he really cares about the dragons. The hero said that anyone would get angry after that. Chris said that's not the point. The protagonist was so angry that he missed the point of his words. The dragon said that this was just one way. The guy realized that there were other options. Colette asked him to stop checking him. Chris replied that he didn't mean to do anything bad. The guy asked what the real way was. They told him that they would use the Dragon King to solve his problem. The hero wondered what Chris had planned. He asked how this could happen. They replied that they didn't know and that it was the first time they had heard of such a thing. Colette asked Chris what it was. The dragon replied that it would take a long time to explain and that it would actually be better to show everything in practice. The hero asked if they would make it themselves. Chris answered positively. The dragon said they could make a drop right there. The guy chuckled and said that if it was that easy to make, it was very convenient. Chris looked away and said the question was, who exactly would do it? The dragon said that Colette doesn't count. She turned sharply on him and was indignant that she didn't count. Chris laughed and said that she couldn't help much there. The dragon asked why. Chris asked which of them ate the least. This question surprised them. Colette asked if it was necessary to eat little. She was told that in their case it was impossible. The boy thought that among the medium-sized dragons, the Surush eat the most. He assumed that it was Lee then. She came to him and asked if he had invited her. He replied that she was still too young for that, so it was better not to do it. The boy suggested that to create a sphere he needed to eat something. The dragon replied that this was true. The hero said that Louise was the most suitable right now. She said that unlike everyone else, she was a herbivorous dragon. Emma said there was nothing she could do to help here. The guy replied that she eats so much because she needs a lot of energy, and it is not her fault. The hero turned to Louise and asked if she would help him. She replied that he should rely on her. Chris told her to eat until she was full. The girl turned to the boy and said that since Louise would have to eat so much, he could give her Arc-and-Seal. The boy refused. He said he didn't think human seasonings were good for dragons. They told him that if he swallowed it whole, everything would be fine. Emma said that she didn't eat spices often, but they made her mouth tingle. The guy replied that it was still pointless. The hero said he saw no point in giving them seasonings. People and dragons eat completely differently. The girl said she understood and would remember it. The guy added that dragons prefer raw meat to fried. Emma confirmed that there is nothing better than raw meat. Dragons are not like people. Louise ate a lot and said she couldn't fit any more in. The hero praised her for her work. Chris said that now he will teach her how to create a sphere. A ball of light approached her and asked her to accept it. He asked if she understood everything. She answered positively. Louise said she would try to make a sphere. The protagonist encouraged her. She managed to make a sphere. Chris said she did a good job. The girl said it looked more like a transparent pearl. The guy agreed with her and asked what he should do now. Chris said he needed to eat it. He suggested he try to live it. But for the first time, it would be better to swallow it whole. The guy agreed. He was surprised. He had a strange feeling in his stomach. The girl asked what was going on. The hero said that there was something big in his stomach. Chris laughed and said that if he bit the sphere, it would grow bigger in his mouth. The guy replied that it sounded unpleasant and that he would have to get used to it. He asked if it was a clot of energy. The dragon answered positively. The dragon sphere is a compressed cluster of dragon energy. Chris said that they produce a lot of energy and it is an effective method. The hero replied that for a person it is a significant reserve. The boy suggested that others could eat for him, and he would absorb the spheres when he ran out of energy. The dragon said that this could be done. The dragon said that the more you eat, the greater the effect. The guy said that it was amazing. Louise said she could only make one sphere at a time. She didn't have the strength to make more, and the hero's energy hadn't increased much. He said it was no big deal. Even the A1 sphere would help a lot. Chris laughed and said it was no big deal. The dragon said that dragons are drawn to him, so the sphere will only get bigger. The guy said he was exaggerating. The hero suggested checking how much energy he had gained and used the transformation skill. With one of the sphere, he could transform for 5 seconds. He said it wasn't a lot, but it was a big improvement over the past. He also said that he had more opportunities and thanked Chris. The dragon said that he couldn't wait for him to show him something interesting and stroked his head. To the southwest of Borsal is the Marzen Valley. The main character used transformation and flew towards the wolves. Tonbin wolves. Today's mission is to destroy a pack of 100. He realized that his strength was running out. 10 seconds had passed and his transformation was at its limit. The guy turned to Louise, and she made a new sphere for him. The hero absorbed her and transformed again. He thanked Louise. This pack could be more dangerous than experienced bandits. He learned about this assignment from Zana. His energy was at its limit again. The wolves surrounded them and he realized it was an ambush. They attacked him and he thought they were very smart. The hero was exhausted. They asked him if he was okay. He replied that everything was fine because they were on guard. He transformed again and said they were done. Borsal Government Building. The guy turned to Colette. The girl raised her hand and said that was enough. She said that the destruction of the wolves was confirmed. The girl told the guy that he did a great job. The guy told Colette that that was enough. She asked what they should do with the rest. He replied that she could eat them and asked if her stomach could digest them. She replied that this could happen. The girl stopped them. The protagonist asked what was wrong. She replied that the evidence needed to be preserved. The girl said that these were instructions from Her Highness the Princess. The guy was surprised that she was the one asking for this. This task was officially entrusted to him by the princess. He thought it would be easier if she asked him directly, but she decided to do it through the government. There must be a reason for that, so the girl asked them to move all the heads to the warehouse. The guy agreed. They did the job and he asked what they needed to do next. She said the country would investigate. The guy asked her to tell him more. The girl asked if they knew that Dragon Knights received titles. The hero said that she had not heard of such a thing. He asked if not only a guild, but also individuals could receive a title. The guy said he does it just for honor, and he's not that interested. The girl said that's usually the case. However, with the title that will be given to him, not everything is so simple. If the investigation shows that today's mission was carried out honestly, he will be granted the title of 1-star Dragon Knight. The guy asked again because he was very surprised that he would be given such a high title. The girl smiled and replied that they had destroyed an entire pack of Topin wolves. It was an amazing achievement, especially since they had done it alone. The guy replied that it was clear to him. Even such a layman as he knew about them. Dragon Knights of the Star is a title that a country gives to a Dragon Knight who has accomplished a great feat. The guy said that the stars are famous not only among the Dragon Knights, and asked if they are chosen according to any specific standards. The girl replied that 1 star is given for achievement in certain areas. 2 stars are given for achievement in several areas at once or as a promotion in rank. 3 stars are given for an unprecedented feat. The guy replied that he didn't quite understand. She replied that in the entire history of the kingdom, such knights could be counted on the fingers of one hand. The girl said that civilians have it easier. The guy agreed and said that they understand that it is a great honor to receive such a title. She said that the result of the investigation would come in a few days, so he would have to wait. The hero agreed. The boy understood what the princess's goal was. He mentally thanked her. 3 days later, everything would be fine, but the next day he went to the government building. The man bowed and asked them to wait there. The boy wondered if this was the room where he usually waited. There was a knock on the door. He answered. The girl apologized for the wait. She poured him some tea and put it on the table. The hero thanked her. He thought that the tea tasted expensive. The guy didn't understand why they were addressing him like that. There was another knock at the door and he answered. A girl came in and apologized for the wait. He recognized her. The main character asked how he should understand all this. Rose replied that this was the appropriate address for a 1-star Dragon Knight. The guy said he understood. He asked if it was such a big difference. The girl replied that it was. The protagonist said that 1-stars were even more amazing than he thought. She asked what brought him there today. The guy remembered and apologized for the fact that because of him, they had to organize such a lavish reception. He said that, as usual, he came looking for work and that's all. The girl understood what was going on. She replied that they had no suitable requests at the moment. The guy was surprised. He asked if there had been more requests since the Countess incident. They told him that they had turned down most of them. He asked why. The girl replied that it was because he became a one-star dragon knight. The guy looked at her questioningly. She replied that they had to choose the right clients for him. The girl asked if they could send him to capture the imperial family supplier, where the reward would be a loaf of bread. He asked her not to say that they were not one-star level. The guy asked if he would only receive larger quests from now on. The girl replied that this was exactly how it was and said that he was a quick thinker. The dragons were surprised that he was not given any work. The protagonist said that it was even good. Now his work is highly valued. It can be said that he has fulfilled one of his goals, which he set for himself after being expelled from the guild. Louis said that then everything was logical. He was asked to look at the townspeople. They all looked in his direction. The girls approached him and addressed him. He replied that he was Cyril. They admired this. The girls said they were their biggest fans and asked if they could shake his hand. The boy answered positively and thanked them. The girls said that in the future, they also want to become dragon knights. One of them said they wanted to be like him. That is, the coolest dragon knights. The protagonist said he was very touched. Dragon Knight 1-star title. It is an honor for adults and an object of admiration for children. They asked him how they could become like him. The boy asked them to let him think. He put his hands on their heads and stroked them. The hero told them to remember one. Dragons must be treasured. They were embarrassed and repeated his words. The guy said that dragons are their irreplaceable comrades. He said that if they took good care of them, they would definitely become great dragon knights. The other man's eyes lit up. They told the guy that they would appreciate the dragons. He said it was possibly the best thing that had happened to him in a long time. It's hard to change the way adults think, but children are different. If more kids look up to him, the dragon's first idea will spread even further. He said that this couldn't be changed in him. Manhwa. Jitsu Trading Company. The man said he'd take dragon tears as usual. He said they were of excellent quality. The man asked if he could increase the volume of supply. The guy asked again. The hero said that in that case the quality could suffer. He was told that they sort things like that out with their hands. They set up a base for the production of raw materials for creating tears, but since he has few dragons, it is simply impossible to launch mass production. The man said that his product is simply top-notch. It is easy to manipulate dreams with it. He said that the widow of one nobleman was very pleased. She was even able to clearly see the face of her deceased husband. The guy asked if they traded with aristocrats. They told him that the quality of the goods allowed them to do so. The man said he didn't want his product to get worse, but he just said there was a lot of demand. The guy said he understood. However, the merchant said he had a job for him. It did not involve dragon tears. The hero asked what it was. The man asked if he knew about the Dragon Master. The guy nodded and said that he had heard of such a thing. Dragons can lay eggs without mating. However, the hatched dragon will no longer have reproductive capabilities. Often, girls are born in this case. The boy realized that this was why most dragons were girls. They told him that it was mainly because of this. Dragons mate towards the end of their lives. Such unions produce females capable of bearing the next generation. They are called master dragons. The main character said that the biology of people and dragons is still very different. The man said that it was natural and that such dragons were very expensive. He asked him what happened. The guy tilted his head and thought that some thought had just flashed through his mind. The hero can't remember. He asked the man to continue. Some unknown master dragon laid an egg with the next master dragon. The main character must guard this egg until it hatches. This is the task. Even the egg with the master dragon is incredibly expensive. The man said that he could only trust a reliable and experienced person to do this. The guy could even use the same powers he used on the wolf in Tabini. He asked if the news of his promotion had even reached there. They answered in the affirmative. The man said there was a fee too. 3,007 sounds lyre for the task. The guy said he would do it. Colette said it was amazing. The dragon said that 30,000 lyre is a lot. The hero said that they are so highly valued. The payment is good, of course, but the main thing is that they can improve their reputation. She thought about it. The guy asked her what happened. The girl answered that she was hearing about the Master Dragon for the first time. The egg he leaves behind before he dies is similar to what happened to Leah. The guy realized what he wanted to remember. An empty egg. It was found next to the remains of a dead dragon. Leah was a primordial dragon. Among them was the Master Dragon. The boy exclaimed that Leah was a dragon master. Colette replied that she didn't know, but it all fit. The hero agreed with her. He thought there was no proof, but it was quite possible. Compared to humans, dragons were much purer creatures. This is expressed in their following instinct. Probably, after her mother laid the egg, she went away to choose a place to rest. The guy said that he was sure that Leia Master Dragon was a Balor. The girl was lost in thought. The guy asked her what was wrong, and she thought about something. She replied that it was rare for a dragon master to be so close, and one could not help but be surprised. He asked if it bothered her. Colette replied that it was not so, and that was not the problem. She hesitated. The girl said she was just thinking about children. He looked at her questioningly and wondered if she was interested in how it happened. 2 days later, Paslan base. Leah turned to the main character. She said that he had finally returned and was glad to see him back. The girl said she was sure he would be late. The guy turned around and thanked the baggage handler. He said she was amazing. The main character asked if everything was okay with Leia. She asked him if he would play tag with her. He replied that he needed some rest. The guy thought that she was like a human child, but he needed a lot of strength to play with her. He apologized to her and said that he was tired on his way home. The girl was upset. The hero was embarrassed and came up with something. The guy said to show him how fast she runs. We need to see how fast she can run around the Paslong. The girl was delighted and ran away very quickly. He said he knew it. Colette said it was amazing. Even with the power of his dragon form, he could barely keep up with her. The girl asked if he hadn't gotten stronger. He replied that, for example, if he tried to catch up with her right now, it would take him 10 seconds. The dragon replied that in that case he would not have enough energy. The boy replied that that was the problem. He said that was the whole point. Colette said that with her he would have at least 5 dragon orbs. The guy laughed and said she was right and thanked her. In front of him stood a princess in a carriage he had never seen before. The girl turned to him and apologized for appearing so suddenly. The guy replied that it was nothing to worry about. He asked what had happened and who was in front of him. The girl answered that it was a merchant who had made a contract with the royal family. He really wanted to meet him and she could not refuse him. The guy thought that a merchant was not the lowest position. She asked if he minded because she could send him away. The hero asked what he wanted to talk about. The girl replied that he was talking about a big deal, but he insisted that the details be discussed only with him personally. The boy understood. The princess said that she understood that it was suspicious. Of course she would be present at their meeting. The protagonist replied that in that case he would talk to him. The man said it was a great honor for him to meet him. He introduced himself. His name was Pierre Gounod. The hero introduced himself in response. The old man started talking about rumors. The guy said that they needed to talk without preamble and asked what he wanted. He asked Her Highness to arrange a meeting for them. The hero asked if it was so important. The man apologized and said he would get straight to the point then. He said the guy had recently been playing with one dragon. The old man asked if he could look at the dragon again. The boy asked him what it was for. The man said he just wanted to take a look. The hero agreed. He thought he didn't feel any evil intent in him. He was dressed luxuriously, but he was just an ordinary old man. If he did something, he would stop it with his dragon form. The hero turned to the dragon and asked if she was here. The girl showed up and he asked her to come to him. The guy asked the man if he meant her. The old man answered positively. He asked to take a closer look at her. The hero was wary. He stroked the girl's head and said that everything was fine. The man said that there can be no mistake. It is a master and a dragon, and also an original look. He said that Jigu hadn't lied. The guy asked what he was talking about. The man apologized to him. He said that he traded with a man named Jiku and got information from him. The man accidentally overheard his thoughts at the entrance of the store. The boy realized what was going on. He had discussed it with Colette and it was his fault. The man said that regarding the matter he wanted to discuss with him personally, he asked if he could sell him the girl. The old man said that he could offer him something right now. 100 zon, Vera. The main character categorically refused. The man started offering him various options. At first, he offered him 2 million lyre, but changed his mind and offered 500 set in 6. The main character categorically refused and said that it was not for sale. He asked if he knew who he was. The old man replied that he was the strongest now. The guy asked him what the guild was called. The man began to look away. The hero replied that the guild's name was Dragons first and foremost. He asked why he decided that he would sell him a dragon for money. The old man said that he offered him his sincere apologies. He had acted thoughtlessly when he offered him such a deal. The boy replied that it was good that he realized the mistake. The old man apologized for taking up his time and apologized for the incident. The main character said just in case that if something happens to Leia, he will become number 1 on the list of suspects. The boy said he might try to steal her by force. The man said he would never do such a thing. The hero said that he understood this because he was the supplier of the royal family. He said it was just a precaution. If necessary, he would investigate any possible version and he would be first in line. The guy hopes that he will understand him. The man answered positively. Leia said he was a strange man. The princess said she was truly sorry. She said that if she had known that he wanted to talk about something like that, she wouldn't have allowed it. The guy said that it was okay. It was a normal business deal, and in their world, it is the norm. The princess said she was sorry. The girl asked why the main character threatened him. She thought she understood the Ganon. However, this time he disappointed her, but in general, he can be relied on. The guy asked if he was that influential. The boy said that he learned about the girl's nature and he thought that he could become a wall. The protagonist said that of course he doesn't believe that he will harm Leia. If he finds out that he plans to kidnap her or something else, he will take action against them. And he will not let them get to the girl. The princess said the guy was great. Leia said she didn't know what they were talking about, but it meant her dad was cool. The guy thanked them both. He turned to the girl and asked her not to worry, because he would protect her. The hero turned to Chris and asked him to guard Leia while he guarded the egg. He said that he would feel better if the dragon did it because he was their trump card. The dragon agreed with this and laughed. He said that the job was already done. The boy thanked him. Chris asked why he was even asking for this. After all, he had intimidated that merchant. Surely he could have prevented the kidnapping. However, the guy and the smartest person in this world do not always behave as people expect. Chris laughed. Colette asked him to be quiet. The dragon said that unlike him, most of them needed sleep. The guy asked him why he was laughing. Chris replied that he was relieved. He was glad that his friend had made a wise decision. The hero realized that he was testing him again. The dragon said that most people are not so smart. That merchant can help them, but he is not all-powerful. Chris put his paw on the hero's head. He said that as long as he was there, the baby would be safe. And he told her to go on her mission calmly. The hero thanked him. The next day, he and Colette went to St. Simon on their mission. She said that this time they were traveling together again. The guy replied that not many would be suitable for this task. The girl asked why he took her. The hero answered that there were 2 reasons for this. As she had told her, he would have many dragon spheres. Colette asked about the second reason. The guy replied that if anything happened, she could swallow the egg. He said that if it came to that, she could be in danger. She asked him not to worry. The girl would cope and asked him to rely on her. The protagonist replied that in that case he relied on her and thanked her, guarding the Dragon Master's egg. When he received this assignment, he didn't fully understand it. After the incident with the merchant yesterday, he realized how valuable Dragon Masters were. He will hope that only his strength will be needed. On the way to St. Simon, they stopped at the post town. The girl looked thoughtfully at everything around her. She said she thought the road would be more spacious. The boy agreed with her and said that the houses and stables for the dragons meant that most of the city was equipped for dragons. There seemed to be other dragons there. The protagonist said that they needed a hotel, and any would do. He noticed one of them. The boy asked the dragon to wait outside, and he went inside. There was a bar on the first floor. He approached a man and said he needed a room for one night. They asked him how many there were. The hero replied that he and the cub of the Surush. He was told that a room on the second floor costs 50 lira. The top floor costs 100 lira. A room with a window costs 200 lira. He asked how much it would cost for the dragon. The man said it was included in the room fee. He told him to put it in the empty space in the desk. The guy thought that dragons always had one attitude no matter how much you talk to them. He said that he would take a room with a window. The man asked his name and the name of the guild. The guy answered that his name was Cyril LaRose, and he was from the Dragon Guild, first of all. The people at the bar started laughing at him. He asked what was wrong. They said he was a celebrity now. However, the guy didn't care. The protagonist thought there was no point in talking to drunks. The man started saying that he got rich with the help of a woman. The guy got angry. They asked him if he was angry. They began to tell him that he was the princess's favorite. The man said that the girl was very naive and that some guy had brainwashed her. The protagonist was outraged. He turned to the drunks. He said that the girl was not so frivolous and told him to apologize. They asked what he would do to them. The guy used the transformation skill. The man asked what he did with him. The hero replied that nothing special. The worker handed him the keys to the room. The guy was surprised that they let him go just like that. They told him that bar fights are common. He said that because the difference in strength was too great, they were lucky to be alive at all. The man said that he also likes guys who defend a girl's honor. The hero laughed and thanked him. He lay on the bed and said that he was bored. If the guy goes down to the bar, he might get into another fight. He stayed at the hotel to save energy, but he's already wasted almost a full second. That's 4. The hero thought about going to bed. However, there was a knock at the door. He thought the guys from the bar had come to him and asked who was behind the door. There was a girl standing there, and she asked if she could come in. The guy thought she smelled like a dragon. He asked what business she had come to him about. The girl suggested having a drink together. The hero was surprised but invited her to go inside. She thanked him. He looked at the weapon to make sure there was no ambush. The guy asked her what her name was. She replied that it was rude of her. An unfamiliar girl showed up and asked to come in. Her name was Lisa. She handed him a glass. The girl offered him a drink to celebrate their acquaintance. They clinked glasses. She took a sip and laughed. The girl asked if he would like a drink. The guy replied that he doesn't like to drink when he doesn't understand the situation. She asked his name. Lisa said she was at a bar and rumors were that the hero was very strong. He asked if she had seen everything. The girl said that she would like to feel the embrace of a strong man and asked if he found it strange. He was surprised that she was being so direct. The Dragon Knight girl was close to her dragon. Maybe that was why she was looking for a strong man. However, the hero thought that this was not all that the girl was looking for. She asked what happened. The guy answered that there was some noise outside. Lisa heard it too. They both looked out the window. In the middle of the street stood a carriage, next to which was a nobleman. The guy asked what a nobleman could forget in such a hotel. The girl recognized the man. The hero asked her if she knew him. He heard footsteps. The stranger was looking straight at him. The guy assumed that he had come to see him. Behind the door, someone apologized for disturbing him at such a late hour. The stranger said that he was looking for a room that belonged to Mr. Lariso of the Dragons, first of all. He allowed them to enter. They thanked him. A young man came inside. He said that he apologized again for such a sudden visit to him. The guy introduced himself and said that his name was Charles Saber. The girl was surprised. The hero asked if he was that famous. Lisa said that this was the heir of the famous St. Simon family. St. Simon is the capital of the dragons in his current destination. The stranger was the customer of the request that he is currently fulfilling. The request for protection from the Dragon Master was expectedly made by a nobleman. The hero asked why he was there. He assumed it was not just because they wanted to meet him. Charles said he had come to pick him up. He said that because of his mistake, he had to stay at that hotel, and he was truly sorry. The guy said he wasn't entirely against staying there. He thought it wasn't often that they took so many people along for a simple escort. The hero said that the man in front of him was an influential person, and asked why he came personally to pick him up. They told him that he had agreed to lend them his strength and it would be disrespectful for him to do so. The guy said that even so, he is only a 1-star knight. Charles said that there are 3rd-star knights in history, but they all start with 1 star. The boy replied that it was well said. He thought that whatever he said, Charles would find something to say in return. He was not one to cling to titles. The aristocrat said he had prepared a place for him to live, and asked to be allowed to accompany him there. The hero said it was not worth it, but he thanked them. He remembered the girl standing next to him. She laughed and said that it was okay and she was leaving. Lisa said he was more interesting than she thought. The guy thought about how things hadn't gone so well with Lisa. Charles apologized for interfering. The hero said it was okay. He was offered to go, but he refused and said that the dragon he came with was sleeping now. And he asked if they could set out tomorrow morning. He was asked not to worry about it. Charles said they had also prepared a pair of legs for his escort. The hero clarified. He was asked to look outside. There was a cart standing there. The guy specially prepared it for the dragon La Rosa. Charles said that he knew how much dragons meant to him, so they wanted to show her the respect she deserved. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. Dragons first. For him, this is not an empty phrase. Not only does he speak, but he also acts, which is much more convincing. After all, he is seriously prepared. The hero said that he would immediately collect his things. He apologized to the hotel owner. The guy said he was grateful for the room, but he would have to check out early. The man said he shouldn't worry. Charles apologized for the inconvenience. The owner said he didn't need to worry about it. The guy turned to his dragon and saw that she was awake. Colette replied that it was too noisy and asked what was going on. The hero replied that they would have to leave a little earlier and asked the dragon for her opinion. She agreed, but said that it was sudden. The boy pointed to the cart and said that it had been prepared especially for Colette. She was surprised. The girl said she had a bad feeling and assumed they were up to something bad. The main character said that everything would be fine, but he himself was not entirely sure of it. He said that if anything happens, protect the dragon and everything will be fine. Unlike the carriage, the cart was unadorned. The boy assumed that it had been prepared in a hurry. Charles asked the hero to get into the carriage. He gave him the opportunity to do so. 1. The subordinates were surprised that Saber let him go ahead. The guy thought Charles was really famous. The gay guy was told they were there and he was surprised. It was a surprise to him that there was such a luxurious house there because they were in a simple postal town. Charles said that the hotel was completely bought for him and he need not worry about uninvited guests. The hero raised his head up. He thought that this was probably a hotel for aristocrats. The rent for the entire building must be very high. The boy assumed that if this was an inn for an aristocrat, then there was no stable there. He turned to Charles and asked if the dragon could live there with him. He was told yes. Saber asked to look into the annex, which was equipped for the needs of the dragon. The guy didn't expect that he had completely rebuilt it. Charles just smiled at that. Colette called her weird. The protagonist said she could rest there peacefully. She replied that it was great, but she was unlikely to fall asleep now. Charles asked the hero to follow him. Inside the building, a row of maids stood in front of him, beginning to greet him. It was like a masquerade to him. They started bowing when he passed by, not Charles. It was obvious they were professionals. Charles came to meet him personally. And to be honest, he had never felt so important. The guy said that everything was clear to him. They asked him if it was so. He replied that when he pays such an advance, it is natural to want to give it his all. The hero thought that it was well thought out, and he was sure that Charles was not using this method for the first time. The next day, they set off for their destination. The protagonist approached the guy. He asked if he approaches his requests on such a scale. Charles turned and asked if he had ever seen a dragon egg in the wild. The hero answered in the negative. The guy told him that the dragon egg has no specific period for hatching. LaRose asked if this was the norm for all other eggs. They told him that dragons were different from the rest. Even though they all belonged to the same species, some babies hatched in a couple of minutes, while others took more than a year. The protagonist began to think about Leah. Perhaps she was also one of the slow ones. And the claw found near the nest was all that was left of her mother. Then a lot of time must have passed. If they are talking about the original dragon, then she was most likely very attached to the egg and looked after it until the very end. This is the most likely option. Charles said that there are no outward signs of the beginning of the hatching. Their job is to protect the egg for as long as it takes. Floods, fires, earthquakes, allies become enemies, but the egg must remain safe and sound until the dragon hatches. The hero said it was a difficult task. Charles said it was a difficult task. Charles said that was why he wanted to keep the egg as safe as possible, and he hopes that the main character will help him with this. The guy replied that he will do everything in his power. Before him was the capital of the dragons, Saint Simon. Since dragons became a part of everyday life, people started building bigger cities. But Saint Simon is something out of the ordinary. The guy said the city is huge. Charles said that after all, the most prominent people of this world were gathered in that city. The hero asked about the fact that most of the dragon masters were in Saint Simon. Charles replied that to be precise, about 70%. The guy said he understood. A thriving city with great roads and buildings. But because of its scale, it looks empty, and that gives a strange feeling. The guy said that they had arrived at their destination. The knights let Charles pass, apologizing for the inconvenience. The hero thought it was too pompous. Saber invited the guy, and he thanked him. Colette turned to the hero. She asked if she could come down too. The guy answered positively. The dragon said she was tired. She said they couldn't go home like that, and it would be better to walk. The hero apologized and said he would talk about it. Charles asked to be escorted to the egg's storage location. The boy said he would follow him. Colette said that you don't want to stay there for long. The protagonist thought that there was a murderous aura there. The goal this time is to guard the Dragon Master's egg. The guy asked about the egg that needed to be guarded. Charles replied that this was it. The hero asked if he could examine it a little. He was told yes. As he approached, the guards grew more tense. Despite Charles's permission, caution would not hurt. He said the egg looked quite ordinary. Colette said she didn't like it there and asked to wait outside. The hero let her go. She asked to call if anything happened. The boy sympathized with the dragon. The experienced guards emanated a strong killing intent. The pressure was unbearable, as if he was boiling in boiling water. But he also wanted to finish the job. The guy thought that he had to finish for today. The dragon just talked to the man. The egg began to ask him if he understood what it was talking about. The protagonist asked if it was telling him this. The child who was now inside the egg. The egg has asked to immediately send everyone inside out. It does not want to hatch while there is such pressure around. The boy was surprised and asked if it was going to hatch right now. The egg replied that it had not been able to do so for a long time, but there was an unpleasant atmosphere outside. Charles asked him what was the matter. The guy asked the local guards to leave for a while. He asked him what it was for. The hero replied that when everyone present came out, he would be able to hatch. Charles asked on what grounds. The guy asked about how he had been with him and Colette all this time, but never brought it up. The hero said it was the same. He said he was surprised too. Charles said to trust him and asked everyone to go outside. He was surprised that this was actually happening. The protagonist asked him to leave. Everything should be fine. The dragon actually hatched and Charles thanked the guy. He hatched before the guards reacted. The protagonist replied that he didn't think it would happen so quickly. The boy asked the dragon if she had heard what was happening outside while she was in the egg. She replied that she thought she heard a voice, so she broke the shell. If she had known that there was some scoundrel there, then perhaps she, like him, would have hidden in her group. The guy replied that perhaps it was not so unusual, that this stage depended on the dragon's feelings. Some children are afraid of pressure and others not understanding the language of dragons. That is why this process can take so long. Charles turned to the hero and apologized for the wait. The guy asked if everything went well. They told him that everything was just fine and the little dragon was completely healthy. He thanked him. The hero replied that it was excellent. Charles asked if he could talk to dragons. The guy replied that it was. The baby from the egg said that he was afraid of the guards. That's why he couldn't hatch. The protagonist said that even he was surprised that he understood it so easily. It was the first time he had seen such a calm reaction. Charles replied that there was nothing surprising about it. Because the best dragons and knights have unique skills, that is why they are special. Charles said that now he understood everything. He said that he was terribly worried and the hero asked him about it. Charles said that if it weren't for them, he would be tormented all the time waiting for the dragon to hatch from the egg. Security would certainly be strengthened. In that case, he would hide even deeper in his shell. If this had happened, he would have been scared to even imagine what would have happened next. It was good that he had turned to him. Charles handed him payment for his work. He gave him 6 million lyre. The guy said it should be only 3 million. Charles said he was a real hero who solved his problem and asked to accept his gratitude. The hero agreed and thanked him. Charles said that if they needed help again, he asked them not to refuse him. The guy agreed. The best outcome of this story is that he managed to meet Charles. Saber bowed and thanked the protagonist. Colette asked if everything was okay because he said he would walk him to the Paslon. She said he shouldn't have refused. So they got to St. Simon. They wanted to see everything there. The protagonist said that such excessive attention was tiring. She agreed. The dragon said that he didn't want to be treated like that anymore. The guy thought that apparently she didn't appreciate such a good attitude towards herself. He asked her what other form of attention she would prefer. The hero thought it would be nice to casually find out what Colette likes. Others, too, even if they don't always know how to speak, can fully express their feelings. She said it was too fancy. The guy said they just had some money. She would like a separate room where she can eat. Colette said that if there was a lot of noise around, she sometimes felt like her food was going into the wrong stomach. He asked if she was used to carry luggage. She said yes. The dragon said that they chew food again, returning it from the stomach. The second stomach gets clogged, and cleaning it is a real hassle. He asked if it was lonely to eat separately. She said it was better that way than having to clean it up later. The guy said that if she said so, then when they got back to Paslon, he would immediately arrange everything. He wished she had told him earlier. If she needed anything, he asked her not to be shy and to speak up. Colette thanked him. Since they understand each other, they need to not be lazy, communicate, and strive for mutual understanding. The girl said that there are still so many shops there selling equipment for dragons. More than 7 out of 10 shops there specialize in dragon merchandise or dragons themselves, as in St. Simon's. The main character suggested to look into some shop. He suggested that there might be some unknown equipment for dragons there. The guy started looking around and looking for a good store. The dragon was surprised that the hero looked at the building, which looked smaller than the others and old-fashioned. He suggested going there. She asked why. The girl said there were newer stores. The hero replied that he had a premonition. The dragon agreed. He didn't know why, but he was drawn to that place. He also felt a strange trembling sensation in his legs. He walked into the building and apologized. Colette said it was dusty there. The owner greeted him. The guy thought they were still working, but something was wrong. The girl started looking around and looking for something useful. There were only old tools in complete disarray, but he wanted to look around. The dragon said that there was nothing to be done. The boy was sure that there was something there. He approached the shop owner and said that he was looking for some things for the dragon. The owner said that they were lying around somewhere and asked me to look for them myself, and he returned to the book. The guy's legs seemed to want to fly away. It was more like a tingling sensation, at the tips of imaginary claws. This claw is part of a baral, a primordial form fused with a dragon's body. They were reacting to something. The guy realized that there was something there. He found a saddle for the dragon. The man said that young people have excellent instincts. This is a unique dragon instrument, the only one of its kind created specifically for a specific species. The man said that whether it was a coincidence or not, the saddle was perfect for the Surush. The guy asked what such a saddle was for and whether it had any special properties. The man said that once you put it on, your belly won't get bigger, no matter how much you stuff in there. You can always stay in your previous shape. Colette said excitedly that she wanted it. She felt embarrassed by her activity. The Surush use energy not for digestion, but for movement. He doesn't know how it works, but it shouldn't show on the outside. The guy said he would buy it and asked how much it cost. The price was 5 million. The dragon said that the price was very high. However, the guy was ready to buy it if she wanted. He offered to buy it for. The girl thanked him. The man asked if he was going to check the goods. The guy replied that he saw that it was worth it. The owner asked why he thought so. The hero replied that it seemed to him that it had called him to itself. The man said that in that case he could pay half. That is 2.5 million. The owner said he liked the precision with which the protagonist found it in a pile of junk. That store wasn't in it for profit. He said he could have it for free if he needed it. The guy said that was too much.